teams and pretty low lows too. So I actually am really looking forward to seeing how this new era of TSM versus CLG rivalry pans out.
I feel like it has to be TL 100T. Like, I want to see if 100T can bounce back from yesterday. Still think they're going to be a really good team, and they showcased good coordination in their first outing. So that is the matchup for me today.
Yeah, I feel like a lot to prove on that side after suffering a defeat at the end of the day for them. And Crumbs mentioned kind of those big ticket organizations with TSM and CLG we've seen time and time again. We got some big ticket players that we have been talking about throughout this weekend as well. And I'm sure with today's matchups that we could touch on somebody with the World Championship title or somebody with a multi-million-dollar buyout. But I actually want to focus on the players that those in the fans should not be sleeping on. So, Mark, who do you think everybody should be looking to?
I think one of the people I'd want to highlight is Newbie. This is a player that is on Golden Guardians, and they've kind of been billed as a developmental roster, and that's a fair, accurate, description of them. But there are players on here who don't fit into all the same buckets. Niles and Iconic coming from Collegiate is different than a Blaze Olive, who has been in Academy for a long time, which is different than Newbie, who has actually been one of their best players so far throughout this tournament, and has a long history in South America. He's played a ton of splits. He's gotten playoffs nearly every single time. He's won multiple championships down there. And so, this is not a player that you should look at and go, oh, new player, I wonder how he's going to adapt. He's new to a new region, but he is definitely an import for a reason. He's very good, and I think combined with Stixxay will bring a lot of stability going forward over the course of the year for this roster that I just don't want to see him lumped into like, oh, it's 4 new guys. It's like, well, Newbie's not really new despite the name.
Titles are titles in the end, right? It allows you to really develop that mentality to keep the nerves calm. So we got one support player coming in for Mark. Crumbs, who you got?
It's Joey. Joey has been playing in the LCS since a few years back. He was on Clutch Academy, and he was very good about roaming and finding timings to affect the rest of the map and being a strong initiator. So when I saw Joey just completely body Soligo, I knew that this guy was back. Soligo had nightmares that day about Nautilus hooks just coming out from his own base and taking him out of the team fight. And Joey just ran over that game. And I want to highlight him and these specific stats too, those assists per game, because that puts him 3rd of top assists per game behind Core JJ and Ignar, who are some of our best supports, especially when it comes to hard engaging. Right now, meta is really favoring this kind of play style. So seeing Joey, a rookie player, getting a bigger opportunity to show that, hey, I can do the things that our best supports can do is a really good strength that I'd love to see a team like Immortals just keep building on that and see what we can get from a support like Joey.
Talk about making the most of the LCS game opportunities that you get. It seems like it's turning into a bit of a support segment here. Emily, you got some more of the same or something different for me?
I have more of the same. I have another support, and it's Diamond, who I think has kind of flown under the radar in a lot of the C9 Academy players that we've bumped up and have been, more of a focus even since, Flabber got bumped up. I mean, Diamond has been in the C9 Academy system since late 2018. Every time I talked to him, he helped out teams at Scouting Grounds a couple times when I was shadowing those teams. He has a really good understanding of the game. I've been looking forward to seeing him in LCS. Obviously, his numbers and FlyQuest performance have definitely not been what he would want and what the team has wanted thus far, but I really hope that he can step up and kind of be a leader alongside Licorice when we're looking at this team playing with their full roster.
All 3 solid players that everybody that's watching should keep their eyes on for their future LCS performances. For now, we are going to head to a bit of a break, but remember in Twitch chat, we do want to hear what you have to say about the question we posed earlier. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to LCS Countdown. I have a huge smile on my face because the producers have finally satisfied my deepest desire. We had Jat Stats, we've got ourselves some Jeopardash, but I finally have my own LCS quiz show. And introducing to you all for the first time, According to with La Tigress. Now the premise is simple. This isn't about trivia, but rather opinions from 3 trusted sources: Twitch, Twitter, and TSM's newest support, Sword Art. So the analysts are going to put themselves in the minds of our fans and pros to answer the prompt. Analysts, are you ready for question number 1?
Yeah,
I'm
always.
so bad at this. Let's go.
2 very different reactions from Crumbs and Emily, but I'm going to go ahead and hit y'all with the first one. So, according to Twitch chat, what champion is a must-ban in this meta? Remember, Twitch chat are the ones that spam their answers in the chat, so you gotta think.
I assume a cat jam is not allowed to be the answer, is it? Is the flavor of the month emote?
I mean, it hasn't appeared in the game, so would that mean the most spam?
Maybe it's Yumi? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're close with
Well,
the
we
Wise,
know-
though. Yonen might be up there, but he did get a little nerf. There's not that many people play him, though, so I think some silly champion that has to have a very high play rate. I think that's a big criteria here.
I have my answer.
Yeah, I
for
mean,
them.
in LCS, it's Olaf and Pantheon are permabanned, but I don't know if Twitch chat is going to say that.
No. All right, I'll give my answer first. I'm 100% on Akali. It's close to permaban status globally, and it's just one of those champs that people hate playing against, which I think for Twitch chat, like, they're going to be a little biased to their own experience.
That's a good call.
Might have been
I
your.
agree.
That's the best answer I've heard in a while, Mark. That's good.
Wait, you guys can go with your own answer.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I want your answer.
Well,
I
I'm
want
going to
it.
guess like Pantheon, and everyone's going to be like, no, Emily, you're an idiot.
Not if it's a big brain answer. Are you locking into Pantheon, or you got somebody else in mind, Emily?
I'll go Pantheon. You know what? I'll go Pantheon. Let's go.
All right, Crumbs, squeeze it in.
Akali as well.
Akali. Ah, wow. All
See,
right.
it's not even in the top 5.
What I take from that
Yes.
is Olaf and Pantheon not being here means y'all weren't big brain enough for this Twitch. But, I mean, Samira making it into that #1 spot. Mark, I guess you were closest with Akali, huh?
I guess so, but I'm still not very satisfied. I mean, I'm surprised Samira's that high. I know
People
she's
forgot.
annoying. I know Gale Force is annoying, but I'm still, you know.
Yeah, like she requires more coordination to shut her down, so I think maybe that's why in solo queue it always is a little harder. But also, people take a long time to read patch notes. She got nerfed way harder,
Yeah.
so I don't think she actually needs to be that permaban.
Maybe people are banning it like against their own team. Like, I don't want you to play.
Ah.
Definitely done that before. But I'll move on from that one then on that note. So we got our mind of Twitch chat at the ready. I'm ready to get into Twitter. So according to Twitter, who do you predict will be the Rookie of the Year? Note I want to make for our analysts here is this was actually posed before the lock-in tournament happened. So I don't know if y'all think maybe there'll be some differing in opinions from now compared to back then.
So
Right,
there's only
These are the
Go ahead.
4 faces?
That's what I was going to ask, is there's only 4 pictures here, but does Fudge qualify as a rookie? Because, I mean, he played in the OPL a lot. He made Worlds with the OPL teams. Is he a rookie?
I'm pulling up my trusty list. He is not considered part of this. So, you know, we got
Okay.
Diamond, Niles, Revenge, Iconic, Palafox, Blaze Olive, and Neo are your choices for this one.
Okay. I feel like Golden Guardians are going to struggle a lot this year, which makes it hard to think that they'll get Rookie of the Year, just because people are pretty results-oriented.
I'm going to hop on the bandwagon that Emily constructed earlier today about Revenge and say, hey, out of the picture I saw, hey, he was doing really well. He's playing a new champion, right? New meta champion for Graga's top. AP, tank, doesn't matter. He's doing really well in solo queue consistently, which is something that is important for players to maintain that consistency throughout the year, because this is Rookie of the Year. We're going to have to review this in months down the line, so I'm going to put my eggs on the guy that has guaranteed himself to be able to always play solo queue every year without tilting. Revenge for me.
All right, Crumbs
I feel like
walking into
Revenge. I feel like Twitter is going to look at Palafox and the Blaze Olive because they're the two. Like, if Fudge doesn't count, they're the two that I feel like people have been waiting to debut out of this group of people. I say that having brought up Diamond earlier because I think he's flown under the radar in comparison to some of these other players. So between those two, I'll go Palafox.
I forgot about the whole Twitter angle. I'm glad Emily reminded me. Who has the biggest Twitter following? I'm pretty sure it's Revenge, so I'm going Revenge. Oh, he's not even on there.
No! I think,
Oh my God.
They're former C9. That's what it is.
yeah, that's a Crumbs. I mean, you were casting Academy all this day. I feel like the hype around Cloud9 Academy was pretty high, no?
It was, but it was so much of it felt like it was focused around Fudge. Diamond really got a little bit of that hype. Palafox got some of it, but to see it be so drastic here, not surprising. Cloud9's got a lot of fans.
I mean, Emily had made the note about Ablazol. If he did squeak his way onto here, I know GG making a splash, as you noted, even though they didn't quite get the victory yesterday, still making an impression. All right, Twitter. I mean, followings definitely do make a play into this. Got one more question for you all. This comes from a specific player. According to Sword Art, what is the most important role in the game right now? I feel like you really have to consider the player's personality for this, right? Are they just going to name their own or actually think about it?
No player ever.
It's not top.
It's not top, and no player ever says their own.
I'm going to say he's going to say jungle, and then I'm going to get it wrong, and people are going to be like, you don't go Sword Art.
It's jungle or mid for sure. Oh, maybe AD. AD does feel pretty overpowered in the meta. I'll take mid because it just feels like the most classic answer. Mid.
What do you think? So Sword Art's a guy that's all about cheering up the team, getting everybody together, rallying them up. So what kind of attitude could he bring to looking at League of Legends and saying, hey, this is the role that affects everybody the most? Like, to me, that just sounds like jungle. It's written all over it, right? Getting everybody hyped up, everybody on the same page. That's what a jungler does. That to me is Sword Art. Maybe it's his secondary role.
Are you locking into jungler, Crumbs?
Yes. Yeah.
You got jungle, Emily, Mark?
I also got jungle.
I said mid.
All right, so mid, jungle. That's what our analysts have locked in. According to Sword Art, what it could be, let's find out. It's also interesting at this point in the season, I feel like, when obviously metas are developing. Yeah.
You know, it's also funny. It's never been top in AD. No one's ever said through the history of League of Legends the most important roles are those two.
Well, we actually have a video answer from Sword Art, so let's find out what it is.
I think jungler is the most important role in this meta, because if your jungler get the early advantage, you can easier to control dragon and herald. Also, you can invade enemy jungle to snowball faster.
2 out of 3 of our analysts are right.
Good choice. Good choice, Sword Art.
Nice.
It was obvious.
I also agree that jungle is the most important role.
Everyone hates junglers.
It's true.
So obvious,
it's
Mark.
True. Even the junglers themselves hate themselves. You have to be responsible for keeping your own hatred, because if you don't do it, it's going to be too painful when it comes from the outside, from your own teammates.
Man, that was a lot of fun getting to hear from Sword Art, as well as those of you on Twitter and Twitch. Thank you all for participating here on the Analyst Desk for our first edition of According to with LaTigris. I do want to hear your feedback from the fans, so make sure you share with me on Twitter what you thought, what you want to see out of the segment. We really want this to become your own, so send it my way. But in the meantime, we do have a match coming up very soon between Cloud9 and Immortals. Crumbs, what do you think people have to look forward to?
Okay, so if you're looking into this game, we're still hoping to see Cloud9 ramp up, but there's a matchup in the mid lane that is really exciting, because you get to see a player like Insanity that continues to play quite wild against Perks. So you have a lot of new players that get to measure themselves up against these players coming in from overseas that are really stellar. And with Insanity being the kind of guy that's not afraid to take a lot of risk, I think we actually get to see a really potentially thrilling mid lane matchup, which is not something I would have expected to say of Perks versus basically first-year LCS player.
And then I'm actually looking at the top lane. We mentioned Revenge previously. I mentioned how much I really, really specifically loved the Gragas pick in response to presumably that Dig were going to lock in Camille Galio, and they did. I thought it was a great response. I love the top lane Gragas. This actually probably shouldn't have happened in this matchup, but you know, good for Revenge for coming out and proving people wrong, right? Because people were saying, you know, he can only play in solo queue, et cetera, and he's had really good showings in these Gragas games. So Good job.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of criticism thrown his way of like, oh, there's more deserving top laners in Academy that they thought should deserve the chance. One of them was, you know, Fake God, slammed him yesterday. Now he's going up against Fudge, who was kind of the unanimously considered top lane, best top laner in Academy. And so this is a great opportunity for him to take down another person that people consider better than him. He's having a better lock-in so far. Fudge has been camped a fair amount. You can see the jungle proximity difference kind of going the enemy's favor, but he has been taken advantage of a little bit, and so he kind of needs to step up a little bit more here, and hopefully has a good series against Revenge.
Hey, Revenge got a mean mug. He looks like you're just talking bad about my
say?
Gragas, right? What'd you say about my? Well, they played against each other all year long, though. Like, these guys are no strangers to facing off against each other. They're rivals for at least 4 matches of last split on a FlyQuest Academy and C9 Academy, so I think that they're very familiar with each other. There's not going to be a lot of 1v1 exploitations, and it's going to have to be about taking those advantages that their champions are inherent and taking them into team fights.
I mean, one of them we've heard to be LCS ready for some time. The other one, according to his interview, having a bit of a chip on his shoulder going into this lock-in tournament. It is time for us to get into Immortals versus Cloud9, though. Will Cloud9 slash the lifespan of these Immortals, or will they themselves fall into the dirt? We have Captain Flowers and Azale with the call.
Welcome everyone to LCS Lock-In Day number 3. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and I am joined for the first time since Huanfeng opened up the Jhin ulti in the enemy base all the way back in the World's quarterfinals by Mr. Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. My man, I have missed our casts together.
I know, man. We didn't even get enough gaming in over the holidays, so we're going to have to make up for lost time here. Hopefully, we're in store for some bangers.
Well, we've already got a good one lined up here for our first matchup of the day. Cloud9 and Immortals going head-to-head here. Should be a very entertaining one. Cloud9, of course, dropping that first game of the lock-in tournament, much to the surprise of viewers everywhere, and then responding by going deathless on day number 2. So we'll see what form they show up in here on this one.
I mean, they absolutely crushed FlyQuest yesterday. It was just one outer tower that stood between them and a perfect game against FlyQuest yesterday, so that was pretty frightening to be sure. I'm going to be really interested in Fudge versus Revenge. We saw the analyst desk already talking about that. Fudge obviously having very strong words for a lot of the LCS players. He was kind of joking around, but still extremely confident coming into the LCS that he would be able to perform. Revenge has brought out back-to-back Gragas games. I want to see if he's going to go straight back to that again, or if he would look towards something like the Renekton. I think with Taliyah already being locked in, taking away the Renekton makes a lot of sense. That combo has been so popular in the lock-in tournament thus far. Point and click stun from the Crocodile, Taliyah flings you up, and you can pretty much get one shot off that.
Yeah, very scary stuff in some of these combinations, but the lock-in for the first round of picks here from Immortals will be the Kai'Sa that we've seen so much popularity from so far, as well as the Kindred here for Potluck.
A little bit surprising to see the Kindred this early on. I guess that they're obviously aware of the Renekton, right? He's hovering it. He knows that that's a good combo, so they must have some sort of answer in store for it. Perhaps they think that Kindred plus whatever top laner they're considering would be able to 2v2 comfortably if the Crocodile does get locked in. Jungle was obviously already picked, so we may have parity here if they want to go towards their support pick for Joey, who was banned out very heavily yesterday and still did have, you know, a really strong game on that Nautilus, I believe. So will be interesting. I already like the Alistar pick, though. Alistar I always find very frustrating to play against as a Kindred, simply because you can get headbutt out of the ultimate. Likewise, Gragas also works well with Kindred for the same reason. You can knock your opponents out of that ultimate, right? So you can use that to drop the ultimate early on in the team fight before someone gets burst down. You save the cask for that point, you ult them out, then you burst them down outside of that Lamb's Respite. So this is going to be the third straight game of Gragas top, very likely for Revenge. Yes, it could go to support. It's actually been played globally in the support role, quite a bit. But I am expecting it to go to Revenge since he's already played it twice and looked pretty solid on it.
And I like what we're seeing out of Immortals here, drafting a jungler that works so well with the pick that Revenge is comfortable on. When you have somebody in the top lane that you're looking to just sort of find your groove with, having them on a comfort pick can go a long way, and picking things that synergize with it and really put it into that spotlight and make it shine. I'm already enjoying the synergy I'm seeing here. Couple that with an S-tier 80 carry pick right now like the Kai'Sa is, and Immortals draft is looking solid so far. Let's see how the bans are going to turn out here in the second half. Gangplank banned away from Fudge, Syndra banned out, Yone banned out.
Yeah, very interesting. So banning out the GP, that can be a pretty tough matchup for Gragas, just getting poked away at. Can't really threaten the GP very heavily, as far as any sort of all-ins are concerned. I'm going to be interested to see what Fudge wants to go towards. Yone has been banned, but we still have things like Galio, so if they want to pick, a carry-style top laner, send the Galio mid lane, you can play towards Fudge in a similar way to what they did against FlyQuest, where we did have Licorice getting counterpick, he grabbed Fiora, he was doing well in the 1v1, but Perks was constantly up there in that top lane helping Fudge out. There are opportunities to really snowball a game through that kind of strategy.
Orianna, the first pick of the second half of the draft here for Immortals, grabbing something solid there in the mid lane, recognizing they've got to blind something here, and they want to leave that support pick open for the very last pick there. Puts Joey on something that they know he can try to win the 2v2 with. Let's see how C9's going to respond. And
it also still does mean that there's the possibility of a flex, right? Which is doubly important here, because now Fudge has to show the entire draft, so Fudge is going to have to show his pick. If Revenge gets some matchup where he just feels like it's unplayable for some reason, as Gragas, they could swap that around, put that down into support, and then actually change for a counter pick, which might actually be theoretically what we could get. The hover on the Fiora, if you wanted to counter pick the Aatrox, would be incredible. It's a very strong matchup there, but it does seem like Joey is going to be going for a pick of his own with the hovers he has been flashing through, and we'll get to see exactly what he wants to go towards down in that bottom lane. No, okay, so it will be a flex.
Nope.
So they are going to flex the Gragas down to bot. Revenge, Jace, like everyone talks about Revenge being this great solo queue player. Here's a little secret. Pretty much every single high elo top laner plays a ton of Jace, right? That is pretty much what their bread and butter is going to be. All of these guys love playing that champion. Revenge, if you ever watch the stream, he plays a tremendous amount of Jace. And, having that Jace into the Aatrox, this is definitely a matchup that you can take advantage of. If you get ahead, it can be very difficult for that Aatrox to be able to kind of safely wave clear under his tower. So it will be interesting to see if he can get ahead. That being said, you do have to deal with the Taliyah. If you're pushing heavily, you can get walled off by the Taliyah ultimate, and you can get all-in, of course, by the Aatrox plus that Taliyah combo. So going to be pretty interesting, because Jace is one of those champions that I do feel like has to have a pretty solid laning phase to really contribute a lot later on.
Oh, I 100% agree. It is a win lane, win game type of champion. That sort of philosophy has always been successful in a solo queue environment, like what you've been talking about with high elo players. Playing Jace, playing Riven, playing Camille, playing these things you can slam your lane with, turn 1 kill into 5 kills, and just start running away with split pressure. But competitive play is something very different. And we all know that here in North America, Jace has a little bit of a, how do I say this politely, reputation for not always hitting the bar that he would like to hit. So
He's trying his best out there.
He is trying his best, but sometimes his best isn't good enough. Poor old
a lot of
Jace.
participation ribbons.
We'll see if Revenge can step up here, because I actually like the fact that he's taken on the Jace. He's embracing that. He knows that he's going to have to butt heads with the NA Jace meme, but it also means that if he pops off, hey, he gets to pop off that much harder. People are going to be impressed if you're able to win with the Jace in North America. So I'm excited to see him really take this Chad 1v1 top laner up there and see what he can do with it. But of course, when you're playing a champion like that, Azale, it's not just about you. Your jungler has to make sure that he's properly warding, shadowing, protecting you, all of those things. Otherwise, it's so easy for the enemy jungler to just shut it all down.
Exactly. I mean, that's one of the things that I like to talk about the most, and it's one of the things that can sometimes be overlooked. Sometimes when top laners are asking for help from the jungler, it's not about like, come camp me, gank me 24/7. It's just get deep wards, because when you're playing a champion like Jace, the way that you dominate lanes is by pushing and harassing your opponent as they're trying to CS under turret. Being able to shove up to the tower and threaten turret plates and be able able to, have that safety to do that. And oftentimes, that is more than just a one-man job. You can drop your trinket in the river, you could put your pink in the tri-brush, but then maybe you need some deep boards over by their blue buff or something like that to give you that additional safety to know that you're not just going to get ganked. And I think that's even more important against a champion like Taliyah coming out of the jungle because by the time your river ward sees Taliyah flying on in on a rock wall, you can't react to that. You've got to have pre-warning that she is in that quadrant up around top lane so that you know how to play around it.
Now, the one bit of a saving grace there is the fact that he's not up against a point-and-click stun champion, something like the Renekton that we've talked so much about pairing so well with the Taliyah. Having to play against something like an Aatrox, not nearly as easy for Aatrox to set up the seismic shove from Taliyah there. So maybe even if the protection isn't available, he'll still be able to have a good lane, but you know that he wants to have that sort of assistance up there. Taking a look at everything on the map here as we're starting out. It is 2 teleports to 1 teleport, that favoring Immortals for those late game rotations. Perkz has opted to go with the heal in the mid lane on the Zoe, has Electrocute there as well. Topside Fleet Footwork for Fudge's Aatrox, just going for a little bit more sustain here with his rune in this lane. Oftentimes we see Aatrox go for Conqueror, but when you're up against Jace, you're not going to be able to reliably get that going and have those extended fights that you want to have. You can disengage rather easily, so rune choices all making sense here.
I've got to say, though, I am actually really surprised by the heal on Perkz. Generally speaking, I feel like there's a bit of rock, paper, scissors with your summoner choices in mid lane. And if someone goes defensive, then like out-greeting them is often the better choice, right? So, when his opponent is going TP, you either want to match the TP generally with your own, or you want to go for the aggressive option to try to punish the TP. Heal can't really do either of those. It may be useful, if he gets ganked or something like that, but Orianna generally isn't a champion with a tremendous amount of kill pressure, so you don't expect him to actually need to have that heal defensively to survive the lane. And if you don't need it defensively to survive the lane, then, why not be able to match TPs to better control the waves or go Ignite to try to actually threaten a kill on this player who isn't playing with a defensive summoner? So pretty surprised by that choice from Perkz.
We'll see how it fans out for him, if he's able to find any clutch moments, keep anybody alive with it, or if it just does ring true that he could have been better served by something else. But right now, let's take a look at where the junglers are pathing, where they're going to end up. You can see a full bottom side clear coming out from Potluck here as Blabber started on his blue and then immediately went down to the red side, just starting to clear out that buff and that Krug Camp. I was trying to remember the name of it there for a second. And let's also remember, for people out there who have forgotten or who didn't know, remember that when the Scuttle Crabs spawn, it's sort of just a coin flip, whichever one it spawns at. You're going to see Potluck closer to the top one, so he's hoping that that Kindred mark spawns on this top river crab.
Definitely is. And one thing you'll see sometimes the experienced Kindred players will do is, even if it spawns opposite side of the map, if you have full control on the side of the map that your Scuttle is on, you can just delay killing it and then take it later. Because if you do actually delay it, the mark will be forced to spawn on that Scuttle on your side. So there is always that option. And Sanity, you're going to have to be a little bit careful here, as we obviously know that Blabber is in that brush. And if he gets slept, sleep into that seismic shove can be very dangerous, but Blabber backing it off, and Potluck just continues to farm away here. It's also interesting to see Phase Rush over on Blabber. I do think that is going to be very, very useful if he ever actually runs into the Kindred. Kindred does rely pretty heavily on the E slow to actually be able to have any opportunity to try to chase down and fight against Taliyah. Being able to proc that Phase Rush means that you can either chase after Kindred, or if you face check Kindred, you can proc Phase Rush and easily retreat from that fight.
So what we just saw there, too, was Blabber showing himself walking through mid lane as he uses Smite on the top side Scuttle Crab. He sees that the bottom side crab is the one that has the mark on it, so he doesn't care about giving away information to opponents. He just wants to get to that crab as quickly as possible. And as soon as Blabber walks into vision in mid lane, you can see Potluck stop his pathing towards bottom side river and immediately start to channel a recall because he recognizes the bottom lane is also pushed in. Vulcan is roaming around. There's no way Potluck will have priority from his laners in that bottom side river. So really good stuff there from Cloud9, recognizing they can just hard force this, walk through mid, who cares, and guarantee that they keep that Kindred without a mark here off of the first couple of crabs.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that really is about the bot lane. You mentioned it, and Vulcan came up pretty early, even like largely before he had even moved through mid lane. Vulcan was up there checking, making sure that Potluck hadn't gone straight to that crab, because then if he had, he could actually try to contest it. But they're looking for an all-in here on the bot side.
2v2, Keith in some trouble, a lot of damage coming down there from the Infernum. Keith running away, but the flash follow from Sven says, see you later, buddy. First blood over to Cloud9.
Cloud9 bot lane coming into the lock-in tournament hot. They got a 2v2 kill yesterday as well, I do believe, and now another one here, taking down Keith, getting first blood over onto Sven, and Revenge potentially in some trouble here too.
Revenge trying to escape the Aatrox down to 250 HP, nearly out of mana. Time to go back to base and teleport back. He is not in any condition to continue laning here. Nice moves from Fudge early on.
Yeah, that was actually really close to him getting snapped back with the chain. So let's watch this one more time. Yesterday, Vulcan was able to get this catch off of someone stepping too forward to trade. This time, it's actually Sven setting it up with the root. So once Keith is rooted there, it's not even like he can flash the combo. So there's no real way for him to react to the headbutt pulverize coming in from Alistar. So just really nice coordination, really nice timing. Perks in some trouble. Heal maybe forced.
Perks?
Nope.
Okay, well, at least he has the heal to keep himself alive if he got any bit lower, but Insanity nearly able to take him out of the picture here in the mid lane, utilizing the shockwave as he hits level 6. You can see Revenge up here, only still level 5 against Fudge, but considering he's got help showing up, that ought to be enough. Fudge getting away, though, using the flash, and with Blabber nearby, they won't be able to chase him down.
Nicely done, though. They do force out that flash, and the fact that he was 6 there was actually pretty key, the additional speed, but, oh, he spotted him.
Oh, Fudge! He stays too long, and Revenge comes in and gets the kill. But the fight isn't over just yet. Immortals trying to find a little bit more here. Vulcan has roamed towards the top river too, but Cloud9 disengages in time. Right when it looked like Fudge had managed to get away, Revenge finds the kill.
Those lazy recalls, man, they'll get you every once in a while. You can really regret not backing it up a bit more. Potluck gonna be forced to flash, but he's probably dead. Oh.
Potluck flashing over the red wall, trying to get himself away, but Blabber throws another rock, and Potluck is down.
Oh, it's too bad because I don't think he realized that Alistar was still in the river. Had he known that, he could have actually probably just gone out to the right after flashing over the wall. I think he could have ran past the Raptor Pit towards his mid-tier 2 and actually escaped, but he didn't have information on where Vulcan was, so felt like he needed to run up and does get chased down. So Cloud9 getting that kill back on the top side. Immortals wanted to make sure that Potluck was getting control of some of those Scuttle Crabs, so they do get that for him, but costs his life.
Well, at least a little bit of a bounce back there for Cloud9 makes up for Fudge's very avoidable death in that top lane river brush. So, bit of a silly death here for both teams now, but Cloud9 still commands a small gold lead. Let's take another look at how this went down with Potluck going after the Scuttle Crab and then paying the price.
Yep, he did get that mark. Unfortunately, he didn't actually flash the Seismic Sub, so even though he did have the Dance of Arrows to hop over the wall and then was able to flash over into that red pit, he had taken so much damage that Blabber was confident he could actually chase him down. You know, if he had just flashed that initial Seismic Shove, I'm not sure if Blabber would have actually even committed his flash, because that would have been full HP, but now going on the bot side,
the 2v2 just don't stop as Keith's health bar goes pop. Sven gets a second one, and Immortals are falling apart in the bottom lane.
They are just getting crushed. Sven and Vulcan finding another opportunity here for the all-in on that bottom side. Keith getting put very far behind on the Kai'Sa. And this Kai'Sa Gragas lane just not being able to match up against Sven and Vulcan on the Alistar. Really just finding these engages constantly on them. That looked like a two-man headbutt pulverize. It did look like he caught them both. We'll have to check again in that replay, but really, really well done by this Cloud9 bot lane. And Immortal's going to try to get something back on this top side. You can see Joey immediately was heading up towards the Rift Herald, and he's going to try to help Potluck secure this because they have the push from Revenge. That is kind of their winning lane right now because Revenge got the kill on the lazy recall from Fudge, and he is up a bit in farm. They're going to try to look to play through top, but this means Keith doesn't really even get to play the game. Like, look where Keith is right now. He's backed by his tier 2 tower, cannot even walk up because he knows Talia just killed Dragon. Zoe is missing from mid lane. Alistar could be behind him. There's no way he can even move up to farm. So tough stuff here for Keith, but let's get another look at this. They fake the recall and then just move up. So they just weren't expecting. I think they thought that they were already out of there. Then Hex Flash catches both of them there with that pulverize, knocking him up. Easy kill for Sven and Vulcan. Just really clever stuff. Just the fake on the base really did, I think, give them that kind of false sense of security.
And the big thing for me is this is the second time this has happened now. Normally, if a team makes an error in a 2v2, dies without enemy jungler even showing up, you just see them start to play very defensively. They don't want to end up bleeding out any more gold, and it won't happen again. But before 9 minutes to grab 2 of those kills just like that in the 2v2, not a good sign for Keith and Joey. Sven and Vulcan know exactly what they're doing. They know these power thresholds. Now up in the top lane, let's see what Blabber can do. Looking to help Fudge out here a little bit. Revenge running away, but here comes the Weaver's wall. Revenge again tries to disengage, but a well-placed wall says no, sir. And Cloud9 finds their 4th kill of the game.
Yeah, Revenge wasn't even that far up, but without your flash, if the Weaver's wall gets behind you, there is no way out. So a great gank there from Blabber. Potluck moving up towards that top side, but not in the right place at the right time, not really able to try to defend his top laner. He will be able to pick up a lot of these little Krugs, which is where most of that gold is these days, and maybe soak some of the experience at the turret, but unfortunate for Immortals, because that really was kind of their one major advantage. That was where they were winning on the map. Now gold is actually equalized, and he's down in experience just off that one gank, because we all know in top lane, it's the second kill often that matters more than the first, because that is the one where generally people don't have teleport available.
And let's go back to what you were talking about in Champion Select, saying Jace is a champion that you need to win lane from. He has to go into the midpoint of the game from a position of power. He needs to be a 1v1 threat. He needs to be a split push threat. Well, that gank just alleviated the chances of that happening in a convincing and timely manner. So really good stuff from Blabber here. If you're a Cloud9 fan, you're happy to see it. If you're an Immortals fan, this is pretty concerning, because now neither side lane is in a really fantastic spot here so far. You do have about a 1-wave advantage for Insanity in terms of farm here in the mid lane over Perks, but both mid laners still sitting at 0-0 and 0. Bottom lane, bottom side River here getting into a little bit of a fight as the supports roam around with their junglers, and the AD carries are left to their own devices here in bottom. But you know what, Azael? I think Sven is perfectly comfortable in a 1v1 here in the bottom lane based on how his encounters with Keith have been going so far.
I mean, Keith is so far behind, and he is going for what is, pretty standard build here. He's grabbing the Dirk, and then he's likely going to build towards, his mythic item after that, then go back for the Collector. That seems to be the most common. Revenge. Really nice trade here. Sidestep on the Q3. He might go for this.
Super good. Revenge stepping away from the damage. Very solid positioning there. Chases Fudge out. And I want to talk here real quick, too. I love so many heart emojis. I can't even hold them all. His itemization against the Aatrox. Look at that, Azael. Before you even have the full lethality item completed, going for the Executioner's Calling for the Grievous Wounds. We heard Primal talking about this yesterday on the desk, saying he wants to see more Grievous Wounds from players, and I agree 100%, especially against an opponent like an Aatrox that you know is going Gore Drinker. He always builds this item. He has a ton of healing built into his kit as well. He's got fleet footwork. Honestly, if you didn't build Executioners, I would be incredibly concerned. I love seeing it this early. I think it's great to negate one of Aatrox's strongest points, particularly with this build. And I'm glad that we're seeing players adapt to just how necessary Grievous Wounds is in the current state of League of Legends.
That's Revenge's pre-med brain in action right there,
Yeah, that's what you go to med school for, so you can build Grievous Wounds.
Down on the bottom side, did Keith again? No, barely got away. That was a nice attempt again. Using the root there from Aphelios to set up for the fling from Blabber. It did cost them Blabber's flash, but the trade of flashes on Keith makes it worthwhile. Plus, Keith is already getting punished so heavily. We kind of got interrupted by that top lane trade, but Keith's mythic item is going to come in so late into the game. He just now has his Noon Quiver. But as we can see, Sven is working on his second item, and because Keith is going for the serrated Dirk first, to be able to try to get that upgrade earlier when he completes his mythic item, it's going to be probably like 20 minutes before he gets his first completed item, which means Kai'Sa is just all but useless until very late in the game.
Yeah, she's having a bit of a bad time right about now. Perks delivering the Paddle Star onto Insanity for half his health in the mid lane. Revenge stuck just sort of farming up here in the top side. Does still have about a 3-wave lead over his opponent. So let me ask you this, Azael. You said he needed to win the lane. You said he needed to be in a good spot coming into the mid game. Is 1-1 with a 20 CS lead good enough to justify picking the Jace?
I think it's enough, you know, especially given the fact that he actually absorbed a decent amount of pressure, you know, from his opponents up there. I do think that Jace, you know, scales fairly well, especially because he's going for the tier build. You know, he's probably going to be going into a fairly standard lethality style build, you know, Eclipse, grab the Manamune, just going more lethality. So you can kind of poke and scale alongside that. I do think it is worthwhile. Being up this much farm is a very good result. That being said, the rest of the map, like especially bot lane, has been such a disaster that like I'm not sure that there's any pick that would really, you know, feel good at this point in the game. Because they're obviously still very, very far behind. I mean, they've lost both the dragons. Bot lane's getting crushed. They lost their tower down there. Sometimes that's just the name of the game, right? It is a team game, and you know your 1v1 isn't the only thing that's going to decide it.
Stopwatch available here for Blabber. That's one to keep your eyes on here in the next fight when it breaks out. Gale Force also done for both the Kindred and Aphelios. Kai'Sa's still working on that. As you already brought up, it will be a minute before Kai'Sa is ready to go here with that first Mythic completion. Good poke there onto Joey as Perkz eats some damage back from Revenge. And Immortals have brought the whole squad here in mid lane to take down a turret and bring that gold lead just a little bit closer. It was slipping away almost up to 4,000. Brought it back down near 3 with that turret take.
I like that move, right? They used the Rift Herald that they had gotten earlier on that mid lane turret, so they want to actually cash out, take down that tower, move Revenge around the map. You know, he is their strong player right now. He has the Eclipse completed. He has the Executioners, so he's pretty ready to go for a lot of these skirmishes. And you know, if he can get shove and then rotate somewhere else, you know, land a Shock Blast, push them back a little bit, that can try to buy some space, buy some time for these other players on his team to really scale up. You know, Potluck has farmed pretty well. He is behind Blabber, but he has his Gale Force. You know, Insanity obviously wants to scale up. You know, he's going for this tier plus Ludens, pretty standard stuff on the Orianna. But it's Keith that really does need time to free farm, and it's kind of going to be Revenge's job to try to buy him that.
Perkz trying to move up into the front lines, get some poke down, but now you got your flank coming in from Joey, but it's a flank straight to the grave. You cannot put yourself in a spot like that against Taliyah, man. You are going to get seismic shoved all the way into a body bag.
Yeah, not like that, Joey. He was just trying to kind of wander through. Did look for, I think that was perhaps the flash body slam, but just wasn't really... It's ambitious, to say the least, to think that the Alistar isn't going to land some sort of CC on you. It feels pretty much guaranteed. And with Taliyah there, as you say, if one CC lands, you're going to get hit by the seismic shove. So Joey giving up his life alongside his flash, and that's a lot of where their playmaking is right now. He's basically their only engage, so it's more costly than most of the flashes on his team would be because they're so reliant on him making something happen.
So difficult for Immortals to decide when they actually want to go in. You can see Revenge getting an aggressive trade here onto Fudge. Misses the Shock Blast at the very end that would have really put him in a bad spot. But Revenge is playing this matchup very well. His opponent does have the Gore Drinker ready to go. And now we've got a replay to show you exactly what happened to poor Joey.
Yeah, so he was looking for a bit of a flank here, but they kind of got spotted out, I think, by that blue ward. And then he's trying to actually go through, and it looked like he went for the body slam flash. But because of the hitbox on that body slam, I believe what happened is when he tried to flash over the Alistar, the cow was a little bit too thick. So I think he clipped him with the hitbox there.
Too thick.
Some juicy beef. He couldn't get past him. and I think that it looked like the body slam actually maybe hit Vulcan. So it didn't land on his intended target, and everything kind of just went bad from there.
That ain't no McDonald's burger, man. That's some steak.
It's a juicy steak.
Right up there. That's good eating there for Cloud9 as they're looking to find themselves even more. Zven picks up another one, man. This Aphelios 3 kills and 186 farm at 18 minutes and 45 seconds. Zven is just in a spot to carry this whole game home. He
really is. He is ridiculously far ahead. Blabber is ridiculously strong. You know, even though Fudge is again behind, this has kind of been the trend in all his games thus far in the LCS. It's not so far behind that it really feels like it matters, especially when you have a really fed jungler with that semi-global in Taliyah. It makes it hard for Revenge to really push and kind of try to crush Fudge and make that a game-winning difference. You can see already, they know that Blabber is moving down here, so Revenge has to peel back, has to really play with respect to this Taliyah.
Blabber continuing to just pressure forward here. Goes for the seismic shove, but doesn't read it correctly, so takes a lot of damage from Revenge. If Revenge would have stepped onto that shove, he could have been in a bad spot, but now he's still in a bad spot. There's your damage. Moonlight Vigil. Look at what Sven is doing here in this game. He is in his element, Azael.
Yeah, he is so strong, and he knows it. He can just Gale Force in. He follows the flash with a flash, lands the ultimate, has just enough damage to finish off Revenge there. Sven running over this game. Vulcan really got him fed down in that bottom lane. This duo crushing through at this point. And, I mean, checking in on Keith, I thought it would be at least 20 minutes before he has his Mythic. Maybe he has it now on base, but we're coming up on Soul Point here in 4 minutes for Cloud9. Look at the itemization difference between these two marksmen. Yes, I think Keith will probably have his item now, and he does have the Gale Force.
Just completed.
Sven is going to have his third item very likely before Keith has his second, right? And you have to fight at this next dragon, or you're just giving up a free Infernal Soul. So it feels like the game is all but wrapped up, to be honest with you. Cloud9 are just in such an incredibly powerful position. It's going to depend on Joey getting some sort of a miracle engage, right? The fight must begin with Sven or Perks or Blabber, a major kill dying instantly. And honestly, it probably has to be Sven and no one else, because even if you kill Perks, Sven will probably just carry the fight if you spend all your cooldowns to kill the mid laner. So very limited options. And when you're playing on the other side of that, and you know that the only way you lose is if you get one shot at the start of the fight, guess what you do? You stand back and you wait till the Zoe pokes him a little bit.
Well, I've got some good news and some bad news based on that analysis, so I'll give you the vegetables first. They're down 6,000 gold, and what you just stated is practically impossible. The good news, it's just practically impossible, not completely, and Joey does have Flash. So if there is some sort of a snowball's chance that this could happen, Joey does have the tools he needs to be able to do it. Now, the important thing is that those tools stay available until that Drake fight becomes relevant. If Joey loses his flash, if he gets caught out and has to flash away to live sometime here in the next 3 minutes, man, that just spells disaster for Immortals. Because I think without the flash, it is completely impossible to get that engage on Sven based on how he's been playing, how good his positioning's been this game.
And how good at Cloud9 is at moving their vision around the map, right? Pretty much anywhere they want to play, they get a lot of wards. Right now, they have all their wards in the Baron quadrant because the dragon isn't up. There's not really any way to approach the areas that they're looking to fight without walking through wards. And it's also complicated by the fact that it feels like in current season, support spends so much time just kind of off on their own trying to give solo experience to their carries. And as a result, Joey is level 8 and Sven is 13. Perks is 14, and probably going to watch Revenge die here.
Oh, we got a couple of different plays in a couple of different places. Nice pickup onto Blabber as Revenge now stuck in the 1v2 should drop here. They'll give that one over to Fudge, so 1-for-1 across the map. Cloud9 losing their jungler for the first time. That should be some shutdown gold over to Immortals, make them feel a little bit better about the current state of the game. Perks trying to play pretty aggro here, but now Potluck's able to catch him out, put some good damage into him, continuing to jump forward here with a dance of arrows. Sven providing the cover on that one, making sure Potluck doesn't want to go anywhere closer.
Yeah, doing about 80% of his health in 2 autos. That's pretty good cover, Flowers. That's what I like to see. But they do get the shutdown. That is nice. So it is a trade of kills. More gold going towards the way of Immortals. But the dragon is going to be up here in 140. Thankfully for them, it didn't cost them the flash off Joey that you were talking about. Revenge, again, just doesn't really have the proper warding coverage, but it's tough because if you're supposed to be the guy who's making things happen on the map, you're the only one who's strong, so you feel some pressure to actually push out these waves and try to make something happen. But because they don't have any presence on the map, they have no warding, everywhere you go is going to be dangerous. It's so easy for that to happen, but if you just accept it and sit back at your 2-2 tower, you've already lost the game.
70 seconds to go here now until that ever so important Drake Soul spawns. It is a 6,000 gold lead. It's Joey getting over the wall with the flash. It's done. There's no way they have any sort of initiation potential against Cloud9 for this Drake fight now. Potluck also being forced to use the Lamb's Respite right here. Vulcan's chasing after him. The Drowsy comes through. Here comes the Cow. A little bit more damage will not be enough thanks to the heal given to him from Keith and his summoner spell there. So at least he's not down. Potluck's still in the game, but without the Kindred ulti, without the flash from the Gragas. this dragon fight is nigh on impossible here for Immortals, as they'll have to walk into that vision you were talking about, that lack of vision, I should say, and any brush could be the death brush that Cloud9 set up around.
Exactly, and Cloud9 is setting up that vision now. They've also lost the Tier 2 bottom lane, so they don't even really have a good staging ground. You have to be face-checking through this Talia and potentially the Zoe, who's going to be in the fog there. This is really, really scary for them. They see that Zoe's around, and I'm not sure how they're planning on trying to take this fight, how they're planning on approaching, but I think at this point they basically just made the call. This is our do or die moment. We must challenge for Soul, and I've got to say I agree with them.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way you win this once they get Soul, when they have a composition like Talia and Zoe. It's just not going to happen, and now the Soul's already been secured. Perk's trying to get away, but he will not do so. Keith getting his first kill of the game here, taking down Perks. Blabber in the stasis, staying alive. Immortals still looking to find something else here. They got a 5v4, but some health bars are low. Vulcan and Joey both under half. Immortals will win the fight. They got one enemy player down, but unfortunately for them, they lost that Infernal Drake. That's 4 in a row. That is Soul for Cloud9.
I feel like Immortals just need to YOLO the Baron. That's your only hope in the game. Like it's probably already doomed, and this probably won't work, but you got to do something. You have a tiny advantage right now because Perks is already dead. But as soon as he respawns, it's Soul. It's a 7,000 gold lead. It's all of that you're dealing with. So this is their last chance, really. They've got to all in on the Baron, try to get something done before Perks is here. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Vulcan's already stopping him. Nice initiation coming out there from the cow. Joey getting away, and the stasis damage coming over the walls. Ben is unstoppable. He's killing them all. Double kill over to the AD carry from Cloud9, and the rest of the squad's going to clean up everybody. Blabber grabbing a double of his own. Make it a triple for the Blabberfish in the jungle. The ace for Cloud9. Put the TY for leash in the all chat. And look at what they've got themselves. Azael, 10,500 gold lead, 11 kill advantage. Drake sold to nothing, and everybody's wearing purple.
This is the Cloud9 fans were hoping for from their team when they got Perks. But it wasn't Perks this game. It's Blabber. It's Sven crushing through this game. Sven and Vulcan, back-to-back games, have decimated the opposing bottom lanes. And it has been so incredible to see how well they are able to extend these advantages. When you look at Sven and see how far ahead he is of Keith, it is just insane in this game.
Oh, Kindred using the Lamb's Respite in time there right as she took a nap. Would have been a much longer nap with a black and white screen if that ability did not get activated. So Perks quickly and effectively removing one of Immortal's greatest team fighting tools. And now he and Vulcan looking for a potential collapse onto Keith. But Keith knows this is coming, gets himself back. 2 inhibitor turrets already cracked immediately after the Baron was secured. And this just means the game is in very dire straits for Immortals. 2 of those inhibitors now vulnerable. They can force a fight on either one of them if they want, then just wait for the super minions to roll in and take down the third. Cloud9 has nothing but options here.
Yeah, Cloud9 can pretty much do whatever they want. You know, you just push up all these Baron minions. They're going for a pick, though. Nicely done, deleting Blabber.
The second time now, Immortals has managed to catch Blabber in a bad position and blow him up before he's able to get his team to get in there to help him or use his own stasis to stay alive. Now Cloud9 will go pushing towards that last remaining inhibitor turret. There you go, taking it down. More damage coming out now as Insanity's in a bad spot. Using the stasis, staying alive. Potluck jumping away. Remember, there's no Lamb's Respite. 2 members of Immortals down to just barely any HP, having to go back to the fountain. Despite the fact that Cloud9 is 4v5 on this map, their gold lead is 12,000. So even with a player dead, they still have more active gold in combat power out on the map in a 4v5.
Exactly, and I like that Immortals are taking their swings, though. They're not just laying down and dying. They are looking for these engages. It's just they're so far behind that the one pick doesn't do much for you at this point, right? You know, they're able to land the Gragas ultimate, the Shockwave, Keith ults in, they get the kill. All these things are happening correctly, but you said it. I mean, Sven is almost unstoppable, right? They have so much more gold on the map, and really, unless you can kill off the Aphelios, you can't win the fight afterwards. Like, look at that. He's 4,400 gold ahead of his opponent. He's And Keith is the richest person on his team at this point, right? So he's nearly 5,000 gold ahead of most of the players on the opposing team, which is just insane. Like you can add Joey's gold to most of the people on his own team, and he's still behind Sven.
It will not equal the enemy AD carry. Holy moly, man! When you put it like that, Sven is just absolutely running this game here on Summoner's Rift. Meanwhile, we have Perks at 0, 1, and 2. He's kind of just been playing PvE the whole game, hitting minions with bubbles, just throwing out a paddle star here and there. It's a good game to be a mid laner, man. Just chilling out and relaxing a little bit here as Cloud9 has 2 inhibitors down. Looking to maybe take that third one. It is already exposed and vulnerable. Cast comes out, but it only finds Alistar, and Joey delivers the enemy initiation right into the back line. Keith at 280 Ender. Goodbye Insanity. Goodbye Immortals. Hello, Cloud9. Keith trying to continue running away as Blabber chases down Potluck. Keith knows there's nothing left to do.
Perks wants a kill.
Sarcastic emotes. Perks wants to get himself on the board, but it looks like Blabber denies it. GG, well played. 19-4. Cloud9 take the win.
Back-to-back games now. Cloud9 are crushing it. They have come alive in this preseason tournament, really looking good after that first game, and I think this is much more the level people were expecting. People were expecting them to be number 1, number 2, to look dominant, to be clearly above most of the teams in this league, and the games that they've shown us over the last 2 days have shown that those preseason expectations, I think, are coming to fruition. Immortals, there were some good things going on for them. I think both their solo lanes held up actually pretty well. Revenge was winning top lane for pretty much the whole game, it felt like. Insanity was even alongside Perks, but it just didn't matter because Sven and Vulcan decimated Joey and Keith. They got multiple early kills. They set up so well with the Aphelios route into the combo. No way for Keith to actually react to that. Joey wasn't able to disengage the opponents, and they just snowballed that game incredibly effectively. Blabber got really fed, but it felt like it was all about the Cloud9 bot lane to me.
100%. Vulcan was constantly making plays, finding ways to initiate and land that CC onto multiple targets. We spent the whole game talking about Sven. I don't even have to mention how hard he was popping off again. And Blabber, just a couple of mistakes getting caught out from Immortals, but when you weigh that against the things he did right, he really got the team rolling everywhere, just made sure things happened, was constantly on top of the objective control, guaranteed they got that early soul, and Cloud9 is looking good here after 3 games played in the lock-in tournament. Dash is going to hear from Sven after the break, but not until you subscribe to the new home of LCS content. That's youtube.com/LCS. Get that set up, and we'll see you here after this for the post-game interview.
Honda MVP.
Dreams aren't achieved overnight. They take passion.
It's Mr. World, right?
Dedication. And even then, there are no guarantees. But for the LCS, that's the power of dreams.
Too bad!
It means you never give up. It means you always play again. Honda, proud automotive partner of the LCS. post-game interview. I am Dash here along with C9 Sven. Sven, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I think our first game of LCS wasn't so great, but the last two have been pretty good. I think I performed pretty well both yesterday and today. We're against the best teams in the league, but it still feels good to show off a little bit.
I feel like anytime I talk to you, I could talk to you for hours. So I'm going to try and cram in as much as I can into a very short period of time and let you get back to your team. As you mentioned, it was kind of a tough first loss to kick off the lock-in tournament, followed it up with two very dominant wins. How are you feeling overall, though, about the lock-in tournament, both its existence, format, and what it's going to kind of mean for the teams developing into the beginning of the season?
I think it's cool that we get a lot of games right at the start. 3 games per week is also pretty cool. I think just change in general is nice. The old system of 9 weeks of 2 games per week is just a little bit boring. Best of ones in the long run gets kind of boring, I guess. I think this tournament is kind of cool for viewers as well, so I like it. I don't know if the group system is that well designed because some groups might be harder than others. I think the other group than ours is a little bit more stacked, I guess. But besides that, I think it's a pretty good format. And I think it's exciting to watch all the teams early in the season.
Yeah, it kind of speaks to the difficulty of, power ranking the teams before we've seen any of the games. That one of the groups can definitely look a little bit more difficult. Looking ahead to next week when we get in, and the week following when we get into the knockout stage and, having best of threes, best of fives, how do you feel that's going to kind of warp the way teams look at Spring Split? Because we don't normally get the time to play teams multiple games in a row this early on in the year.
Yeah, I think it always sucked before when you could play like 1 or 2 best of fives, and you go to Worlds with just that. Like when you go to summer finals, you can play the semis because you have a bye, and you play one final, and you go to Worlds, right? And you go to Worlds with like 2 best of fives under your belt. So I think this change, giving everyone a bit more best of 3 or 5 experience, is kind of nice for the region overall. So yeah, I like the early best of fives, and it gives a lot of good practice for the season.
Sweet. Let's talk about this game a little bit. You had some big 2v2 kills in the bot lane, yourself and Vulcan this time around. But people so far have been talking a lot about, best bot lane in North America. And the names that have been popping up more often, Huhi, FBI, Tactical, Core JJ. Are people forgetting about Sven and Vulcan? Like, what's going on? Are you guys here to make a statement in 2021?
Yeah, I think last year we were making fun of everyone, the whole spring split and most of summer split. But then at the end, C9 as a team, like our team, faltered a little bit as a team. And then we look worse than those 2 bot lanes. But I think we're still really good. And I personally think it's mostly between us and TL bot lane. But I mean, we'll see when we face against one of Thieves or TL. I still think we're pretty good.
Final question I have for you, as you did reference the disappointing end of the split just last year, is all the changes that Cloud9 has undertaken between last year and this, not least of which, of course, is Perks coming over in the mid lane, but as well, we've got Rainover moving into the head coaching role. You've got Mithy and others coming on in supportive coaching roles. So for you, what excites you most about this year for Cloud9 and the development that lays in front of you?
I think last year our coaching wasn't as great as it is this year. So this year, I think even if we have a slump or we fall into like this, losing streak, we can still come back. And I feel like maybe we have problems in scrims. We've figured out the problem really quickly and we learn from it really quickly and we just get better very quickly. I think our scrims are very productive and drop meetings are good and we don't waste much time doing things that we don't need to do. And I feel like I can just trust my coaching staff and I can focus on my own thing. So I feel very confident in my coaching staff today, or just in general. So yeah, I'm super excited for this roster. I think it's only uphill from here.
Awesome. Already looking this dominant. I'm excited then to see what improvement looks like. We're going to head back to the analyst desk to break down the rest of this Cloud9 victory. Sven, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dash. Sven, reminding everyone of why people were so hot on Cloud9 at the start of last season with the acquisitions of himself and Vulcan. We're back here on the analyst desk. I was told that we were going to get Zeus the Cat as our third analyst for this, but I guess we have Alorum instead. Welcome to the desk, my friend.
Unfortunately, you have me instead of my cat. I'm sorry to the audience.
Why not both? Why not both?
I'm still
She's
waiting
busy
on that
sleeping right now.
Yeah, she's got a lot of things to do. I don't know if y'all ever, I guess Mark would be the biggest expert on what happens in a cat today, but we have you on here for some other parts of your expertise. What were the first takeaways from this match where Cloud9 really made a statement against Immortals?
I think the first statement was made when the match was decided that these two teams would go against each other, because at the top of the day, it was the style, like what a win for Cloud9 of the season is so different than what a win is for Immortals. So these two teams are already competing in just different tiers within the league. But when you see that the draft, you actually feel like, hey, Immortals is doing something cute there with the Gragas flex. They're actually getting champions that they like. It's just that Cloud9 is just a tier above with their players.
Yeah, I wanted to hit on the Gragas flex a little bit more because I thought it showcased a lot of intelligent thinking from the coaching staff and the players. Like, they've played Gragas 2 days in a row before, and then they take it last in the first phase of the draft to set up, like, hey, this is going to be our top laner. They ban one top lane out, but then they kind of leave the rest open, and it sets up this situation where it baits C9 into thinking, okay, the Gragas is going top, we'll take the Aatrox, and then last second you can try and give Revenge a better matchup by taking the Jace into it. So overall, I like the idea, and I don't think it was like, oh, the flex kind of screwed them over because now Joey has to play Gragas. He can't play Gragas. You know, like sometimes that does happen when you try getting too cute, but this just looked like Vulcan ran them over.
Well, and also with the top lane, it's pretty common for us to see Renekton and Aatrox blind picks, and a lot of the time we will see counter picks with Ornn. We saw that on day one. I think it was 2 or 3 teams picked Ornn into the Renekton, and so this time they opted for the Jace, and I think this is a little bit more difficult comp for Immortals to be playing, especially in the first few weeks of the lock-in. When you play Jace, you're aiming more for a split push comp because Jace's team fight is pretty much only poke, unless you have a really good team fight and a really good engage. So it's nice to see that Immortals was trying to do something a little bit more difficult and play around that carry style that Revenge is so famous for. But in this game, it didn't really work out.
Diving a bit deeper into that, Alorum, because we talked before this game about the familiarity of these two players, having both played in Academy. What did you make about those early moments when they were first facing off here today?
Well, when you play Aatrox versus Jace, it is a winning matchup for Jace, and he does get the shove, which is really important for the jungler. You have a Kindred who wants to invade, go to the Gromp, and get those stacks. However, Fudge did make a little mistake, and in his rune choice, he brought Fleet Footwork, he brought Second Wind, and he started Doran Shield. That is telling that he just wants to survive the lane. They're not planning around playing top. So had he not made that mistake, it would have been really easy for them to just go through the lane with no troubles at all. He brought so many defensive tools. It was minor, and it didn't seem to impact the game overall, especially because Jace burned his flash, which meant Talia Blabber could go to the top lane and easily pick up on a kill, which he did later.
It's one thing to capitalize upon these mistakes to get yourself a great moment, Crumbs, but from then on, Cloud9 did not make very many.
Yeah, they had advantages in their own lanes, and they knew they didn't have to go elsewhere. This is something that Cloud9 is going to continue to do better than most teams throughout the league, which is that when they have a lane or a 2v2 that's just winning, they're going to continue to exploit that and win the game off that. This is not a team that's going to pay a visit to Fudge when he knows he has to play weak side. They're just going to hammer away at the bot lane, so you just have a highlight reel of Sven and Vulcan. When the mid 2v2 takes a bot lane turret and just starts to roam around the map, you know that you just get a death squad that is so hard to contain. Look at how good this Alistar is, zoning 4 people into the pit so that the Aatrox can get into the mix and just pummel them away while they're tanking, while they're getting their stats reduced. It's just a really all-out, well-executed comp that had a lead early and never let go.
It was a really interesting game for me because the members of C9 that were the carryovers from last year absolutely destroyed the substitute players for Immortal. So it did feel like a big mismatch where, you know, Keith and Joey are stepping in. They're supposed to be raising Destiny down there as the actual starting roster. They got ran over. Potluck made a number of mistakes in 1v1 situations versus Blabber getting caught out and dying a couple times, which really did hamper that topside snowball that could have happened with the Jace. So, like, it was one of those ones where it's hard to have that many big takeaways. I mean, Perks had 21% kill participation. Like, this is the superstar signing that, you know, was just an afterthought in that game. So I think both teams can walk away from this with some things that they need to look at.
Yep, and Cloud9 fans reminded of the fact that 3 of the players that are still the same on this team still performing at that top caliber and really confident in the W that they just picked up in our first game of the day. We are going to head to a commercial break, but on the other side, it is 2 favorites of the fans thus far. We have Team Liquid and 100 Thieves facing off. Stay tuned.
Change of range.
Welcome back to the LCS Lock-In Tournament, where we've got 100 Thieves going up against Team Liquid, whose first game of the tournament showed that they're the kind of dominating force that we expected.
TL, it's really been all to book so far. They crushed game number 1, even with that sub. Obviously, Santorin unable to play with them for the first game. They had Armeo in there, and they looked really, really good. 100 Thieves, another team that people have high expectations for, could be more of a challenge, so we can kind of judge just how good TL is going to be.
Yeah, on the 100 Thieves side, we saw a very beastly performance on day number 1. And then on day number 2, things didn't quite go according to plan. Losing to CLG with a couple of subs on the roster doesn't feel good. But all good things and bad things have to be taken with a grain of salt. Right now, we've only seen a couple of games out of every team, but we will need to see that beast mode from 100 Thieves here yet again if they want to have a chance against TL.
Yeah, and something I'm really excited for is the 2 bot lanes. We saw some of those highlights from Core JJ and Tactical, but another incredible bot lane is FBI and Huhi. Even in their loss, I still thought that they looked really, really good, coordinating well here with Closer to pick up a second kill after they had already killed off Smooth. They were getting 2v2 kills. We saw FBI with some highlight plays in his first game, dodging out skill shots, Kai'Sa ulting in aggressively, killing off multiple members in these fights. And it does feel like FBI and Huhi are picking up right where they left off in the summer playoffs, where people were so hyped about them, talking about them as one of, if not the best bot lane duos in the league. And it's fun to see all of these really strong duos popping up. Sven and Vulcan clearly back in form after what we just saw from last game. FBI and Huhi looking really good. Tactical and Core JJ are nasty. We have some really, really good bot lanes in the league, and I am so excited to see 2 of them clash head to head. I want to find out which bot lane is better today.
Well, they're already focusing on the bottom lane here with the first ban from 100 Thieves being against the Rel, keeping that one away from Core JJ. Also going to ban out the Akali here. We saw the analyst talking about it earlier on today about how Akali is very banned in a lot of different ways.
Very banned.
Not really surprised too.
The most
yeah,
banned.
very, very banned. Yep, she is very banned. I'm the talk fast guy, not the smart guy. It's your job to word things intelligently. Taliyah and Pantheon are also banned away. We won't be seeing no more Taliyah like we usually do. Nidalee also out of the picture.
Pantheon, another very banned champion. I agree. So
yes,
we'll see what they want to go for. Alfari, obviously, we just have the 1 game sample size, but he was killing it in game number 1. Looked really, really good on the Camille. I am excited for this guy. We talked about the bot lanes, but damn, there's a lot you can talk about in this matchup. The top lane also going to be incredibly hyped. Someday, one of the best players in the league, has been a really good top laner for a long time, now kind of has the roster around him. People feel like it is his time to shine. Alfari was the best regular season top laner in the LEC, was first team All-Pro in summer. And Olaf, I think this is the first time Olaf has gotten through at all. Olaf is pretty much permaban status. Gore Drinker Olaf is not a lot of fun. The healing amp on the W amps the Gore Drinker heal. If you get in the middle of the whole team, you can just go whoop right back to full health from nothing. So it's pretty frightening to play against.
As soon as I saw the Olaf locked in, it's like in the distance, I could already hear the sounds of thousands of keyboards pre-typing up a Gore Drinker Olaf post to go on Reddit after the game is done if 100 Thieves win. I swear that this champion and item combination has been complained about as much as like Zoe has. But if you want to talk about champions that draw people's ire, let's talk about Samira, who won the Twitch chat vote for what needs to be permabanned right now. This champion is capable of popping off if she's able to hit her ultimate, hit that S-style grade, and turn into a mobile Katarina ulti with crits and lifesteal. Incredibly powerful in the team fight. Lily has been strong for a long time now too, so we'll see that one in the jungle from Armeo. And the next 2 picks from 100 Thieves will be Galio and Aphelios.
Okay, so very interesting stuff here. This could be support Galio, this could be mid Galio. I think since we have Demonte, it's more likely to be going mid lane to him. He has always been really good at the champions with semi-globals and globals. He's great on TF and Galio and Taliyah and all these types of champions that can roam around the map and make things happen. I really think that is his bread and butter. Banning out the Gnar here, that is a pretty common answer to the Renekton. It's a very good matchup, generally speaking, for the Gnar. Hard for the Renekton to actually close the gap, get on top of, and punish that little Yordle. So we're going to be taking that away. But to talk about Samira a little bit, I mean, Samira, I think, is somewhat divisive. People either think it's like super OP, or sometimes, you're hearing more teams in pro feel like it's actually not that strong. You just have to have point and click CC. You have to have ways to interrupt the ultimate. And if you do that, it can be, pretty difficult sometimes to get that big channel ultimate that is kind of the high point of Samira, because without that, your team fighting isn't as effective. And we do have Galio over on the other side, so that is already one pretty solid source of CC. If 100 Thieves grab multiple, things could get more difficult for Tactical. And I've also found, just in general, if Samira gets ahead, it feels like it's GG. But likewise, if Samira is really far behind, she's really not that scary. She's one of the worst ADCs from behind. You know, doesn't feel like it's one of these sit back and farm style champions. You want to be killing people, you want to be scrapping, and showing up at these dragon fights from ahead to where you can play with reckless abandon, dive in and kill people off.
Well, with Gnar, Gangplank, Orianna, and Alistar all banned away, looks like Team Liquid feels pretty comfortable just locking in the entirety of their bottom lane here. When you have Samira on your team, you love to see something like Leona that also wants to go in and play very aggressively. Core JJ and Tactical practice a ton together, playing solo queue, playing in-houses, making sure they've got that synergy down pat. It's one of the things that I think Core JJ in particular excels at beyond other supports, is knowing breakpoints, power spikes, whenever he can go in against anyone, no matter what the 2v2 matchup is.
Yep, and well, I was talking about easy CC for the Samira. Guess what Lulu does? Polymorph. Ultimate for the knockup. These are great answers. You know, some of the things that are less common in pro play that I've run into as Samira is Lulu, and we're never going to see it, but Garen. Garen's actually really frustrating because the Q silence actually interrupts your ultimate. You know, Cho'Gath can work similarly, but I do think Lulu, for that reason, is very strong. The scary side of it is if the Lulu herself is getting hit by, you know, a solar flare, any sort of CC coming out immediately from the Leona, you could just be the target that dies. You could be the target that gets 100 to 0'd in that CC from the Leona, who has that point and click stun. You know, with the Q, if you can land the solar flare, it's pretty much guaranteed you're going to hit that Zenith Blade and Q to follow that up. And then, of course, the Samira passive knocks you up when you're clicking on that CC target. So that can be pretty frightening to deal with. Aatrox going to be the top laner here for Someday, as a couple bans already went that way. I do think that this is preferential to Renekton, but not by so much that Someday cannot survive. And Someday is so proficient on this champion that if you can land those Qs on the sweet spots, if you can outplay, you know, some of the Renekton damage, you know, dashing out of the Q, landing your own, there are ways to win that matchup. So will be pretty interesting. Jensen also going for the Cassio, which I think is really, really good in the 1v1 against Galio. Laying down the miasma, Galio cannot use the Justice Punch, cannot actually get out of there. And it can be pretty scary at times to try to be shoving the wave and potentially having Cassio chase you down or even get a really winning trade there.
So the big thing I'm looking at here is for both teams, they have frontline drain tanks. Both top laners love to go for a gore drinker, love to be tanky by jumping into the middle of as many people as possible, letting that health really walk the line and then going right back up to full by activating it. But the difference here is that Team Liquid also has a traditional tank in a Leona that just absorbs a bunch of damage, whereas on the other side, it's two drain tanks, Aatrox and Olaf. Not just two drain tanks, Isaac, but two drain tanks that have healing amplification built into their kits. For anybody out there that can't get what I'm going for here, Oblivion Orb, Executioner's Calling. These items are going to make such a difference in this game for the side of Team Liquid. The carries need to be setting those up ASAP if they want to stop these two champions from being able to dive with impunity and heal back to full.
Exactly. I mean, especially when you have a Lulu behind you buffing you up, it's even harder to burst them down before they are going to get a lot out of their sustain. So if you do not have some sort of healing debuff there, that just gets even more difficult. I actually like the rune setups quite a bit here for the 100 Thieves bot lane. Cleanse on the Aphelios, and then it's going to be Guardian for the Lulu. A lot of Enchanter supports, it can actually work very, very well if you were worried about the all-ins coming across, of course, versus Samira, as well as the Leona. That is going to be what you have to worry about. Tactical can take Cleanse of his own to deal with Taunt, to deal with Polymorph, but as I said, it does actually cancel the ultimate. So, you know, when that ultimate gets canceled, you have to restack the style points to be able to use that once again. So it still can be pretty effective. But, you know, with this setup, Huhi needs to make sure that he is not the one being engaged on, that he is behind FBI. FBI can cleanse the CC while Huhi is there to defend him.
They are going to have to make sure they're on top of those 2v2 mechanics to play well against Core JJ and Tactical. Junglers will be starting on opposite sides of the Rift here today, so we will see Closer grabbing that blue buff there at the very start. Of course, helps Olaf make sure that his clear is fast as hell. Going through those camps, spamming the axes, getting out onto the Rift and doing some PvP as quickly as possible. Armeo will be heading up towards the top side there, and we'll see if he decides to get involved. But meanwhile, we got the 2v2 already starting up. This is what I'm talking about. Radazale, you've got to be respecting Core JJ and Tactical. The 2v2, they always know exactly what they're capable of.
Oh my god, there's no way I think that they were expecting that Tactical would actually start E there. Tactical did not go for the Q start, which you almost always will see from the Samira. So FBI and Hui, they started in lane while TL's bot lane was trying to leash. So they thought, we can just step past the wave. We don't actually need to be worried until level 2 when Leona has her Q and Tactical has ZE. Instead, they just start Zenith Blade as well as the Samira dash. So they're stepping up here playing all aggressive, but Core JJ is just moving in further and further and further, holds that Zenith Blade until he knows he can nail it, and then Tactical ease in on top. So when FBI flashes, the flash follow is immediately there from both. No distance is made, and oh my god, what a way to start that game. The level 1 2v2 kill. That is how you assert some dominance.
Tactical and Core JJ, man, they're just built differently. These guys are so good in the bottom lane here. Someday getting himself a nice trade against Alfari. 7-18 in the farm, though, so Renekton taking a nice early lead against that Aatrox up there in the top side, but we'll see if FBI and Huhi are able to recover the bottom lane like what I was talking about last time. I said that I was really concerned for Immortals in the previous game because not only did they die in the 2v2, they did it more than once, and typically after that first death, you'll see players just approach the situation much more carefully. And from Huhi and FBI, I expect them to have that appropriate level of care and be like, okay, we fell for this once, don't let them do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that they were expecting Samira to actually start with E and that they could get all in like that. But, you know, the Zenith Blade, you know, coming through, landing that. Tactical's low now, though, and Closer is behind. So this actually should be a dive that they can pull off. There's no summoners on TL. This should be pretty much guaranteed if they do it right.
Core JJ already going in there, looking to turn it right back around. Closer staying underneath the turret, going to be drawing the turret aggro. Flashing away, Core JJ and Jensen looking to grab a little bit more. Jensen has TP'd into the fight, but he's completely without mana. He's a caster minion. Cassiopeia does nothing in a situation like that. Double kill over to Aphelios as Jensen grabs a kill into Closer now. Alfari has teleported into the fight. FBI wants to run away, but the dice after the slice gets it done. And Team Liquid ends up making this a 2-for-2 trade.
They do make it a 2-for-2, but they spent 2 teleports to make it an even trade. Neither of the solo laners responded there from 100 Thieves. So that is still a very big win from 100 Thieves. You know, Jensen came in with that early TP, but Cassio, as Cassio players know, early on has a lot of mana struggles, and he was already low on mana when he arrived, so they're able to actually respond to that. In this, the Honda performance play, we see this happening one more time. Huhi pulling aggro initially, tanks as many tower shots as he can, 3 tower shots, then he is out. So FBI, who was getting burst down, didn't take any tower damage during it, allowed him to survive. Then Jensen has Closer low, but they realize, Jensen, you got no mana. So they turn around, they get that kill, but in comes Alfari. Unfortunately, the Crocodile's TP could not be interrupted. Alfari held the dice after the slice to follow after that route, and now they're on Closer, who has no flash.
Oh man, they just catch him out of position and pop him just like that. The rotations from Core JJ putting himself in the right spot, and when you have the damage over time from a Cassio and a Lilia right next to you, it's easy money.
Yeah, Core JJ getting a little bit of revenge on Closer. You come to my lane, I'll come to your jungle. Roaming up there, finding him going to the Raptors, making him pay. And a good kill there, you know, from TL, getting another one back, putting Lilia ahead of the curve because Closer spent that time ganking instead of farming. Armeo on Lilia already ahead on the farm, and then him dying again means he's going to get even further ahead. Now they're trying to set up a dive here onto Someday, who is not 6, and with this huge wave stacked, he knows they could be up there. He basically just has to leave. He had that ward in the river to spot them, but it still really sucks to watch the cannon and 2 full waves die to your tower. That is going to put him really far behind. Alfari also got a kill off the TP. This is actually a 3rd wave he's going to lose. Someday is going to be screwed.
And look at Alfari too. Executioner's calling first item to stop the healing from Someday. Dive into the bottom lane as Tactical Core JJ try to escape. 100 Thieves going in with a 4-man play. Tactical cleanses too early, and Demonte picks up the kill. Now they're trading 1 back, but they're picking up 1 more. It's a 1-for-2 here for 100 Thieves in the bottom side.
It's really good to see them go back, look to punish where those summoners are down. They knew Tactical just barely still didn't have his flash. Jensen, though, on the roam here, and they have a double sleep.
Jensen from the flank angle looking for the damage onto Huhi first, but that's not the right target, baby. Chop, chop goes the axes, and Closer gets himself a kill.
That is huge. They just didn't have the damage to actually push through the Lulu, plus all the sustain coming out there from Closer on the Olaf. So again, they return to bot side. Yes, Someday got zoned off a lot of experience in gold up on that top lane, but they return down bot, they get a double kill, and then they kill Jensen, who overestimated his power here on the roam. Here is the initial play after they had known. Jensen went top, he's back in mid lane. They go for this, the nice double axe after the dash had already come through from Tactical, so that was guaranteed to hit. And then that early cleanse that you did call out here, I think he was trying to cleanse the slow, perhaps. It looked like a Glitter Lance maybe hit him, and he was trying to cleanse the slow to stay ahead of the taunt. Unfortunately for him, he could not get out of range of that. Does get hit by the taunt, does get taken down. Then Jensen on the roam here, looking for the ult, but not able to actually connect on the stun. Huhi was turned away from him, and then Huhi, with the stopwatch on the poison, puts the shield on his teammate, not on himself, goes into the stopwatch, survives, and allows Closer and FBI to get that kill. That is some great support play.
Really good stuff from 100 Thieves happening throughout the entirety of that play, from making the choice to bring 4 bodies down to the bottom lane to being able to turn on Jensen there. And I gotta levy some critique towards Jensen so far this game. We've seen 2 playmaking attempts out of him, with both of them failing to consider the resources that his opponents have available. The first time he teleports into bottom lane with no mana, the second time he makes a flank without understanding his own champion's current power state and ends up just getting himself killed instead. Jensen needs to have a little bit more awareness of the fights that he's deciding to join up with, because both of those deaths were avoidable.
I agree, but you also have to give some big credit over to how 100 Thieves handle it, especially in the second one. Both of them facing away from the ultimate, so no one got stunned on the initial ult. Then Huhi stop watching last second to avoid the death to the poison. Now Jensen in some trouble here. He has no flash just yet.
Haunted up, and nope, you can't use the petrifying gaze on an Olaf. Flash follow to get it done. Doesn't want to chase after the Lilia. Back here on the bottom side is Tactical losing out in the trade against FBI, who walks a little bit too close to the turret there. And 100 Thieves now leading in kills after grabbing the kill onto Jensen in mid.
Yeah, and FBI's ahead, right? You know, yes, they got a lot of jungle help, but that is great teamwork from 100 Thieves to get him back into it. This game could have spiraled out of control. This is a bot lane that died 2v2 at level 1. And then, through some great ganks here from Closer, the roams from Demonte, they have gotten their bot lane not only back in the game, but they are now ahead with the additional kills that FBI has picked up. This will be TL's Dragon, but it's a first Dragon going down here around 10 minutes, so it's not really that big of a deal. You're not concerned about a rush towards Soul based on the pace of this game thus far. The real advantage for TL right now is mostly just up in that top lane, actually. You know, having zoned off Someday from a lot of that CS. Alfari was already winning the lane early, then got a kill off the TP, and he has done a great job here. 1,000 gold up on Someday. You know, really, really impressing me through 2 games already is Alfari. And with this wave pushing heavily towards him, this is always the danger zone here, and Someday is going to take some bad trades.
Alfari dashing out of the back end of the Infernal Chains as well. Man, we're going to have a talk with Deficio about how did this guy end up on a 10th place team in the LEC? This guy's slamming the top lane.
Come on,
Deficio, what are you doing over there, man? What were you doing over there, man? This guy's great at League of Legends. Up here in the top side, 20 CS up on Someday. Just absolutely showing people how to play the Lizard. Let's see if we get a fight over this Rift Herald. Eyeball exposed, down to half HP, but Shelly has run out of patience for this foolishness. Going right back into the pit now, as Closer's here on the front line. Not really the guy you want to be going after. Pops the Ragnarok, turns right back around, going back into the fight. Here comes your Galio entrance. There goes Jensen. Finally taking Closer down. Team Liquid makes it a 1-for-1. Alfari continuing to chase forward, but Alfari's going to be very low now. Probably going to be killed off next. Keeping himself alive there with a call to Meek. There's another one dropping. It's 3 dead on the side of TL. Only 1 for 100 Thieves. And they'll take another victory in the fight.
They're just underestimating this Olaf, it feels like. Yes, they did take him down, but it's a one-man sleep onto the Olaf. He just pops the ult, he turns and fights with the Lulu behind you there to give you that additional chunk of health from all the shielding. Allows him to get that damage out. Knock down Jensen very, very quickly. And they pick up a couple more kills on the back end there. Look at this wave. at that tower, they're not actually going to have Alphari TP back to it. Interesting. So they're going to send Tactical up towards that top lane to collect this farm. A lot going to be going down there the way of Someday as he got the kill. He gets the turret plate. Maybe even going to get a second. Probably not. But that puts Someday right back in it here against Alphari.
And here's a replay of how it went down. 100 Thieves with control over the river, and their opponents think they can force out the Olaf ulti, but Closer quickly changes their plan.
Oh, I mean, they forced it out. Unfortunately, they forced it out, and they underestimated here. He was going in with that ulti. The Lulu behind him, hitting him with the wild growth. You can see Alphari, just can't do much as he is sectioned off from the rest of his team, getting polymorphed up. FBI does arrive a little bit late, but he made sure he would have some impact in that fight. Lands the ulti, getting so much damage out across the team. And now 100 Thieves back here to the scene of the crime. This Rift Herald is theirs for sure. It will be traded for some damage down on that bot lane tower. They could TP Someday down to answer if they want, but it looks like they want to hold on to the TP, and they're just going to walk Someday down to that. So it will be Someday, taking more the team play route. He will fall a little bit behind again in gold here. But his team can just show up mid lane and drop the Herald right now if they want.
And there it is. Only 2.5 plates remaining on the turret. So Shelly's charge shouldn't kill it outright, but it will take it very, very low. Yeah, down to, what is that, 1% of the health left on the thing? 2 more auto attacks should be able to just pop it from anybody, even the Lulu. That turret will remain standing here for now. 100 Thieves. Almost 1,000 gold ahead of their opponents. Scuttle Crab control in the top side river here. They'll be able to pick that one up. So far, the only metric that Team Liquid is winning in is with that first Drake control. They managed to sneak that one away. However, the next Drake will be spawning here in about 1 minute.
Also heading in lizards. They got the crocodile, they got the snake, so that's looking pretty good for
Okay,
them.
they're leading in all lizards. Crocodiles, snakes, and dragons.
Yep.
Team Liquid has lizard advantage.
Yeah, there you go. It's
Team
critical.
Lizard. All right, if they ever need to do a rebrand, we change the horse to a lizard and just run with that. But right now, they got more important things on their mind, like trying to make sure 100 Thieves doesn't keep winning these mid-game fights. What is the answer, Isaac? Because we've seen 100 Thieves be more proactive in the bottom lane. We've seen 100 Thieves respond to situations better, like how they outplayed Jensen, and we've just seen them out-team fight Team Liquid, like we just saw in the topside river. So what's the sauce here? What's the magic answer for Team Liquid to start recovering from this?
I think we may have a fight here, so we may have to hold off on that, but it looks like we'll peter out. To me, it's more patience, right? When TL is the one just like hard engaging in and running in, trying to attack them, they're not, showing the respect over the Olaf. You have to try to kite out Olaf, wait for his ultimate to expire, then turn and actually be able to actually CC him and kill him off, right? If you can't kill him instantly at the start of the fight and you are charging in on top of him, he's going to have such an effective fight. And it feels like that is what has happened a couple fights in a row now. They hit him with that sleep, but with Lulu behind him, with the rest of the team behind him, you're just starting the fight for him, right? Make him come to you. Make him run through Miasma. Use the ultimate early while he's not already in range. And then, as that expires, turn and commit to the fight yourself.
Drake started up now by 100 Thieves. Team Liquid backing away from this one. Looks like they're deciding they just don't want to bother contesting for a single Cloud Drake. I mean, they're not going to go for that 4-0 Drake win condition. They know they're up against an Olaf Lulu like you're talking about, so Cloud Drake goes over to 100 Thieves, and it will be an Infernal Rift for the second time today.
Okay, so we're going to get that Infernal, and this will be interesting to see how highly these teams are prizing it. We do have carry junglers, obviously, on both sides, so it does kind of make the additional ADAP that much more valuable in general. I do think because it's going to be coming up so late in the game for an actual soul, we may see teams just be okay to give that up, right? Maybe you want to just try to get additional items on your Casio. You're okay to sit back and farm it out, but the concern there is you're also giving more time for this Aphelios, right? Who's going to be late game Aphelios, buffed up potentially by Huhi here. He has some really strong carries to actually speed up and protect. So anytime you sit back and farm it out, there's also going to be advantages given over to the other side.
100 Thieves still keeping that lead right around the 1K mark. So at least for Team Liquid, it's not really ballooning any further. Leandri's Anguish completed for both Jensen and Armeo. This item inflicts so much damage. When you read the tooltips for how much extra value you've gotten out of the damage directly dealt from your mythic items. A Lilia with Leandries will often be topping the charts of a normal game of League of Legends unless somebody else in the game is just at 15 kills or something ridiculous. The value that Lilia is able to get out of that item is incredible, so Armeo now having that one complete should be able to have a lot more impact here on the fights. Jensen trying to defend the tier 1 turret up here in the top side. However, a lot of thieves are showing up here to try to make sure they can't do it. Meanwhile, Alphari going in on Someday here in the bottom lane in the 1v1, chases him away. And look at the health bar comparison. Someday hit him for about 57, and Alphari took Someday down to 20% HP. 100 Thieves returning the favor up here in the top side with more manpower. They take down the tier 1, but Team Liquid will quickly respond with the tier 1 in bottom.
Yeah, man, Alphari is honestly just crushing right now. You know, he has been playing a really, really strong game. He went for the Blade of the Rune King rush. You know, mostly in competitive, I've been seeing people go towards their Mythic first on Aatrox, but I do actually really like this. It's very powerful, getting the, multi-hit with your Empowered W, especially. You're getting multiple instances of that Blade of the Rune King proc. That, in addition to the early executioners that you talked about, is going to make that 1v1 so damn hard for Someday. He does have his Gore Drinker himself, but he's just behind in gold. He's behind even a bit in experience, as we can see Alphari hitting level 12 now. And Alphari knows how to exploit this, knows how to play around it. So every time 100 Thieves are showing on the opposite side of the map, Alphari is moving behind the turret. He's zoning somebody off of experience, zoning somebody off of farm. It's not that somebody's just missing minions and failing at CS. He is getting pressured off of turrets by Alphari and his team.
And Alphari with that 30 CS lead now. And you're talking about the build working out really well. And remember that those big moments that you always see from highlight clips about Gore Drinkers restoring somebody from 10% to 100% HP, that's in the middle of a team fight. It scales based on the number of champions hit. So in a 1v1, even if there wasn't Grievous Wounds, you wouldn't get that full HP rush from it. And with Grievous Wounds, it's just going to be a minor heal for Someday. So he's pretty much stuck underneath that turret, just having to allow Alphari to run the lane, hoping that if they TP into something, he can have more impact in the fight up there. Both of these top laners now positioned in the bottom part of the map do have those TPs ready and available to use. Jensen has his teleport ready to go. Demonte currently using a cleanse next to the flash there with the Summoner's Spellbook. Rift Herald alive for another 45 seconds, and 100 Thieves want to take this one down before it despawns. Who he is going to run interference up here, just clearing out a couple of the wards, making sure they don't do anything cheeky, come close and try to steal this one away. But it looks like it should be a freebie here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's looking good for them, And Someday, really all he has to do is survive, right? As long as he's just not losing every turret and losing the inhibitor and everything, it doesn't really matter that he's behind because his team is so much stronger in the 4v4. Alphari is up 1,700 gold, and his team is still behind 1,000 gold, right? So when you take both these players out of the equation, it means that the 4v4 is massively stronger. 400 Thieves, who he here to try to even the odds, make this a 2v1. Armeo's coming down too, though.
The odds were even, and they still favor Team Liquid. Alphari gets himself out. He gets the exhaust from Huhi. He's feeling all right. Didn't even have to use his own flash, and he walks away.
And nicely done from Alphari, going to be able to get out of there. I think they potentially could have chased him down and killed him eventually, but because the Lilia has come down to actually offer that defense, if you overchase, Lilia will obviously get involved, and that will not go your way in the 2v2. But we can see, the Kraken Slayer done here on FBI. Double Cleanse is available right now as Demonte has actually spellbooked over to that. And with Kraken Slayer coming through, once he gets the Hurricane as well, he's going to have so much attack speed, especially, if he's getting whimsied up for the additional move speed and attack speed from the Lulu. You can get through to those Kraken Slayer procs so incredibly quickly when you're being buffed up and amped up by this Lulu. And it's also interesting, you can see that it's Mikhail's. So Mikhail's rush here for Huhi, which I do think makes actually, quite a bit of sense in this composition, right? There's going to be the Leona engaging, there's going to be the stun from the Renekton, the sleep coming through, even a Cassio ultimate. Like, there's always going to be something good for him to remove. And if he can keep FBI active in the fight between Cleanse and Mikhail's, if they're coordinating well with that, it's going to be so hard to lock down this Aphelios, who's going to be going nuts with a Kraken Slayer and Hurricane just AoEing through your team.
I love seeing adaptive itemization, playing around the game itself instead of just going with the cookie cutter builds that you're used to and whatever you think has the highest win rate based on current stats. This seems like a really good pickup for this game in particular. Steric's Gauge also completed on Closer's Olaf, meaning he has that much more ability to run into the middle of the fight and not worry about the consequences. First Infernal Drake of the game was picked up by 100 Thieves in the meantime. They grabbed that one while also summoning Rift Herald in the bottom lane to take down the tier 1 and put some pretty critical damage into the tier 2. Baron is now on the map as we're just about 22 minutes in here, but not a lot has changed for the past 5 minutes or so, Azael. We're pretty much just watching the two teams farm up against one another. The gold difference hasn't really fluctuated too greatly. Everybody's sort of okay just shaking hands and scaling.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's because of what we talked about earlier with TL. You know, they were losing every fight. Right? So they're saying, all right, screw this. We have good scaling. Let's play for late. Let's play for vision control. Let's make 100 Thieves make a mistake. Because TL really do excel and have over the last couple of years, generally, 100 Thieves, playing here, know that TL is going to excel in these slower games, right? So it's more on 100 Thieves to actually kind of push the pace. And they were doing that earlier on. They were getting all these fights, but TL now going to sit back, going to try to farm up, get Cassio to a really strong point, and look to make their opponents force something to happen. And because the Dragons started getting taken so late, there wasn't really any way to force much.
Demonte using the cleanse to escape Alfari's stun. You can see that there was plenty of backup there from Team Liquid, so Demonte happy that he has that Summoner's Spellbook to get him out of trouble on that one. But Tactical now eating a lot of damage from FBI from a single auto attack. That's about, what, a quarter, a third of his health there? Tactical doesn't want to be dealing with that no more.
Yeah, it's a lot, and they make that play up on the top side, but Demonte had the Spellbook cleanse, gets out. That was a high-value Summoner, to be honest, and down on that bottom side, it's going to be Someday getting that extra time to take down a tower. So Someday getting some additional gold for himself. He is staying relevant. He is ahead in experience now. Yes, he has been losing the 1v1 to Alfari. Did get pressured a little bit by TL's team, but he is hanging on there, and we'll see who is going to be able to get done more in the team fights.
Yeah, you can see Someday down about 700 gold right now. Item completed. Steric's Gauge just now purchased back at the fountain, making sure that he'll be tankier when he jumps into the mix as well. So him and Olaf's itemization pretty much identical between these two champions. Their gold is almost the same as well. You can see Olaf actually having a slight advantage there because of the fact that he's already got 3 kills under his belt. Also a gold lead for Olaf over the Lilia there in the jungle, but both of them can have a huge impact on the team fights depending on how these play out and who gets focused. 100 Thieves hanging out on the top side here, continuing to try to fight for the vision in the northern part of the Team Liquid jungle. Got a ward down there, shooting out a couple of long-range shots. Tactical gets tagged, rooted up. 100 Thieves are looking to contest this red buff, but I don't know how much they want to commit to this. Drowsy coming out from the Lilia, and look at that. The immediate use of the Mikhail's plus cleanse. FBI cleanses it. He Mikhail's himself, so neither one of them's in any danger. And easy peasy 1, 2, 3 as the Closer walks out with the red.
Yeah, they do get the red. Not too bad, though. You know, getting out the Mikhail's cooldown and the cleanse cooldown, maybe TL can find something before those do come back up. You know, I was thinking TL might be forced to use their TP off of Alfari, but 100 Thieves didn't want to commit. Now Tactical in trouble. He cleansed.
Oh, Tactical already used the cleanse. He has to use the flash to continue to get away. 100 Thieves nearly finding the pick onto the Team Liquid AD carry, and they force those summoner spells out with 45 seconds before the Drake is about to spawn. This could have big implications for the upcoming fight. They're going towards the Baron now.
Yeah, they could even threaten this. They have a tremendous amount of damage, but they are backing off now. Blue Trinket was put in the pit, so they know they're not on it. 100 Thieves turning for the fight.
They're going for the fight right now. Nice two-man taunt coming out from Demonte. They've already killed off Tactical. Armeo forced to flash away, but below 50% HP. Closer continuing the chase. The damage pours through, and Armeo disappears to join Tactical back at the fountain. With 2 members of Team Liquid seeing black and white, 100 Thieves heads back to the Baron in earnest now. Someday seems to be left behind in the bottom side of the river here just to dissuade Team Liquid from being able to take a Drake. I don't know how 100 Thieves plans on doing this. Looks like they're going to do a 2-man Baron attempt here just with Closer and FBI. They think that these two should be more than enough to do it considering all their opponents are still in the bottom side river. They should get this one without too much of an issue here. Smite for Closer just about up and ready to go. There it is to make sure he stays alive. Baron Nashor secured. 100 Thieves doing that wonderfully. taking the Baron with only 2 players while sending the rest of their forces down into the bottom side river to make sure they don't give up on their Drake stacking either. Just great stuff from this team.
I mean, that's actually a huge drag for them because now they're at soul point, right? That puts you 5 minutes away from it, and you have the Baron buff, so you're going to run the map for the next couple minutes. This was after Tactical had already been forced to cleanse and flash. Look at the positioning from Someday. He is already arriving where they know Tactical has to go. So right as the taunt comes up, he lands it. Someday is there. They all pile in. There was no escape for Tactical from that positioning. That was such an intelligent setup from 100 Thieves. Really, really looking good there on that pincer play. And now FBI has the Infinity Edge in. They have the Baron buff. They are ridiculously strong. And TL are really facing an uphill battle from this point forward.
Hard to believe that 100 Thieves had their bottom lane get 2v2 killed at level 1 at the start of this game, because FBI is now 4-2-5. 3 items plus boots already completed with the same farm as his opponent. Huhi is 0-0-10. He has had participation in every kill this team has got except for one of them. Been doing an amazing job here on support so far. And now with the Baron buff in their possession, 100 Thieves command a 4,000 gold lead, and they'll push even further into enemy territory, being very aggressive with how they set down these wards, sweep out enemy vision, and try to choke Team Liquid out of their own jungle.
I mean, Huhi came in with the intelligent pick. He is positioned incredibly well. You know, they were playing from behind. It's so easy to get first down by this Leona and Samira combo, but they really coordinated well with Closer to set up a dive early on before the buy had even come through from Tactical. They continued pressuring with the Galio, with the Olaf, and they've just worked better with their jungler this game. Yes, TL does have that jungle sub in there, but 100 Thieves have played a fantastic game so far, and they have gotten all the advantages they need to really close this one out. There's multiple members answering the wave mid lane for only the Galio, so 100 Thieves is going to push it hard up on that top side, try to get damage down, and the turret should just melt.
Here they go. FBI able to put in 10 or so auto attacks. That turret is gone. Core JJ on the front line. Closer eating a little bit of damage as Someday is down to 1/3. Sterik's already procced. Their frontliner's injured, but that ain't going to be stopping him. Flash away from Jensen, but there's your follow-up. Closer continues charging forward. Enemy mid laner already down. Enemy support to join him. Alfari tries to make some sort of a move on to FBI, but the FBI comes knocking on your door, not the other way around. 100 Thieves, 3 for nothing, looking for the game win right now. Someday started to channel the teleport back to come back with the TP afterwards, but it doesn't even matter. He don't need to heal up. Everybody on Team Liquid is down, and 100 Thieves. Day 1, they looked fantastic. Day 2, things looked a little shaky, and in Day 3, they're returning to that beastly form yet again. They take out Team Liquid 16-6.
Yesterday was just a bump in the road. They finish it off with a Bud Light ace, and we got a little bit of an idea why Olaf has been sitting on the ban list all split long. He was looking so damn strong, playing that very well with Huhi. It was so tough for Jensen to ever feel like really enter a fight. You know, there they wanted to try to engage because it was the 4 members top lane, 400 Thieves. They grouped up. They were looking for the engage, but it's Galio split off. He can join with the ultimate. Jensen flashes away, but it's the immediate flash follow, and then Huhi had saved his ultimate till after Jensen flashed. So Olaf flashes on top of him, knocked up by the wild growth, and just pummeled into the ground by the Olaf. Really, really impressive stuff from Huhi, from Closer. FBI really coming back into this one, and TL going to be frustrated with how that game went, I think, because they had such an incredible start, and for their bot lane to look so inert is so rare. You know, they're normally the ones dictating the pace. They're normally the ones running over the opposing team, but they got shut down pretty hard despite a great lead because of how well 100 Thieves played together. TL was not in position at the right time to answer these dives, to answer these ganks that really did get FBI and Huhi into a winning position. It was the work of many by 100 Thieves here to win this game.
Yeah, between the collapse by the 4-man squad in the bottom lane, chasing the Team Liquid bottom laners away, the turn back on Jensen when he tried to punish, then the out-team fighting in the topside river. They had so many of those early to mid-game plays go their way. 100 Thieves seemed to have a plan from start to finish, and that plan earned them a victory over Team Liquid here in this matchup. On the other side of the break we're about to head to, we'll hear from Dash and Demonte for the Verizon post-game interview, so don't y'all go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS Lock-In Tournament and the Verizon post-game interview here with Demonte after that 100 Thieves victory. Demonte, great to see you. Glad that the LCS season is kicked back up, but I want to know immediately your thoughts so far on the team's performance here in the Lock-In Tournament, given the tough loss yesterday against CLG, but the bounce back today.
Yeah, so I feel like nothing makes sense, honestly. Just there's definitely these games are like scrims, but just on stage. Like stage, you know, it's like pretty crazy what's happening, and it doesn't. I don't know. I feel like anyone can beat anyone.
Well, okay, so within that conversation, though, there is still, a whole lot of expectation when it comes to the Lock-In Tournament. And specifically referencing 100 Thieves, a lot of people are talking about you guys as tournament favorites, and in fact, having taken down Team Liquid, one of the others in contention for that spot. This is a bit of a new position for you in your career, and I don't mean that as flame, but entering the season as a favorite within the league, what's that like for you personally in your journey?
It's definitely different. I feel like basically every team I've ever been on, the community perception was that it was a bottom team, and all those teams, like, whenever we would do well, it was like we were underdogs, and if no one expected us to win, and we did win. But now, definitely the perception from the outside is that we already are a top team, and now we like need to prove ourselves that. So, for me personally, I don't really think about or care what the people on the outside think, and I just feel like I really know what this team is capable of, and I'm just taking it day by day. And it really does feel like we have potential to go all the way, especially in this tournament, and even further than that for the rest of LCS too.
We talk potential. When we talk potential with your squad in particular, a lot of people are citing the fact that the 4-man core from Golden Guardians was able to stick together. And so while you found yourself in an entirely new organization, one of the rosters that's undergone the least amount of shakeups in the offseason, how much do you believe that that's an advantage for you guys in 2021?
I think the fact that all 4 of us stayed together and went to a different team is a huge advantage. I feel like it's kind of unprecedented in the LCS. Usually every year, rosters get shaken up a ton. And the fact that us 4 have pre-built synergy from 6 months ago, and now we're bringing it onto this team, and we're getting more help from basically like people from the outside who watched us play last year, right? They're now... They watched how we played then, and then now they're watching how we play now, and they're like adding their own spice to our team. So I think it's really cool.
That's actually a really intriguing point. The idea that switching organizations, you're going to get perspectives of last year's opponents. So people that are looking at your gameplay with a very different idea in mind. But one of the other big stories coming into 2021, of course, was the retirement of both Doublelift and Bjergsen. But as you are a mid laner, I want to talk briefly about Bjergsen's retirement, more so from the perspective of what it means to have lost an icon like that in the league and now have seemingly a void that needs to be filled. Do you feel like there's now kind of a new battle for NA King, and are you in there?
Hell yeah, I'm in there. I think it's a huge opportunity for me. Ever since I came into LCS in 2017, Bjergsen was the king, right? Like just like you said, he was the face of the LCS. He didn't really make silly mistakes, and now that he's gone, yeah, you're right. There's some big shoes to fill for any mid laner that wants to like take that spot, and I think the person that you're going to see do it is just going to play consistently this whole year, and it's really important that they don't do stupid stuff all the time, I feel.
Well, final question for you on the new year is we've got a lot of new faces joining the league. That's a part of having these old stars retire. You were making a similar climb in your career not too many years ago. So any words of advice or anything for the rookies that are joining the league out there?
Yeah, for like all the new rookies, I would say definitely like lay off like the cringe like cocky comments. It's pretty weird if you come into the LCS and you're not proving it all, and then you just like shit talk everyone. Just like probably prove yourself before you say stuff like that.
We'll look for you to put them down then in that sense. We're going to hand it back over to the State Farm analyst desk to break down the rest of that 100 Thieves victory. But DeMonte, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Dash. So great to get some Tanner time on our screens here in 2021. And 100 Thieves alongside Team Liquid made sure that we didn't know what was going to happen at the end of the game there. But admittedly, right off the start, Alorum, there was some rockiness on the side of 100T.
Right, so this first blood for Team Liquid, I really like how they played it. And so Lulu, with her runes, she brought Resolve, which is Bone Plating and Guardian. They waited out the Guardian buff, and when Tactical had his E up, he just went right in. That meant if FBI flashes away, it's an easy flash after. I really like how they played this because they looked at the runes and they made the target selection very clear.
Yeah, from there, though, 100 Thieves was not about to let FBI, fall behind. They still had pressure in the lane with the range matchup, and with no summoners that they just used so aggressively, it meant that the dives were pretty easy to follow up, and the game started with an insane pace. I think through the first 10 minutes, there was 11 kills or something like that, mostly off bot lane plays, but it slowed down after that, and I think Alfari did a really great job of transferring his topside advantage as well to getting a TP into the bot lane, and it was just fast-paced action, all focused around the two young guys who had such break breakout years last year.
It was already a really good look at 100 Thieves, seeing that they could actually have the bottom lane start from a pretty significant deficit, yet still use the resources from your jungle, the teleports in the top lane, to get the bottom lane recovered back into the game. At one point, Huhi and FBI were actually ahead of Svent, of the Team Liquid tactical core JJ lane, just from the attention they suffered. You face off against some other teams that might be international competition, the second that punishment comes into the bottom lane, you need to be able to fight fire with fire. Seeing that from 100 Thieves in this matchup was a really good thing, because it's going to happen. People are going to continue to pick on FBI and Huhi. They're really good.
Yeah, and I like how they decided to go with the Aatrox rather than the Ornn into the Renekton, because that just says that Someday wants this more kind of skill matchup rather than easy comp and, you know, I'm just going to play Ornn, I'm going to blow the horn and engage for my team. That being said, their comp was pretty easy to play besides the top lane. They have the Lulu, Olaf, and Galio. I've seen it in solo queue all the time. All you do is put all your buffs on the Olaf and watch him run train on the enemy team, and we saw it toward the end too.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about that action. Crumbs in the top lane definitely became a focus with these players.
Yeah, watch Alfari and Someday on the left side of your screen. You have a 1v1. A little unfair there with the exhaust from Huhi, but I just like seeing these two guys pop off, because you've got two ultimates that just make both of the champions go God mode. And then with a really nice flash follow-up from Someday, anticipating the flash from Alfari. That kind of mechanical little outplay at the end is the kind of thing that I expect to see from these two top laners. If you made a list of the best top laners in LCS, top 4 would easily have Someday and Alfari already in that list, and that's just off the top of my head. So seeing that kind of flashiness happen in the outskirts of a team fight, I think just shows you how these top laners are thinking about each other in their fight. I mean, Aloran, when you're playing top lane, when you go into a fight, are you usually thinking of just the whole fight, or your job as a top laner, and then what the other guy's top laner's job is, and try to mess with him?
Well, I mean, you're not only supposed to sit there and 1v1 the other top laner. Like, that might be an ego check. Just, hey, man, we're the two titans of the top lane battling each other. Let all those wimps just fight it out on the other side. But I'd say with those two, especially since Renekton went Blade of the Ruin King first, it's actually better for him to be fighting an individual rather than a gore drinker, which is better when you're in a group. When you have the Blade of the Ruin King, an empowered W chunks you all the way to maybe 40%, 30% health, even if you are playing an Aatrox with plated steel caps. So in Alfari's mind, he wants the 1v1, and in Impact's mind, he wants the team fight. And Alfari did a great job of zoning him off of that.
I mean, coming into this matchup, Alfari and Someday are definitely two of the players people are looking at. Someday sticking with 100 Thieves from what we've seen last season. Mark, as we talked about, though, as scrappy as things were in the beginning of the game, it took a bit of a slowdown ramping towards the end.
Yeah, it definitely chilled out for a little bit. 100 Thieves, though, with that better comp, like we were saying, some of the easier engages and follow-ups, it was a nice start-off by Demonte to get this going and force some of these Zhonya's out, and then the rest of the team could collapse down, and then it's super easy chase down from there, and you got to see that they are working pretty well together as a 5-man unit.
And that's kind of the synergy a lot of times in this lock-in tournament. We talk so much about wanting to see the teams come together. But Mark, is there anything from either side that you're wanting to see going into the rest of the tournament so that they can continue performing to the level we expect from them?
I mean, this isn't really specific to any of the players. This is just for the entire region. Where the hell is Moonstone Renewer? I don't understand what's going on. I like bit my tongue through the first couple days of this tournament to be like, oh, I don't know, maybe the Lilias have a different mind. This is one where you're paired with a Cassiopeia who's going to be building Leandri's Torment already, or Leandri's Anger, excuse me. Like, the burn is already going on. That doesn't stack. You need to build Moonstone on the Lilias, especially in this game where you have so much damage in other places. The key part of this new item is that it's while affecting champions with attacks or abilities in combat. And Lilias, all her abilities put that dot on top that lasts for 3 seconds, and the cooldown on the heal is 2 seconds. So you get 2 procs of heal for each ability that you land. And it's also power spikes much earlier. It's a 2,500 gold item as opposed to 3,400. So there are opportunities at these mid-game Drake fights that TL was just abandoning because they didn't feel like they could fight them, where you could have had this mythic item completed to heal up your team. It's, I think, just stronger in team fight situations as well in competitive play where you have standoffs near Drakes. You can just fish with your E over and over again, keep topping your team off. And then the burn doesn't even matter because someone else is already building the burn item. I lost my mind this game, and it was the breaking point where I was like, I need to say something. Lilias and NA, start building Moonstone for the love of God.
All right. We had Primal after day one talking about how no one was bringing it Grievous Wounds, and apparently Moonstone Remover is just the epitome of top coming off of head for Mark. Speaking of which, everybody, we do have another game coming on the other side, but if you want more content like the dive where Mark is and some other things like this or that, you can go and subscribe to us on YouTube at youtube.com/LCS. We're going to head to a break, but when we return, we've got Dignitas facing off against the yet-to-be-defeated EG. Stay tuned.
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same.
Good to have you back here for some more lock-in action as we head into our third game of the day that finds Dignitas and Evil Geniuses going head-to-head. And so far, both teams are exceeding expectations.
And EG is looking really good. They're actually the last undefeated team remaining. Now that TL just dropped the game, it's only EG who have not yet lost. Dignitas, though, kicked out right out of the gates, really, really good. They did win that first game. People were not expecting a lot from them. And this was an impressive performance, I think, especially from the solo laners. Both Soligo and Fake God looked great in this game. It was a very impressive Yone performance, especially coming off of Perks having played it and not doing as well. People were thinking, all right, well, if Perks can't do it, Soligo definitely can't. But he looked really, really good in this one. And yes, they did lose their second game, but I still think overall things are feeling pretty positive for Dignitas, and going to be excited to see how they match up against EG, who has just been on a tear right now. They are coming out of the gates so hot, and Impact has gotten back-to-back Renekton games. He has been crushing it on this champion, has just looked really, really strong in general throughout the LCS lock-in tournament. Renekton as a pick, and both games he went for an aggressive build. He went for Blade of the Ruined King second, and he has just been a force.
You know that it's a big deal when you can look at the stats on the bottom of the screen right now for y'all at home and see his 4.5 KDA game and go, that was the bad game. Out of the two of them. 15.0 KDA in that first game against Cloud9 of all people. So not just one of the lower tier teams, one of those top tier teams as well. EG has definitely been flexing muscles here the first couple of days. We'll see if they can finish off strong. You already mentioned the last remaining lossless team here in the lock-in tournament, the Evil Geniuses, looking to get that done. And I'm very curious to see if Dignitas will elect to ban that Renekton away from them. And if so, what will Impact want to use afterwards? Because we haven't got to see anything else yet. I'm kind of curious what else he's got up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would want to either first pick it or ban it away if you are not going to be willing to first pick it here as Dig, because I think given that EG has been looking so good on it and that it pairs so well with a lot of the junglers in the current meta, EG would be happy to first round that. Taliyah going to be getting banned out. That has been such a popular jungle pick. Really does facilitate a lot of the top laners that you want to go for, because these days it feels like you often want to go AD top laners. It gives you the flexibility to do that without over-indexing, on too much attack damage. So, yep, taking that off makes sense, and I don't think we're going to see much Olaf. I mean, Olaf got through one game so far, crushed last game. I think that champion's pretty much going to remain perm banned for a while.
Yeah, I think that last game showed us exactly why Olaf gets banned as much as he does. But we've got Akali, Lucian, Camille, Pantheon, Olaf, and Taliyah all banned away. The reigning king of the top lane, the Renekton, the big old lizard, is still available to pick. Dignitas will not pick it. And sure enough, as soon as they don't, it's immediately hovered for EG. I fully expect them to lock this in.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you're denying now the good combo over from Dardoch and FakeGod, right? Because Renekton Nidalee is a great combo. That's actually why you often picked that combo last year. People were really going towards that. This year it has been more about the Taliyah. They could go for something else, but it just makes sense. He's crushing on it, denies a powerful combo from your opponents. So pretty surprised that Dignitas did end up letting that through. This does mean, though, with Taliyah banned out, with Nidalee taken, the two premier AP junglers kind of are already off the table. So they're not going to lock in jungle just yet. Instead, going towards the Kai'Sa here for Deathly, which has kind of been, I would say, the premier marksman in professional play. People really, really loving the flexibility that this champion now has, especially with Gale Force. It just feels like you have so many more options.
Yep. Kai'Sa having an extra dash now besides just the killer instinct. If you only have one dash and it's your ultimate, you can feel sort of stuck sometimes in a team fight where there's a lot of threats you have to avoid, but Gale Force has alleviated that for so many champions. It's also a very viable option on Graves as that gets locked in for Evil Geniuses and Svenskeren. We've seen players use it to great success in solo queue, especially where it just gives you the extra ability to stick to targets, kite them out, and really alleviate the weakness of Graves' short range. So here in the first selection of champions, we've got Nidalee, Aphelios, and Gnar versus Renekton, Kai'Sa, and Graves. Second part of the bans rolling in now with Thresh to be the first one banned away.
And Gnar great in the 1v1 against Impact here on the Renekton. You can just outrange, you can push in, and really in the 1v1 you're pretty effective overall. The issue here is just that Gnar doesn't really set up that well for the Nidalee, so you're going to have to depend largely, I think, on just getting the push so that Nidalee can invade and try to steal away camps and whatnot. But Graves is a pretty fast farmer here too. I'm going to be interested to see if Dignitas does draft any hard CC to try to set up for the Nidalee so that she can gank. Because generally speaking, without that setup, it is pretty hard for Nidalee to do more than just power farm. You don't really see Nidalee hitting a lot of spears at the pro level without someone getting locked down prior to that happening.
Well, Yone has been banned away from Saligo. They know they're not up against Perks in this game. They're up against a Yone that they're going to have to fear. I know it's only been one game, but it is kind of fun to poke fun at Perks' Yone. Just
of course.
We had such high expectations for it. But Orianna and Syndra banned away. Two of those staple mid laners. Two of the champions we've seen more of than almost anything else in mid lane in professional play, both banned out by Dignitas here. They want to keep the mid lane a little bit spicier this time around, and Maokai locked in for Evil Geniuses.
So it will be Maokai support, and I want to say this is the first one we've seen in LCS. It's actually really, really strong. This is an absolute terror in solo queue. You can go Imperial Mandate. It actually applies the debuff with pretty much every spell that you have, because all of them do apply some form of CC. You can just do an Emax for saplings, or a couple points into that, then go elsewhere, for a longer duration route or whatever you want to go for. But the saplings are really, really annoying for lane. It pretty much means you can't play near the bush. It also means that clearing areas for vision can get really frustrating, because even though it is a support Maokai, the damage is actually pretty significant. What EG, though, is giving up here is the Zoe. And there's also been multiple mages banned out mid lane. You touched on the Orion and the Syndra. Part of the reason that they're also being banned is because it's AD jungler, AD top lane, you have a marksman in the bot lane, so they know that EG needs AP, and that's why they're focusing on taking away those picks in particular. So Jizuke is going to have some sort of option here that is AP and that works well. Malzahar would be pretty interesting, but it's actually going to be Ryze, which I have not really been seeing like any of it feels like lately. Has not been a super popular pick with the item reworks, but does obviously work very well as far as the 1-3-1 style. Can set up well for ganks from the graves because you have that point and click route, and they are going to have a fair bit of CC between the Maokai and the stun from the Renekton, the lockdown from the Ryze. Those are all going to be ways to apply plasma and allow Deathly to fly on in also. And on the other side, we did get that Leona, which is that setup for the Nidalee. Gives them a lane that you can gank to in team fights, gives them a target that can be locked down and burst down. And there isn't really like a true tank over on EG, so everyone's going to be pretty squishy. So if you do get poked out by the Nidalee, by the Zoe, it's going to be dangerous, because this is not going to be a true tank on the Maokai, right? Very likely it will be the Imperial Mandate sapling build, and that's like a really, really squishy Maokai. And Renekton is not a true tank also. You're not building up those resistances. You're drain tanking, as you say, yeah.
Well, I really like the Ryze pick here for Evil Geniuses. Actually, when I saw the Malzahar pick hovered, I'm not going to lie, Isaac, I hated it. I don't think that it fits Jizuke's style really at all. Malzahar is to group up with the team, press R on a guy that matters, and then collect your free LP. Ryze is something that you have to be more proactive on. Again, going around, making plays, split pushing, setting up the 1-3-1, all these things that you were talking about, making sure you've got good macro, collapsing with the rest of the team. And I think when Jizuke is on the same page with the rest of his team, that's where he shines the most. I don't want to see him on a champion like Malzahar. I want to see him on a Ryze or on a LeBlanc or something similar.
My question is just like, is the champion in a good state, right? Because it's actually fair. Like out of win rate data, which isn't everything. We may have to put a pause to that, as Deathly is going to get chased out, but looks like he's fine. Out of collected win rate data for solo queue, it is ranked 85th out of 86 recorded champions for mid lane. So it's a very low win.
What?
In pro play, it has one pick globally, right? So no one's really playing Ryze. I have not been seeing it at all in solo queue. I've not been seeing it at all in pro play. Does not mean that it can't work. But I'm just going to be interested to see how Jizuke does here. If this was a case of him just getting pushed off of all of his comfort picks because he needed AP. They knew that. Syndra was banned. Orianna was banned. Akali was banned. Zoe was taken away. Is this just him saying, well, I guess I'm playing Ryze? Or was this actually like a pre-planned thing? That's kind of what I'm curious about.
Well, we'll have it all played out in front of our eyes before too much longer. We'll see if it was a good pick or not, and how well Jizuke can pilot it here with the new items, the revamped everything in Season 11. Him and Soligo just going to be trading back and forth a little bit here with the auto attacks at level 1. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map here yet again. Svenskeren beginning with the red buff. Dardoch starting down there with his own red towards the bottom lane. So we'll see if these two end up finding each other or if they're just going to end up pathing in reverse, with Svenskeren ending up down towards the bottom lane. Up here in the top side, you can see Impact already taking control of the top side 1v1 matchup, shoving out this wave here a little bit. Dives forward with the slice after Fake God, but only a level 2 Renekton means no stun ready to be cast, so he just gets a quick trade and then right back out.
Yep, and he mainly just wanted to reset the wave because he knows this is around the timing where a jungler could start moving up towards top. So by getting the wave fully reset there, he can now take this time, go in, ward it out. He's actually going to spot the Nidalee on the blue, so now he has full information. The wave will be pushing towards him so he can play defensively. And just with that kind of really intelligent play, it means he's not really going to be gankable. Because even if you just have to AFK and stand back, the wave's going to come to you. You're not going to really lose much more than a minion or two. So just smart stuff there from Impact. A small thing, but good wave management from him allows him to keep himself out of trouble.
And just like right there, I love how Impact is always aware of how much damage he can get in, even if it's just a little. Just dashing forward, grabbing yourself one quick auto into the stun, and then right back out. He's trying to chip his opponent down every single time he gets the opportunity. There's your follow-up, and Impact's doing so much damage onto Fake God, forces him down to below 100 HP. Fake God will go ahead and teleport back after he does a recall here. Even with a little bit of potions in his inventory, there's no way he recovers back to a playable state in this lane without backing. Yeah. So he'll return to lane with a cloth armor and a refillable potion. Not the best first back, but when you're up against Impact, sometimes you end up in that sort of a spot.
Yeah, and he was forced to TP also because the wave was going to push away from him, right? So now Impact can thin the wave and shove it in if he wants to reset himself. But, this is all off of Impact, really managing the wave well. Dissuades any potential gank with his early ward, had reset the wave, means it's coming towards him. That means Fake God has to push up and is more vulnerable to getting attacked. Impact gets a big trade, pushes him out of lane, forces the TP. It's these little plays that are adding up to create an advantage for him. And we're getting to see a little bit of insight into why he's been doing so well on this pick over the last couple days.
I just love watching a player like Impact, who's been around for so long, who is literally a former world champion, much like yourself, and has his own skin in the game, just continue to be successful, even 11 seasons in, as we've got the dive showing up, and Ignar's tanking a lot of damage from the turret. First blood goes over to Dignitas, but they will end up losing two, but it's a 2-for-2. EG brought the whole party down here into bottom lane, but they break even with Dignitas.
Yeah, we'll have to see where all the gold did actually go. Dignitas, I believe, got first blood there. I'm not sure who all picked up those kills, but for now, it's not looking worthwhile. They wanted to make good on that TP that they actually had coming down from the top lane. So, their bot lane got a little bit of head off of it, so they're going to be kind of happy about that. The fact that Afro picked up one of the kills isn't great for Dig. Of course, I'm not blaming him in that situation. You're not just trying to pass over a kill to a carry. You're just trying to survive. So overall, it's okay. But it does mean that's the TP expended. That was the advantage that Impact gained for himself. And with the extra members bot, they do just go even. I think they need to be a little bit more patient on how they started this off. It felt like they started kind of early. They do see that the jungler is here, but turret aggro is already picked up and the TP is not completed. Jizuke and Svenskeren aren't attacking when that first root comes through. So I think they just got a little bit antsy. Had they waited until the TP was already down, that arrives, Svenskeren is on top of the carry, then Ignar pulls aggro, that would have worked better. And I think you can also, as the Maokai, start that dive with a Q instead of your W, so that you can actually reset the turret aggro with the W to dodge that. But now, trying to move up to that top side, see if they can get Fake God.
Well, they go in with the Realm Warp, and then Fake God just runs away into the river, but Impact's there to follow it up. A little bit more damage coming out of the Renekton now. We'll need a couple more auto attacks to finish Fake God off, but it won't be done. They don't have the damage here just yet. Good evasion there from Fake God as Dardoch's flashing away to stay alive now too. Thinking about going right back into the fight, but if he does, he will surely die. There is no stopwatch to drop the aggro if he goes in for some damage onto anyone. Soligo marching forward here, lands the point-blank trouble bubble onto Svenskeren, and Soligo will pick himself up a kill, the third one of Dignitas here for the game, and they will take a lead over Evil Geniuses.
Really good roam by Afromu, making his way all the way up to that top side. Not much lost by Neo down on the bottom side. Jizuke trying to sneak around, but he was spotted, I'm pretty sure. Walk through vision, so shouldn't be able to get Fake God here. The wave maybe going to be frozen on him, but it looks like Impact just wants to thin it out. So all things said and done, Dignitas handling that very, very well. Afro gets rewarded for the roam. Grabbing a kill there for Soligo is going to be really, really nice.
Now, one thing Dignitas has to make sure of in this game is to not get distracted, not let a little bit of this momentum get them lost in what they want to do next. We've seen teams do well early in the past, but fail to translate it into mid-game stuff. So I like what we're seeing here from this squad so far. The roams are good. It seems like everybody's coordinated. I want to see them keep this up as we push forward. 7.5 minutes on the clock, 300 gold lead here for the side of Dignitas with a kill on jungler. mid laner, and support. Aphromoo going ahead and completing the steel caps all the way, so this Leona will be deceptively speedy until everybody else in the game is able to catch up and grab those tier 2 boots. Could be a big playmaking opportunity for him, especially once the solar flare appears. Jizuke, once again, in enemy territory. We'll see if he can make a play on Fake God this time. Realm Warp is not available. He will have to walk it all the way in if he decides to, and here he comes. Control Ward sees him. Impact continue to move forward. Slice starts it off. Dice still ready to go. Impact keeping Fake God locked down. And finally, the third time's the charm. Fake God falls here in the top lane.
That was a clean dive. That's exactly how you want to play it. They wait until the hop was already used by Fake God, then point and click stun. Jizuke is beside the minions, so there's no minions in between to actually block any Q or anything like that. Renekton stun into the Rise stun, Root, excuse me. All the damage comes through. Easy kill on the Mininar, and he doesn't have TP to boot, so he's going to lose all the farm, and they get a plate. Really good proactive play already here from Jizuke, and something I'm already noticing going to make Mark very happy is I think we're going to get Moonstone Renewer from the Nidalee. I think Dardoch is going to be going towards that. I believe that's called the Bandle Glass Mirror, I want to say. I'm not sure if I have that right, but that is the component for the support item, so probably going to be Moonstone Renewer. This is something that a lot of people have been talking about. You know, he was talking about it with Lilia, but I do think it can work as a more supportive style of build also here on the Nidalee. It's kind of similar to what we used to see with that old style of Nidalee where people would go with Fiends. It's more of the supportive style. Moonstone Renewer can really have some huge numbers of healing. When you are hitting your opponents, you proc that heal. That, in addition to Nidalee's own healing, can be pretty powerful, but in trouble here.
Ooh, nice poke combo coming out there from Dignitas to take down Jizuke. 2v1, they land the bubble, they land the paddle star, they land the spear, but now it's a 2v2 in the bottom lane. Neo getting himself away from the engage of Ignar, definitely trying to follow it up here a little bit as the ulti comes through from the Maokai, but he is out of mana now. TP coming in now as well, definitely make sure he fully commits with the flash to take down his AD carry opponent, but now the follow-up comes through and Saligo with the TP makes it a 1-for-1.
But I still think that was the right play from Deathly, right? I think if you actually try to retreat there, I do not think you get out. So by him committing in, not only did he kill off Neo, but Saligo wants to make sure the marksman dies, so Ignar actually lived, right? So it ends up being that trade, and you got the TP out from your opponents. Mid lane can get pushed in. Yes, Saligo is getting pretty strong here, so that is dangerous, but I think making the best of a bad situation there was Deathly.
Definitely making it so he at least breaks even on that, staying ahead of his opponent by a little bit of farm. 2-1-1 here on the Kai'Sa. Feeling good with where he's at, scaling forward in this game. Dardoch trying to just clear out some of the wave here in mid as he waits for his own mid laner to return. 3-0 for Saligo here on this Zoe, though. This guy's having a pretty darn good game for himself. Let's take another look at how that play happened bottom that he was able to go clean up.
Yeah, Saligo has been impressing thus far, and this was just a bit of a phase check. Gets too close, flash, root, Neo cleanse flash, try to get out of there, but caught by the end of this Maokai ultimate, so the plasma is still there. Definitely just flashes in on the rooted target, finishes him off with the Q, and now Saligo, the TP arrives, does clean up the kill, but it allowed Ignar to get out, so it is that 1-for-1. Beneficial overall, I would say, for EG. Neo does still have the flash, he just did use the cleanse, so not as bad as it could be, but definitely is getting ahead here, and that's not a position that you want Kai'Sa to be in. Kai'Sa can be extremely difficult to deal with from ahead, can allow you to get to a position where you can dive in the back line very effectively. There's so much point-and-click CC on EG, so going to be easy to apply Plasma to those key targets and allow Deathly to follow up and try to delete them.
Deathly will be critical for them being able to win this game here. Dignitas still maintaining a very slight lead. 5-4, 400 gold ahead. First Drake hasn't been taken yet. We're almost 12 minutes into the game, Azale. Normally we see these first Drakes go a bit faster than that. It was started up there by Svenskeren and EG. A nice spear from Dardoch finding Deathly. Does mean that Dignitas will have a bit of an advantage here if this turns into a full-on team fight. Solar Flare coming down. Svenskeren in a bad spot. Definitely the same. Tries to get himself away here. Somehow just barely staying alive as the Drake goes over to EG. They're going to find themselves a fight now, too, with a kill, a shutdown onto Saligo. Dignitas still stuck here in the bottom side river. Fake got just about enough rage to transform. Can they get the distance they need to get something off the back of this, though? Flash away from Jizuke. Half HP, but he's still alive. Dignitas still looking to close the gap here. Fake God stepping forward. Jizuke slammed up into the wall, likely to fall. Neo picks up the kill on that one.
Yeah, that's a big kill there for Neo, but EG at the end of the day, they get the shutdown on Saligo. Rise picked up the kill. They get the Dragon, so a lot of summoners were forced off of them. That is kind of their deficit there, but I still think they're going to be pretty happy overall to have gotten that big shutdown kill onto Jizuke, to pick up the Dragon. Pretty good stuff there from EG. That being said, it does get Dignitas back a little bit with the gold. You're trying to catch up Neo. So here's the play one more time. The sleep did land. Afro goes for the stun. Definitely not able to sidestep out of it. Just barely, though, survives with the ultimate back at the lowest amount of HP there. And then Impact and Jizuke have caught Saligo off to the side, flash in, stun. They get the shutdown. And then we did see that eventual chase down here on Jizuke, who proc the phase rush, tries to get out. But since Fake God has the flash and did connect with that boulder, is able to get him slowed down enough to eventually catch up, scoop him in the wall for the easy kill.
Nicely done from Dignitas, making sure they didn't lose out too much there on the back end of that fight. But EG is still happy to take a 1-for-1 with an objective they get on top of it, icing on the cake. Mythic starting to be completed here for everybody. We got some Ludens for the Zoe, Moonstone Renewer completed for Dardox and Italy there, but they're only the first two to have those up and ready to go. Everybody else still working towards them. Probably going to see those here in the next minute or two. Dignitas positioning themselves to potentially make a turret dive here on the tier 1 in bottom lane. But with Ignar hanging around, they know there's a lot of CC there, and it's a very risky move. EG, though, will take down that first turret of the game here in the top lane.
Yeah, and all that gold going into the pockets of Impact, because I believe he got solo gold from the drop of the Rift Herald as well. So yeah, as a result, 1,700 or so gold ahead of Fakeon. That is a big lead for him. But of course, it does mean that with the equal gold elsewhere, a lot of his teammates are going to be behind. You can see a significant gold lead for Dardoch, who's doing very, very well. You can see in the bot lane, it's actually Neo slightly ahead in gold now also. So Impact is going to have to come up big in these fights, going to have to make use of all that gold that he has.
Impact's Renekton, man. Is it going to be the three-peat here in the opening weekend of the LCS lock-in tournament? Saligo trying to get himself away from the EG collapse, and well done. Waiting around, using the cleanse, getting away from the CC and the flash over the wall, the real flash, not just a Zoe flash, to stay alive and get out of that three-man collapse. Well done.
Yeah, that was really nice from him. Ignar, quick thinking to actually flash into the pit from that angle. I think a lot of people would have flashed towards the river through the tri-brush and maybe just gotten chased down, but does get caught out, has to expend that flash, and we'll be heading back towards bot lane here with Deathly, who over the last couple of minutes, hasn't been doing as well, hasn't been able to pick up as much farm as he would have liked. They were out quite a bit in the advantage, and unfortunately for EG, that lead has kind of dwindled, but the game's still sitting very even. And I'm going to be really interested to kind of track the Moonstone Renewer numbers throughout the game. Maybe we can get some info from our stats team on how that is going to be progressing, because you can get some insanely high amounts of healing from this item. It can be very, very surprising how much it does, especially if you're doing a good job actually staying in combat, because every second spent in combat is increasing the bonus on your next heal to up to 50% bonus, right? And then anytime you hit an attack or a spell on an enemy champion, it's going to heal the nearest person to you on your team. And it can become very, very significant throughout a fight to the point where you're putting out hundreds and hundreds of healing in an individual fight that can completely change the pace of that fight.
All right, EG, let's see what you can get here out of the Shelly. Summoned up in mid lane. They will need a little bit of extra damage. Her charge shouldn't be able to finish this off straight away. Yep, there it is. Needs a little bit more to make it happen, but a good defense from Dignitas will keep the turret barely standing. Oh, Fake God. That was not what you needed with the ulti, but the follow-up from the rest of the team is right on point. They get the kill anyway.
Yeah, it was a nice sidestep from Jizuke, and to give a little bit of credit to Fake God, he had about a split second left on the rage bar, so he had to use it immediately. He couldn't actually wait, or he would have gone out of Mega. And just the fact that he actually forced Jizuke to sidestep back meant Jizuke did get chased down, so it works out in the end. Nice attempt at an escape there from Jizuke, but not really going to be able to get out. And Dardoch going full support here. So he's going Staff of Flowing Water as that next item here. This is going to be much more that full support in Italy, which allows you to play the game in a different way. You don't have to dive in and look for those kills. You can sit back and heal it up. But Impact in the backline now.
Speaking of diving in, both top laners doing it, but a very different outcome. Impact still being kept alive here in a 1v3. Might drop down at the very end, but still stays alive. Double kill over to Deathly now. Evil geniuses, man. They take the Drake and a 2 for nothing because Fake God tried to jump in the middle and got immediately exploded, while Impact managed to hold everyone's aggro for a solid couple of seconds.
Yeah, it felt like Dignitas was happy to take that fight because Jizuke was dead, but since he had TP available on respawn and he was respawning right around the time that fight was happening, he got in there very, very quickly. Again, the EG solo laners are grouping up to take down the backline. They're getting on top of Soligo in the last 2 fights, killing Soligo off, who's getting caught on that Zoe, burst down, and it's allowing EG to get the advantage in these fights. They now have their second dragon working towards that soul and looking pretty damn good at it. Again here, EG playing it pretty slowly initially until the Rise comes in, then Impact flashing on top of Soligo, stuns him up. Jizuke wrapping around here as he comes into the zone. He was always going to go down. Impact tanking up as much as he could before just retreating back into the brush and being able to get out scot-free. So really nice team fighting there from EG. Great coordination from Impact and Jizuke. And to sidestep a little bit back towards Dardoch and his build, he has picked up the Staff of Flowing Water. So this is that kind of support Nidalee style build. And if you don't know this item, what it does do is it increases your shielding and healing, but it's also anytime you heal or shield rather on a teammate, you're giving them additional movement speed, plus you're giving them AP. So it can be pretty powerful, and it's all going to be along the same lines of what you want to do with this Moonstone Renewer. You can sit back, you can heal Neo, you don't have to be diving in and one-shotting someone. You can be buffing up Soligo even, and it's honestly a really effective style. It's just a different way to play Nidalee. It doesn't really slow down your farming at all, it just limits your burst.
One thing that I also wanted to bring up about that last fight and sort of what happened there, Neo was coming around from the side while Fake God was trying to engage on 3 players from EG, and before Neo can even reach the fight, Fake God is already dead. I feel like Dignitas comms failed a little bit in that one. They didn't quite understand exactly how long Fake God was going to be alive or how far away Neo was or what, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where we can see teams that start off performing better than what we expected struggle in some of these heavier decision-making moments in the mid-game when you have to have everybody coordinated and have to have everyone thinking the same thing and playing it out in their heads the same way beforehand. So Dignitas losing out on that last fight, finding themselves down a couple of 1,000 gold. EG also importantly stacking 2 Drakes already with 2 minutes until that third one is alive. It will be an Ocean Soul map here in this third game of the day, so plenty for EG to fight for here on the map. What's the strategy here, Azael, for Dignitas to get back into this game and sort of staunch this bleeding a little bit?
I mean, I think they're doing okay. To me, they need to actually play more slowly, at these team fights. You talked about, Fake God going in, looking for the engage. You're playing with Zoe Nidalee, right? You're not playing this like kind of just run at them and one-shot them style of composition. You're playing to get positioning, so you need to get to the objectives earlier. You need to clear out vision so you stop getting flanked by these TPs from Impact and Jizuke. And you need to allow Soligo and Dardoch to get poked, but they're not doing that. They're just engaging again.
Afromu taking a lot of damage here as Neo gets jumped on. Impact is just it. He is the X factor of this team game after game after game. Picking up another kill here. It's enemy bot lane down. Impact still stuck on the front line, going to try to slice through him, but they will finally bring him down here. So a 1 for 2 still in EG's favor.
Yeah, still in EG's favor. I just don't think they're giving enough time to really kind of poke out their opponents, right? Soligo wasn't even there. You're playing a poke comp. You have Nidalee and Zoe. Yes, you do have some engage here, but you want to poke them down, soften them up, and then generally utilize the Leona and the Gnar to then engage and try to finish them off, or to poke them off and then take the objective. But they're being so aggressive with the engage that they're always engaging on their opponents pretty much at full health. And then I just think that EG's comp just functions better from that place. I mean, in this case, they just didn't have enough vision, right? You're engaging, and it's a 3v4. You go forward into them. Afro was pretty much always going to die. Neo got a great Infernum ultimate, so splash damage was going everywhere, but Impact gets on top of him, knocks him down. Great job by Soligo, placing the sleep in the corridor, forcing Impact to try to walk back into his team. Wasn't really able to get around it in that situation. So they do at least get 1 kill back, and now they're landing that poke, but you got to play it slow. Have some patience. Clear out the vision. Poke them down. And don't play it like you're going for this go button style comp.
Well, now's a good time to land some of that poke with that Drake about to spawn. Impact getting locked down. Big pick there for Dignitas, taking out the enemy top laner. But Evil Geniuses has already put players in the Drake pit. They'll secure their third Drake of the game. They'll maintain the 2,000 gold lead. Dignitas will use this opportunity to take down the Tier 1 turret here at mid. But now they're marching over towards Baron. Do they actually want to make this call? It looks like they do. Spears and Paddle Stars being thrown out, and Dignitas is daring Evil Geniuses to make a play.
At the very least, they want to get the TP from Jizuke, right? And I think Jizuke should have the TP to try to dissuade them from committing to this Baron. Now the TP is coming in. We'll see if they want to commit to it. I think they're going to have to turn and fight.
Well, Dignitas, it's time to make that decision here and now. Jizuke coming around from the side. TP showing up from Impact here as well. Baron down to 700 HP. Jizuke already grabbing 1 kill. Evil Genius is looking to find even more. The Baron has been taken, secured by Fake God of all people, but everybody on Dignitas is fallen over. It's Fake God and Dardoch, the only 2 left alive. A good escape from both of them. So it's a Baron for 3 kills.
It's still not great for Dignitas, but at the very least they got out. If everyone died there and they didn't even have a Baron buff, it would have been horrible. Still, they are going to
so close to a dig Baron.
Yeah, I mean,
that was so close.
Still, they are going to lose their mid lane turret, very likely. Top lane is being pushed up. Definitely will play with respect because Ignar is very low, so they didn't want to take that 2v2. The turret may survive, but top lane is being pressured. They're going to have, a Baron buff with the squad from Dardoch, and they could actually put Fake God out on the side lane in 1-4. We'll see if Jizuke and Impact get chased down here at all. Afro with the flash.
Nicely done by Afro. He gets the slow from the Solar Flare, and that's enough to flash after him with the Zenith Blade. Fake God's right there with the Mega Gnar into the wall, and the shutdown credit goes over to Dardoch. 4-0-4 here on this Nidalee. You said the build takes out some of the burst, but the man seems to be doing plenty okay for himself.
Yeah, in the 3v1, he's got enough to kill the Rise. And he's got the Magi stacking it up. Another couple pages go into the book. Let's watch it one more time. This is a gutsy call. They're trying to kind of call their bluff, EG, but they realize they're committing to it. They TP in Jizuke. He's coming up from behind them. And this was just a great Maokai ultimate from Ignar. Across the team, they're not in a line. You need to have one person soak it. Everyone else needs to be behind that person so they're not getting multiple players rooted up. Instead, they were spread out. 3 to 4 of them got rooted, including 2 to 3 that were stacked up for Jizuke's damage from behind, which just meant their backline was getting erased by that Rise. They do take down a top lane turret, though, off of the kill on Jizuke, and EG now looking to punch back, seeing if they can chase him down.
Fake God the target here at the start. Void Seeker comes through. Fake God going to continue taking some damage. Root comes through onto Svenskeren. Dignitas fighting back a little bit now. Solar Flare finding no target as Evil Geniuses disengages, and Dignitas is able to walk away.
Good disengage there. Did cost them the TP out of Saligo. And Jizuke is going to be shoving up mid, but not really going to lose much of anything there. So not too much does happen, and I think this game is really going to come down to that next dragon fight because we do have the potential Ocean Soul coming up here for EG, and that is such a powerful buff, especially when you're playing a poke-style composition. It becomes even more difficult to deal with. They also don't really have any healing debuffs on their team. Sure, they have Bramble and Fake God, but that's not going to do it. You're really going to need to itemize towards a lot of healing debuffs to even have a hope of dealing with that. So EG is going to play for this dragon, and we'll see if Dignitas can poke him out enough to dissuade them from taking it.
Saligo landing half of the HP of Ignar there with a Trouble Bubble. So getting some of that poke down here, but still plenty of time before the Drake spawns for Ignar to be able to heal up. And honestly, you can see his health bar already doing a good job of recovering right here. Svenskeren hanging out in the pit. And remember that whenever it's an Ocean Rift, you've got to be so respectful of that brush in the back of the pit. It complicates warding and stealing and 50-50s and everything. It can be so difficult to make sure you've got control over that if you don't already control the entirety of the area around the pit first. So I'm looking at EG to guarantee that they've got control over this Ocean Soul take. It'll be a huge power spike for them. It'll be something that their opponents will immediately have to react to because there are not already any grievous wounds on the side of Dignitas that I'm seeing right now, other than the Bramble Vest of Fake God, which is highly conditional because it requires your opponent to attack you with an auto attack.
Yeah,
so once that Ocean Soul
going to be auto attacking the Gnar.
Yeah, Rise is not going to auto attack you. So once that Ocean Soul kicks in, if Dignitas does not want to contest this neutral objective, they will need to get some healing reduction.
Yeah. Right now, though, EG is split, so Dig have the opportunity to potentially engage, but if they try to peel back, they're going to get... Oh, my God!
Saligo's already down. Dig might have the chance to engage, but not no more. Azael Impact's going to be the next to fall here in the fight, but Afromoo drops 2. Plenty of damage being dealt out by Neo, but here comes Finn Scarin. Jizuke going right back into the Realm Warp, looking to maybe find something else going on. Dardoch's running all the way away. And that fight will do it. Only Dardoch left alive means Evil Geniuses get to take an Ocean Soul.
They're getting soul for themselves. Neo fighting valiantly at the end there. Got so much damage out, but Saligo was just dead instantly on that fight. I think Dignitas just, it felt like they hesitated a tiny little bit because EG had 3 members below them, 2 members above them, and at that point, when you realize that, you must immediately engage towards one side, right? Try to create a 5v2 or a 5v3. Fight away from the opposing players on that other side who are trying to flank you, and it felt like they had this little moment of hesitation where they kited back towards that mid lane, and it gave EG time to get this pincer. So this is the moment I'm talking about. When they notice right around now, they see Ignar's there. It feels like they need to go towards him. Instead, they try to start kiting back. Saligo's moving back down towards his base. He is separated from the team, and the trap is sprung. Neo gets so much damage down in the back end of the fight, actually just erases deftly, and then he has all those chakrams stacked up. Was getting a ton of damage down, almost able to survive and take down multiple members, but it was just that initial hesitation and split that Dignitas had that allowed Saligo to get picked off for free and allowed them to get pincered. EG has just been really, really good on those engages.
There were so many chakrams there. It was a full-on circle around him by the time he fell over. 1 or 2 more auto attacks, and he could have been able to clean up that fight, but decisiveness from Evil Geniuses managed to take him down in time. Ocean Soul in their possession now, commanding a 3,000 gold lead. Still a pretty close game overall, everything considered here, 29 minutes into it. Dignitas will have a much steeper mountain to climb at this point, though, with the state of that Ocean Soul. We'll see if Baron becomes contested here very soon. Impact diving into the middle of 5, looking to start off the fight here. Neo's not stocking up any chakrams today. The Maokai ulti coming through just to zone everyone else out. Realm Warp comes through too. There comes 4 members of EG. They've got the minion wave here in the mid lane. This could be a game-ending push if they decide to go for it, Isaac.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a game-ending push. They have shown no hesitation thus far. And Sven Scarin is low. Oh my God.
Low is better than dead, and Dardoch is dead on that one. Fake God's going to join him. Double kill over to Deftly, but he sticks around underneath the turret a little bit too long. 2 for 1 here for Evil Geniuses. 10 seconds left on Neo and Afromoo, so EG decides the game cannot be ended here and now.
Okay, they're just going to retreat back towards the Baron, so that kill pretty critical, and definitely being down means maybe there's a chance that Dignitas can get out on the map and do something about this. I'm not sure they're going to feel confident, but they've got to try. They have their bot lane and their mid laner alive. They're moving over towards the Baron. It's going to go down more slowly because Deftly is dead. That being said, it might not be going down slow enough. It looks like they're not even going to get in range.
Nope. They can just get out over the wall. The 2 champions that have dashes go over that backside of the wall, and then Maokai and Ryze can just walk on out the front door. Evil Geniuses picking up a Baron, and unlike the Baron that Dignitas got that was immediately punished, they were swift enough to get out without consequences. Let's take another look at the attempted end of the game here at the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, and this burst on Dardoch was just crazy. He died pretty much instantaneously there. His first death of the game. Fake God scoops in Deftly, but Deftly just barely able to ult out under that stun that was coming through from the Meganar. Unfortunately for him, not realizing he had turret aggro, so it does take a couple shots there.
Yeah.
A little bit egg on his face, but still looking really good this game. And EG are poised to close this one out. Fake God pretty far up. Has got to be careful here because Jizuke has reached true late game stage. He is really, really strong on the rise at this point. And Kaisa is going to be no slouch either.
The rise has worked out. You had questions at the beginning of the game. Is this champion strong enough in the current state of League of Legends to be competitive, to be viable in a pro play scenario? And at least here in this game, It looks like the answer is yes. Jizuke has 65 CS over his opponent, 6-5 and 8 on the KDA, participating in 2/3 of his team's total amount of kills. It's been a good showing from him here so far.
I mean, he has played really well, and this has been one of his signature picks throughout his career, one of the ones he's really known for. He's been so proactive on the map, moving around, again, using the Realm Warp here to try to chase down Fake God, who's maybe in some trouble here.
Fake God kiting away, gets back through the wall through the hole in the wall in the base, I should say, as the remainder of EG says, all right, you've got all your attention up there in the top side. We're just going to go ahead and take bot side inhib if you don't mind. Turns out Dignitas do. They'll keep that one alive with only 25% HP. But now the tug of war that is trying to defend your base and being pulled from lane to lane, trying to stop every single point of pressure, is finally breaking a bit here for Dignitas. That mid lane inhibitor is gone. Bottom lane inhibitor exposed. Bottom lane inhibitor nearly exposed, excuse me. Top lane inhibitor now vulnerable as Deftly continues the push up here. Impact trying to just end this game, pushing forward, has Jizuke right behind him. So much power here for this Evil Geniuses roster. They blow Fake God up immediately. As soon as he gets stuck in the Rune Prison, the follow-up CC is right there. Maokai ulti coming through, trying to see if they can catch anybody valuable here on Dignitas. Leona being the only one getting hit. You don't necessarily want to dive onto Leona in between two Nexus turrets, but it's still a 5v4. Saligo with the flash to get himself away. Counterattack coming down now. The lockdown only onto Ignar again. The Maokai's not going to be the best target, but they're going to take him out anyway. Impact still buying some time here in the back line. Neo trying to kite out, outplay this one maybe a little bit deftly with the auto attacks and the Void Seeker to finish off Dardoch. Neo is down now too. There is your Bud Light ace, and there is your victory. Evil Geniuses remain the only undefeated team after week 1 of the lock-in tournament.
And they are doing it with some style, breaking out the Rise, looking really good throughout this game. First Rise we've seen in lock-in, first Maokai we've seen in lock-in, making it work big time. Definitely has been good as well across these 3 games, which I think was the biggest question mark for the team. Impact has been crushing it. 3 straight Renekton games. He's always finding the angles. But the thing that is most promising for me about EG is how well coordinated they actually do look. You know, every single time we saw these fights around Dragon, it is Jizuke coordinating well with Impact, timing their engages, timing TP flanks to get on top of Saligo, wipe him off the face of the map right off the bat. Ignar is in there with the engages right alongside them. So it's just nice to see how well coordinated this team looks already.
Yeah, and especially considering this isn't the same story as like 100 Thieves, which is 4 of the same players playing together again. The synergy's already pre-built. This Evil Geniuses squad just feels like they've got a natural synergy with one another. They've been a lot of fun to watch here in these first 3 games in week 1. I'm looking forward to getting to see more of them in week 2 and 3, because if one of your innate advantages is how coordinated you are, at the start of the season, that will start to disappear after a couple of weeks, and the other teams get more coordinated themselves, right? By comparison, you won't be as far ahead. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing for Evil Geniuses, is do they have the raw skill to also be able to keep up when everybody else starts to gel together a little bit better too? Because right now, it looks like the answer is going to say yes.
It definitely does, and I'm excited to see that development. I think that Jizuke is showing a lot of promise, and this team, I think, feels like the sky's the limit right now if they can keep improving alongside each other.
Awesome stuff from them. It's time for us to head to a break here once again. But once we return from that break, we will have Sven Skaren ready for the Verizon post-game interview. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Introducing Fantasy LCS. Live now on the Sleeper app. Create a league. You are the coach. Draft your ultimate LCS team. Plan your roster and make coaching decisions each week. Compete against friends throughout the season. Rep your team, talk trash, and see if you've got what it takes to win your league. Download Sleeper now. The fantasy season begins on February 5th.
back to the LCS lock-in tournament and the Verizon post-game interview here with Svenskeren after another Evil Genius victory. In fact, that's the first thing I want to talk to you about, Svenskeren, is you're the only team remaining in the tournament to have not dropped a game. So sitting at 3-0, how are you feeling about the team's performance so far? Was this expected for you guys?
Yeah, so obviously I'm feeling pretty good about starting out 3-0, but I think we did a lot of mistakes in all the games, so we're by no means perfect. And I mean, obviously this is just a good learning experience for us, like our first high pressure games. So yeah, just a lot to learn from these games. And I mean, I'm just happy that we're starting out looking pretty strong.
Learning experience for all the teams, but coupled with the impressive performance that you guys have put up so far, comes a general sentiment from both the community and analysts alike that perhaps Evil Geniuses was underrated in terms of the off-season moves that was made. So I want to go through a couple of them with you. First and foremost, reunited with Impact up there in the top lane. What is it that you believe a player like Impact really brings to a team in such a positive way?
I think Impact is just really 1v9 in his decision making and shot calls. Like, this is something that most top laners don't really do. And yeah, I mean, it's something I've been looking up to him for ever since playing against him in NA for like 6 years now. Like, he's just always shot calling in late game and making game winning decisions. So it's nice to learn from him in the team as well, because I mean, he just makes pretty insane calls that I think I can learn a lot from. So yeah, it's just really nice to play with him.
Similarly, Ignar now in the support position actually put up our first Imperial Mandate Maokai performance of the LCS split here today. A guy known for some of his ingenuity and willingness to pick up new things. Jungle support, two roles that have to work together quite often. How do you feel about that partnership and the development of your synergy together?
Yeah, so it's pretty nice playing with Ignar as well. I mean, everyone on the team so far, I've had a nice experience with it. But Ignar as well, like, it's just really willing to go for some crazy plays, and it makes it easier for the rest of the team to look a lot better when your support is just making crazy plays. Like, we just follow up on it, and a lot of the time it just works out. And the enemy team is not really expecting you to go that ham. So yeah, I mean, it's really easy to play with him because he's just a nice guy, and also he works really hard, so that's nice.
Finally, I just want to ask you about your own personal journey here in 2021. Obviously, with a lot of changes to the format, not only this tournament, but the way that the entire season record is going to feed into international play, particularly that World Championship in the end. As someone who has been around in the professional scene for so long, has gone through the ups and downs and the changes of items, champions, formats, and everything, how are you looking at 2021 and your opportunities, to play at the highest level and ultimately represent North America at the World Championship?
Yeah, so coming into this year, I'm just going to work my hardest to finally get a title again. I haven't gotten that in so long, so that's just my ultimate goal at the moment, is just get another LCS title. And then obviously go to Worlds is something I really want to do again. But
beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to try my hardest and hopefully get a title.
It starts with a lock-in title. Maybe then we get the LCS title to follow that. Svenskeren, very impressive performances out of Evil Geniuses throughout the lock-in tournament so far. From here, we're heading back to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break down yet another Evil Genius victory. Sven, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dash. EG, game number 3, another W for them. It actually means that they secure the #1 spot in their groups, regardless of what happens next week. A bit of weight lifted off their shoulders. Looking back at this last game, though, Alorum, this is the second game in a row where we have seen the teams begin their focus down bot.
Right, so I would have liked them to play a little bit more around the top side because we saw that Fake God had a really bad trade early on and he was low. And this dive, it is a 5-man dive. You're committing the Renekton TP, and it went 2 for 2. That is not what you want to see. I think these are pretty hard when you're playing Maokai and you start out hitting a Leona. You're aiming for the Aftershock character, and it's going to be very difficult to get this dive off successfully. And as we saw, 2 for 2 when it's a 4v5 is just not the ideal situation. However, what they could have done is they could have pathed topside, and with the Rise priority that you get on the Zoe, we saw it once where you can easily go up there, you can hit the Renekton W and the Rise EW, and it's a super easy kill. And with Fake God's poor trading early on, I think they could have abused Gnar. And that's a problem that I think a lot of teams aren't doing, is that Gnar is such an easily abusable pick when he's outside of Mega Gnar that I really want teams to start focusing that side.
So I think you make a great point with EG having two options, being able to punish the Gnar with the Renekton matchup or commit to the bottom side. Yet early on in the tournament, I think EG, with the way that they've been playing, which really focuses on playing as a group, moving up together, I really think just making as many plays as possible that allow for those tower dives and giving themselves the opportunity to, hey, if we played it better, it would have gone our way, I think is the way that EG is going to keep moving forward. And this is a package of Soligo, who after that dive was actually really active across the map. Him and the Nidalee combination were very effective, and it's something that I think is an interesting development for Dignitas, because I never thought that the synergy between Dardoch and Soligo would actually develop and get to a point where it's contesting with our current top team in EG, at least to the halfway mark of this game. And Soligo, I'm still going to be singing his praises. I think he was a guy that was severely rated very poorly for his own fault for that, but he's been really stepping up and playing a lot of champions that not only fit his entire composition, but fit his own playstyle too.
I mean, you mentioned Dardoch as the other part of that. I got to give him some props. He went with the Moonstaff build, going Moonstone Renewer and Staff of Flowing Waters. It's a new build that's just starting to emerge. I love it. It's a super efficient build path, and it allows you to power spike way earlier than anyone else in the game really can. If you look at the first Drake fight that kind of broke out, he is on Moonstone Renewer. This is like 11 and a half minutes in the game. No one else has a mythic item, and it allows in an extended Drake situation to get multiple procs off. His heal is actually insanely efficient because it applies an attack speed buff for 7 seconds on something. So if you stay in combat, you get so many triggers off, and it allows these long fights that you just keep healing. And it's never like a massive burst, but you just saw plus 100 to Deathly there. Excuse me, not Deathly. Neo, and then it's going to keep happening. You're going to see these little green shots go over to people. There was another one for Aphromoo, and it's just over these long sequences. You get so much value out of it, and then you get to build the Staff of Flowing Water after, which is going to keep buffing up your teammates. It's a really cheap build. We also saw Imperial Mandate Maokai this game, so like everything about this game for items and champions I was in love with. It was a scrappy game. It was back and forth. This was such a treat to watch.
I think it's cool, though, that we start tracking that Moonstone Renewer early on, because seeing that random 100 health just pop up into the Aphelios is going to be really tricky to keep track of during these team fights, because it's going to get hectic. There's going to be more mandates, more renewers, and more random 100 healths just spurting across multiple champions once everyone realizes how OP this item can be.
It really makes these fights so much fun to watch, too. And looking specifically at a fight that happened later in the game, Alorum, that last Drake really felt like it was kind of the turning point that was putting this into the pocket of EG.
Right. I just think that teams, it's kind of hard to play with Gnar. I'm going to keep on bagging on Gnar because I just don't think the pick is as good as everyone thinks it is. If you are not sufficiently playing Gnar, then I think it's worthless. You're not going to accurately get your Mega Gnar in time. It requires a lot of coordination, and if you can't get the Mega Gnar ult off, and if it's not a big one, you're just getting one guy, it's really not that useful. It's too abusable, and I think in the future, if we keep seeing Gnar picks, we're going to see it doing worse and worse. I'm not a believer in the Gnar.
You got to put a little bit of respect in Impact's name, though, because he had huge teamfight flank after teamfight flank. That teamfight in particular was so nuts, where they all line up to try and block the Maokai ult, and then right from behind, here comes Impact with the fat flank, as well as definitely dashing in onto the Zoe, which was hopped forward. I mean, like, that was just such a clean teamfight from EG, where everyone is playing well, and I think that's why they're the best team in the LCS right now.
Oh, best team in the LCS right now, according to Mark Crumbs.
Yeah, the Gnar thing that Alarum was saying is that the buffs, Gnar has been getting buffed repeatedly for the past few patches, but all the buffs go to Mega Gnar. None of them go to Mini Gnar. So you're having a champion who's split his time 50-50 between Mega and Mini, and then half of the buffs are all going for the side that is the most difficult to execute, the one that is all about the AoEs, and the one that requires as much coordination with your team as possible. So all the buffs that are happening towards Gnar are never even in the area where Gnar players were most known for. Most known for Gnar style is split pushing, 1v1 Mini Gnar, and being a really AD-style nuisance that way. So I think that teams will just get over the first week or two jitters of, hey, we thought Gnar was good because he got buffed, and then quickly realize, okay, we're not playing him the way that Nara is supposed to be played, these buffs don't actually do much.
Right. I might be getting ahead of myself because this is the lock-in tournament, and you're going to see a lot less coordinated team play. And I'm a believer in at picking your comfort at this early into the league. So maybe it will get better as it goes on. But so far, I think unless you're LPL Nar, I'm not a believer.
Oh, not a believer from Alorum. Well, lucky for us, we got a little bit of a commercial break so that you can give Zeus some head pats there in the back. When we return, everybody, we do have TSM versus CLG. You don't want to miss it. They've been keeping us on our toes. Stay tuned.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Hello and welcome back to LCS Lucky, and my name is Julian Pastry Time Card, joined by the color caster who can't help but keep it real. It's Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, as we're gearing up for CLG versus TSM, two storied teams that are in search of their new identities.
Super excited for this one, Pastry Time. TSM and CLG have so much history, and they're actually coming into this tournament with fairly similar bumpy starts. I mean, a lot of failures in the early games for both of them. They started with losses, and yet yesterday both teams found wins. TSM over Golden Guardians. as well as the win for CLG. And honestly, it's going to be a long path for these teams because both of them have a lot to build on. They've had visa issues on the side of CLG, TSM bringing together multiple members and a new shot caller for themselves. So it's going to be a lot of building on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, there are almost no remaining players from 2020 on either of these teams. Speaker being the only one on the TSM side, and CLG holding on to only Pobelter and Smoothie. And in general, almost every team has a loss, and at least every team has a win. So lock-in has been pretty wild so far as results go, and potentially expecting that here as well. Although I think these two teams, from what we've seen in their wins, do want to play at a pretty similar pace, if nothing else. So I'm curious to see if either team wants to mix it up, or if we are in for potentially a longer game. Because I think if you had to bet, we might be here for a while between these two.
Yeah, and honestly, people still to this day refer to the TSM versus CLG rivalry, but that was a long time ago. And with TSM dominating CLG for so long, Reginald recently has even straight up come out and said, like, the rivalry is dead. He doesn't want to be associated with CLG at all. He said it's a dead brand. Like, he does not want to touch CLG with a 10-foot pole at this point. So I think that actually adds more fuel onto this fire for TSM CLG games. Even if he doesn't want a rivalry, them is fighting words. So we'll see what they can actually pull out here as both teams want to build on that momentum we talked about for yesterday, having those comeback wins to try and build throughout the lock-in tournament and peak towards spring split starting. Let's take a look here. A lot of map control banned out here for TSM. Twisted Fate and Talia is one of my favorite combos right now because it does provide so many options for your team trying to play top or bottom side. Talia works so great with those point-and-click stuns, and then you snowball it with your global map pressure.
Also, Na banned away, a champion that's been a bit contentious, but has been picked a number of times already in the LCS lock-in, and then Orianna and Pantheon joining alongside the CLG side with one more ban to go before TSM grab first pick. So, starting to see the meta solidify. I think a lot of what we saw leading up to this tournament around the world has been pretty similar, but Victor definitely a pick that is more specific to this particular matchup. Both Power of Evil and Pobelter already with plays on that champion.
Yeah, Orianna and Victor banned away here on the side of CLG, really targeting Power of Evil. I mean, these are the two champions that he's played and some of the ones that he's most known for. And honestly, with the TSM comps that we've seen so far, the strategy that they have come in to this tournament with, it hasn't been anything surprising or spectacular. They've been fairly straightforward team fighting compositions, and oftentimes they even sacrificed a lot of early game laning. They had bad matchups in multiple lanes in some of their drafts, so they're starting it out much stronger here. Olaf, king of the jungle right now, very, very powerful. People have been talking about the healing and the gore drinker. But honestly, too, the clear speed and the ability to go for even level 1 invades with the threat of the repeatable slow of your axe does set you up for trying to have some game plans laid straight out of Champ Select.
All right, well, Kai'Sa and Syndra is the answers there for CLG, so we'll see if Power of Evil does want to go to the Akali. He's going to flash it for a second, but it'll be Azir instead. So keeping the control mages, keeping in the wheelhouse here for Power of Evil.
I actually am so surprised. Akali goes through a pick and ban phase here. No bans is pretty rare, but also then not getting picked. Both of these teams kind of just saying, yes, we do want to play team fights front to back. We don't want to have to work around a melee style carry, no matter how many dashes she has, no matter how much mobility, and no matter how effective she is shown to be. Akali does not get to play. But, Faker picking a bunch of Azir back-to-back a bunch of games, so Power of Evil says, that's good enough for me. He picks up the Azir in answer. And honestly, I've been a pretty big fan of Jhin lately. It's the combination of the crowd control that you bring from bottom side from an AD carry role, which is fairly rare, but also the burst that you can actually have. And looking at the opponent lineup, of course, there's no tanks already, so looks like he could be set up for success.
Yep, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen as much Jhin as maybe I thought, but Kai'Sa certainly has been the AD carry to pick, and of course that was picked by CLG, so it is nice to see Lost pick up Jhin here. We'll see how he can function alongside new lane partner Sword Art. Again, TSM, 5 players that have never played together before, trying to figure everything out. Certainly some growing pains as expected, but this is partly what the lock-in tournament is for. Thresh, though, banned away from Sword Art. I like that. I've seen a lot of very high-impact supports between Rel, Leona, and the likes of Thresh. It is nice to take a couple of those playmakers away from Sword Art.
Honestly, there's so many playmaking supports right now, too. Both teams are going to have to use all their bans if they really want to win down on this pool. Because as you mentioned, even Rel, the new champion, some of the support players not quite up to speed on it, but the ones that have shown to be up to speed have had really good combinations. And you can have these dream scenarios where you're able to jump in, you get your knock-up, you get your stun with the back through, and your ultimate, basically a gravity well, pulling multiple people in for stuff like Syndra stuns to line through, and it's just those layers upon layers of crowd control that have shown success in a lot of the team fight focus that we have had.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here because it's 3 supports banned already. Thresh, Set, and Lulu. The 3 bans here. TSM going to respond. Might take Darrell away. Yeah, don't want to give that one back to Smoothie after the game he had yesterday.
Honestly, okay, CLG, I still want to see playmaking support for Smoothie, especially because they have Graves locked in for the jungle. And you're going to need somebody who can roam early on around the map to try and help out with that. And if you do have Renekton on top side, that is going to be just throwing down a gauntlet of a blind pick that is very difficult to deal with. You don't really have counter picks that you can come up with, and leaving Smoothie's support for final counter here for CLG, I would definitely still expect it to be something along the lines of the Alistar, along the lines of that Leona, to try and actually make those plays with Griffin.
Yeah, both those champions available as well. So there's On going to be for Huni. Most likely they're in the top side. And then we have probably the pick of the 2 supports you mentioned here for Sword Art. He can take whichever one he wants. Although also Maokai, which we've seen today, potentially a possibility, also can start engages. Great with Imperial Mandate, as we saw in just our last game. But I feel like Alistar might be the pick here. It's been very popular leading into the LCS lock-in all around the world. But plenty of options here. Sword Art, not one to shy away from any sort of playmaking.
And seeing him play Alistar the other day as well, it brings me back to Flash Wolves days. Seeing Sword Art on the world stage, we would see him. It was like clockwork. Every time we'd go to an international event, oh, look who the representative is. Guess what? It's Flash Wolves, and Sword Art is on some sort of playmaking support, trying to roam through your jungle, come up with these crazy flanks. He doesn't end up locking it in favor of that Maokai Imperial Mandate. Big brush control for the bottom side, but also big harassment that can come through later, and another source of significant AP threat. That being said, giving up the Alistar there with his Maokai pick. Surprise, surprise, it is locked in. That's what we were looking for Smoothie. So honestly, I do like the answers here from both sides, and there are no surprises. Both of them coming in with some team fighting focus, a little bit more early game oriented for CLG. With your Renekton into Ornn, you're going to want to try and take advantage of the top side of the map in the early stages. We'll see if Solo can come in and do that. He prides himself on being a jack of all trades. We've seen him, play weak side a lot. Now it's time to play some strong side and show him what you got.
Yep, and again, we'll see how Griffin goes, of course, formerly Wiggly, if that name is somehow looking at you very confusedly, but he actually played pretty well on Natalia in their win yesterday, so now on Graves, which has not been the most successful pick so far in lock-in, but certainly a very powerful jungler, especially if you get ahead.
Yeah, and honestly, I know that it's been kind of controversial, but I think that Graves is an extremely well-rounded and strong jungler right now. It's maybe if you lose some other things in draft phase in order to over-prioritize it, that's where we've been seeing some failures. But let's get right into it. TSM versus CLG. If nothing else, you get to talk a lot of trash afterwards. That is for sure.
That's true. The social stakes are very high in this match, even though, again, it is going to be a long year for both of these teams, for all our teams, really, which is part of the fun of the LCS lock-in in the first place. But 2021 started Kobe, and TSM versus CLG are going to almost take us out of week 1 of the LCS here, as Power of Evil and Pobelter going to do battle, of course, with Azir and Syndra.
And so even though we've also, especially on the international stage in LCK and a couple of the LPL games, seen Olaf's just take over versus Graves games, I still like the Graves side of these matchups, especially with Phase Rush. You have so much mobility, but it does depend a lot on your lanes. And since he's the one with the Renekton super strong side, top side, I actually like the position here for the Graves, for Griffin, to try and cut off the Olaf's income early on, try and really abuse it. And they're doing that right off the bat. Level 1 invade on the red. Sword Art is down there, and they're actually calling down Spica, but he's going to get there very late. I think CLG might be able to get it and smite it away before he even arrives.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to get the buff, but can they get out? The sapling from Sword Art actually did a pretty good amount of damage to Smoothie, but at the end of the day, they are just going to walk out here. Even Hooney actually walking down in case something was going to happen, so Griffin also going to go ahead and take some of those Raptors away. I don't know if he got the big one, but based on the 5-2 scoreline currently for jungle minions taken, I'm going to guess he probably did.
He did smite, so I'm assuming that that Spica was able to at least get that one since Griffin used his smite on the red. Regardless, this is what I'm talking about. Graves versus Olaf, starting out with an invade. This allows the Graves to really abuse that range advantage. With Phase Rush, you are not nearly as scared as almost all other champions are of the Olaf in the early game. You can quick draw to dodge the axes, and what you want to do is dodge perpendicular to where he's throwing them at you, so that then the Olaf has to walk the long distance to go pick it up. He's nothing without his cooldown reset on the axes in the early game, and with the Phase Rush, Graves then gets to follow up. So this should be really, really good, an opener here for Griffin, for CLG, so I want to see what he can do with it. I like how he's pathing up towards the top side. We talked about the strong Renekton matchup into the Ornn, going to give him full priority over there, and we'll see if he can actually work on getting the double crab, because honestly, bottom side pushing in for TSM means Spica should be running straight over there to make sure the double crab does not happen.
Yeah, Griffin actually taking a little bit of a detour here to ensure the 3 buff, which he does complete, but of course going to move over to this topside crab. And Spica probably already assumed that this one was going to die and didn't want to face the Graves with double buffs, so just going to go ahead and take this bottom crab here and at least get some of this money and some of this vision as well in the early game. So doesn't get double crab, thankfully, but Griffin's still going to stay ahead here early on in this jungle matchup.
Yeah, it's still going to be a ginormous lead here for Griffin, formerly known as Wiggly. And again, he's got a lot of CC to work with too, so this is an ideal scenario from the jungling perspective. You have possibilities of big plays on bottom, mid, and even top if Solo's able to whittle down this Ornn. Possibility of dives there. Pobelter showcasing some of the setup that Syndra has. Nice stun there into the harassment onto PoE. So really, honestly, this is one of the games where you do have multiple good choices for the jungler, and it is going to come down to execution here for Griffin, for Wiggly.
Of note, both mid laners actually already used their TP, so quite a lot of trading back and forth. Pobelter especially was getting the lane pushed in up against PoE. In the bottom side, kind of an interesting matchup developing, but Lost and Sword Art actually very far ahead in the 2v2 currently. There's, 7 minions there about to hit the tower, but behind more than that for Turtle, currently down 12 as that minion crashes in. So Kai's have been pretty tricky to kick out of lane and just in general get out of game because she's so powerful. It feels like at most stages of the game, but so far so good despite having exhaust over something like Ignite, which Smoothie has. You'd think the threat might be there a bit more for the CLG 2v2.
Mm-hmm. And bottom side too, I kind of like these Maokai matchups because it's so different from a lot of other supports where like your sapling spam basically guarantees you the brush control, and so then the other team starts to end up playing a lot more for river access and for trying to threaten river ganks from their jungler, because Smoothie on that Alistar very well could still go for the all-in, go for the combo. You mentioned Ignite for Smoothie. That can be the difference in going for that first kill versus the exhaust for Sword Art, which is a lot better for the all-in dives that come a lot later. Very good at shutting down the Kai'Sa when she gets to the killer instinct. But yeah, here it is. Still topside control here for Solo as expected, and Griffin comes to capitalize. This is what you want to do when you have that early winning area. And this has been one of the things for both these teams in the early game. They have struggled throughout the tournament thus far.
All right, well, Solo actually up massively in that lane, 25 CS currently, although Hooney does have TP, probably going to commit it here. As I thought the teams might be poking a bit further into the Drake pit, but no team is going to start the objective just yet. So, Kobe, I have a question for you. How many Tear of the Goddesses have you seen on Ornn?
I was like, I know exactly where you're going because Hooney's stacking up the tier here. I'm very excited to see where this one goes because I have not seen too many of them. So we'll definitely keep track of it for him. Let me tell you one thing, Pastry. Tier does not help you if they decide to go for the dive. And Huni does take a little detour here to blow up the blast cone, but he's got a nice forward-facing defensive ward here to see into the river to make sure they can track Griffin. Graves up to level 6 already. That lead in the jungle still holds true. But honestly, Infernal Drake should be the site of jungle focus now moving forward, and that is going to change things looking at how well Lost and Sword Art have done here in the early stages.
All right, well, just to confirm for everyone, I know we changed a lot of items in the off-season, but tier still only builds into the 2 items you remember. So I'm guessing it's just for actually mana in the lane here to maybe help Huni through what does look to be quite a rough early laning phase, down about 30 CS right now. Power of Evil, though, about to meet a surprise. No, it's Speaker, actually. My eyes deceive me. As just covering PoE as he's getting this lane shoved in. Looks like that early harass that Pobelter had hasn't really perturbed him too much here. As Huni's actually looking to roam here. I like this roam. I believe might have been spotted there, but at least, doing something, trying to affect another lane, because you know that 1v1, you're just waiting for Solo to kind of bounce the way back towards your tower. As a result, though, TSM are going to move in and take down the first Drake. They grab the Infernal at just under 730.
Good use here, again, of that bottom side for themselves. Lost and Sword Art been pushing in over and over. Nice little window for them to work with, despite Griffin still being a little bit ahead on those camps. Pobelter does end up getting the blue there for Syndra. And honestly, it should be a Rift Herald for CLG to try and push ahead on the early advantage that they have, because they give up this bottom side, they give up this Infernal Dragon, but they still have Solo crashing wave after wave into the tier of the Goddess start here for Huni.
All right, well, blue going to go over to PoE as well. Speaker here making sure to get the donation happening. But that one's handed off nice and easy. A Speaker now level 6. Alongside that, Graves going to get that Rift Herald warded up, make sure nothing can happen in the area. And as you said, as we pan down to the bottom lane, it is the same story. Lost and Sword Art just continuing to get the shove happening. Sword Art actually going for a base. Might be seeing a little swapsy towards the top side for that Herald, but we'll see what TSM's next move is.
Yeah, I mean, it should be just continue clearing here and try to keep up defensive vision towards the Rift Herald. You can see they've already gotten the early ward on it, so they're expecting the move from CLG as well to try and push the game state forward. And Sword Art now can roam. He's got Timer right here. He's gone back for Sork's Shoes, rushing to those tier 2s, which makes the saplings here actually devastating. Gives you the vision as well as a nice little chunk onto the jungler. Every one of those does kind of stack up here. They're actually having pings onto the bottom side, so TSM making the call. Yes, we know you've got this ginormous Renekton advantage on top side. They're not going to fight it. Congratulations, they don't fight a losing objective here, Pastry. This is the better decision. They go to the other side of the map to try and trade something for themselves, try and punish here on the bottom side. Let's see if Turtle has to blow summoners, as they've got a little trap waiting. That ward gives it away, though.
Yeah, he has to know now as Sword Art emerges from the shrubbery. But probably had something to do with that call to trade as well. So I'm just going to pressure this tower as expected. Smoothie, though, rejoining Total means that he's probably pretty safe. Sword Art going to say absolutely not. Flash, Twisted Advance. There goes Speaker in, but can't quite find it as Total does. Actually, not flash out. He's back in. That's a Total classic there, but could be a problem there as the ulti. It's going to catch him over the wall. Goes Speaker, and that's first blood for the Olaf.
Oh, Turtle saw it. He saw it in his eyes. I'm going to get that $5 million kill onto Sword Art. Oh, doesn't quite have it. The heal comes in. Sword Art walks away unscathed. Exhaust goes down. That's what we're talking about. This exhaust is so good at shutting down the killer instinct. Surprise, surprise. Even flashing out afterwards. There's the follow from Spica, and TSM successfully do trade on the other half of the map when they know they have to forfeit top side. Good use by CLG setting that up. Good call to power through with the Rift Herald like we are looking for. Yet that was definitely a costly mistake on the bottom side. Let's take another look at it. As we were talking about, the changes in the summer spells on bottom side. Whether Sword Art knows he's baiting as he goes in for this or not, you have to wait for the explanation on the outside, but Lost is there with the heal, so Turtle gets baited in, and Speaker can just chase him down, Flash following, turning that into not just zoning CLG's bottom side off of experience, as it would have been, for a couple of waves while the topside play takes place. But that also gives, a bunch of extra kill over. That gives Speak a much-needed kind of boost in catching up due to the early invade that CLG got off and Griffin getting that lead. So very, very nice stuff for TSM in answer to the power play from CLG.
Yeah, it's also given Lost early Gale Force here as well. He's up almost 1,000 gold on Turtle. So Turtle can't really do much in any sort of direct 2v2 challenge. Just going to have to sit back and wait here because the all-in potential is very real.
Yeah, and you know what? Hey, now next time he won't be surprised by the exhaust. He's like, oh yeah, you know what? Could have learned that by checking tab, but does learn it by using R and diving straight on in. See if it ends up mattering though over Dragonfight number 2. 30 seconds left on this one, and Huni does have teleport and Ornn ultimate available, so there is the possibility of it actually breaking out into the 5-on-5 instead of just seeding it over this time. Because CLG don't have to expend any extra resources towards the top side of the map right now. I would very much doubt that they would want to give away Dragon number 2 for free over to the hands of TSM.
You're going to have to be careful. Both top laners do have TP. In fact, all 4 teleports currently up. A Solo looking to get some harassment happening under the tower. He's got Gore Drinker finished. So Mythic done there for the CLG top laner. Same there for Griffin with his own Gale Force. And then Gore Drinker on the other side there for Speaker as TSM will indeed start this Dragon. The CLG are going to be moving down to contest. Solo is actually almost in the area just from using them legs alone.
Guess they are just going to give it right on over. Maokai ult comes out for the zoning just to make sure nobody from CLG is coming over, but they were not making any sort of move towards it. Guess the difference here with Gale Force on Jhin complete already, and Wild Turtle still struggling to put together his pieces since he did the super common Kai'Sa stopover. Basically, this serrated Dirk is a nice little boost of power. I mean, I really do value lethality for AD carries, but it does delay your big power spike of completing your mythic item. Most notably, Gale Force for that big execution possibility.
All right, well, Smoothie threatening a dive here. He's going to be spotted by the Sapling, so Sword Art doing a pretty good job playing goalie down here in the bottom half of the map. Lost does stay safe as he farms out under the tower. PoE also was just moving himself down towards that side of the map in case more commitment from CLG happen. In fact, Turtle really wants to get this counter kill here. Smoothie could just go for the dive, but no flash going to make it awfully hard despite having the ignite ready and the ultimate up. Hex Flash, not real good in those situations where you need to instantly close a gap. Much better if you're setting something up over a wall.
Definitely true. The big chunk of damage too, and blowing that Gale Force cooldown does mean for CLG that they could keep up pressure, threatening possible dives onto Lost though. So you can see they're calling down Wiggly already. I like this call. Keep the pressure up on the cooldowns that you've blown already, even though this isn't the nerfed Gale Force.
All right, well, line it up.
Cooldown still 50% left, and he is.
Oh, that's a flash, but it's not enough. Smoothie going to catch him in Turtle. Going to find the snipe. TP's coming in for both here as Solo, and actually 2 members of TSM have made their way in to the fray. Ulti is going to hit onto POB. See you later, Syndra, as Power of Evil collects that kill.
And it's all teleports channeled back onto bottom side of the map, even though CLG, it looked like the initial dives is so clean. Boom, Lost is so dead there, and they try and get out. Because the teleports were committed, Pobelter finds himself very deep here and actually ends up giving one over back to the side of TSM in kind of payment. So definitely they, upon revision, they would have loved to not have to commit so many things, but look at the mini-map. Everybody coming down. CLG pick up the kill so quickly though, and everybody's starting to escape. That Pobelter here just gets caught off as the collapse from TSM does find him, and all these ultimates being used, he does not get to move, saves his flash knowing that he is going to die.
Yeah, didn't catch the exact order, but it looked like POB got thrown into on ulti by a 0 ulti, which is a pretty bad way to go regardless. TSM just committing everything for the 1 kill, not trying to chase onto maybe Smoothie and get a bit greedy, so I like TSM just take the clean trade there, not getting too fancy with themselves as teams are assembling once again around the Rift Herald here. Neither top laner having TP, though, as Huni is still trying to fight back against Solo. Does have them plated steel caps going, but not sure that's enough to keep the Renekton at bay, especially given that Solo is also up a level currently. But yeah, you see both teams are assembling because nobody wants to give away this Herald for free either.
I'm waiting for the surprise at the end of this this story of the Tear of the Goddess Ornn here from Huni as well, because He's still stacking it right up there.
Yeah.
Regardless,
Getting close.
CLG, the good rotation up to the top side, especially with Huni not having teleport. Them showing is committing there for TSM. So everybody knows this is overwhelming odds here for CLG. No opportunity for Ornn to arrive or anything like that. It is a conscious decision to trade bottom tower, bottom gold, to try and fund their war efforts instead.
Yeah, very similar actually to the last Rift we had, where TSM just decided to take the trade on the bottom half of the map. This time it does give Huni level 11, so rank 2 ulti, and does give TSM their first tower of this game as well. The assumption is that the Rift is once again going to get a tower here, likely the mid one if they can get it, but bot's also extremely weak if they just want to take the more fragile objective at this point, but 50 seconds till that dragon is up. We're starting to get to the point where CLG, I mean, you said they needed to contest the last one, Kobe, and I agree with you, but I think at this point you absolutely have to contest this third one.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be feeling the pressure if they don't. A lot of the vision for them has been expended on top side too with that last push, so they need that reset. They've got 3 control wards in inventory, trying to move those over. There's only 26 seconds left on the arrival of the Ocean Dragon, so they have kind of this distraction Rift Herald mid first, push the wave in, shove the Rift Herald in, try and get your damage. Oh, here we go.
Turtle already taking a lot of damage. That's a good ulti, knocking up 2, I believe, from Huni, and that's a better follow-up there. The Jhin ulti also trying to get the damage done, but the snipes are trying to happen onto the carries here as Smoothie is the easier target, but he pops the ulti to stay alive. Still, TSM, enough space to get themselves Dragon number 3.
Yep, that is a one-team fight, Pastry. No kills, no problem. Plenty of long-range ults.
Looks like.
Exactly. There's no blood on your hands. You don't have to get dirty there. Just send them packing with a bunch of the ults. Nice open there from Lost. Does find a good amount of the damage with the Jhin ult following up on it as well. So easy setup for the Ocean Soul for TSM, despite still being down in gold, despite not having the stronger side lane presence with the Renekton constantly pushing in. TSM have retained control of all dragons for this early game. And this is a discussion that we had so many times, Pastry, during Worlds about the interplay between some of these teams investing in early game matchups, investing in topside, Rift Herald. You get all this influx of gold early with your turret plates and with your Rift Herald activation, and then you have to use that to snowball your team with the rest of the map. But TSM, they did not fight those losing fights like we were talking about, where the Rift Herald, you're outgunned on top side. So they take something on bottom side, and it's these little mistakes of a couple kills here and there. Turtle going in, a couple of the extra plates being taken, and here we go, CLG Smoothie.
Ooh, Smoothie's out of there, trying to reverse the play. Cards are plenty, but Griffin over the wall is going to seal that one. His Power of Evil does fall down, but the counter kill is going to happen. Speaker with the easiest setup of his life as Huni's looking to make it 2 here now. Griffin on the run. Does get knocked up by the Ornn. Empowered Order was lost with the last bullet. Is going to make it happen. The grenade comes in for TSM to take the 2-for-1 trade.
And they could push straight up mid, too. I mean, they're going to have another wave coming right down, and it's just Wild Turtle to try and wave clear for them. So TSM, actually, they have their sights set on solo now. Let's see if they can make this collapse complete. Doesn't look like it. And honestly, you feel a little bad as a Renekton now because Solo's been pushing his heart out. Look at the CS lead. I've been beating up this Ornn with Tyr. You see this? And it's really not amounting to anything for the success of the team. Here's another look at the blue buff steal from Griffin. He does get it, but when they catch Smoothie on the inside here, PoE gets comboed and Griffin flashes over. However, Huni with the roam on this Ornn does make it in time for the long-range Ornn ult to catch the counter kill, and then Griffin, having flashed over offensively to take down Power of Evil, has no escapes left, and in the end, it is actually TSM, despite CLG having a good opening to that fight, that comes away with the victory.
Yeah, and despite, getting beaten up in lane, as we've been talking about for pretty much this whole early game through this 20 minutes of play, Huni's been really intelligent about how he's, been playing weak side, not falling too far behind, accepting his death in some ways, right, in the 1v1. He just knows the help isn't coming.
And look how much mana he has!
Oh, he's ready. He's stacked it up to 360. Kobe, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe that he's going to make that into anything other than the stack tier it is now. But I'm willing to be wrong as TP's coming in for solo and one more. Pobelta going to join the fray. But where do you go from here? Sword up with the ulti on the other side, actually trying to split the fight up. A speaker pop the Ragnarok. His turtle over the top is on the power of evil. See you later, Sunshine. As Griffin also going to take down Sword Art. That tree, no match for the Shotgun of Graves, as Baron is now the order of business for CLG.
Really, really big teleports here from Counter Logic Gaming. Can they make the play complete? Spica's alive. He has flash on Olaf. He could go for the steal.
I mean, he's going to go for it here. Lost actually going to get some damage down. Huni going to get the CC he needs to try and take down Smoothie. Lost finds the snipe. But Speaker over the wall is going to be the troublesome one. Solo going to try and tie him up with the ulti out of Lost. Doing a lot of damage. The Baron is going to go down. It's Griffin that's able to nab it, but CLG, how much more will they lose off the back end of this play? It is 2 kills down, but that is all. CLG do walk away with the Baron.
Ooh, nothing like a good old Baron with a possible 50-50 to get your heart pumping. Spica does get the flash to the inside, but still picked up by Griffin. Nerves of steel for himself. Let's take a closer look at the replay at the slow, because this gets dicey. CLG have been feeling the pressure, and really good root combination here. Lost snares him up. Huni even goes in for a little combo there. Lost gets the finish on the kill and then opens up with his ultimate. Stun wears off on Spica. He flashes in 33 health. I saw 33 on that Baron before Griffin is able to get it. Holds on to the game for CLG. If that Baron goes over to TSM, the game comes crashing down. Pastry time.
Yeah, I mean, tough spot as well, because Spica's track record of stealing objectives has been pretty good recently. But CLG maintain the gold lead. It doesn't feel like they're ahead in gold. They are. They're up about 2,500 gold. They've got the Baron. They can maybe grow that lead, but they've got 10, 12 seconds to contest for this Drake. And I know we've said it about every Drake pretty much so far, but this one you really do need to make sure you don't give away. The Ocean Soul going to make this on and Olaf and the Maokai and, everyone probably too tough to contend with as CLG are trying to close the trap here around TSM. But Huni's ready with the ulti. Jin W doesn't quite connect, but he does find 2 with the knock-up. Also, Sword Art ulti is charging in, and Solar going to get cordoned off by the rest of TSM. Lost again with the ulti, finds a snipe on a Smoothie. Very nice bullet curvature there, as TSM will have a 5v4 around this Soul.
Yep, and again, TSM starting out with a big advantage.
Solo still, again, trying to find this flank, but Huni finds the knock-up instead. He's going to force the flash away. Griffin here, but also needs to hold on to his own life. Is the only thing really preventing the Dragon from not getting absolutely obliterated. As Total, despite being exhausted, does manage to pick up Renekton, but on the back end of, Kaiser. It is Maokai. My brain realigned itself as the Drake is going to go over. We figured it out. It's TSM that do grab the soul, because Griffin, I believe, was zoned out of play. There's Turtle going down. Pobelta's going to fall as well. Lost is going to pick up a double, as that's going to be the ace. Almost. Smoothie respawning just in time to save that graphic from flashing up.
Yeah, TSM decided to make it easy for you, Pastry. They'll just kill everyone on CLG. Got them all, got the Dragon in the end, too. Even though there was a bit of ring around the rosy on the Dragon pit here, they chase everyone down. Sword Art, the lone sacrifice for them to basically secure this one. Ocean Soul now picked up for TSM. CLG may have held the gold lead for most of the game, but the objective focus from TSM pays off. Huni gets the opening to scatter CLG up to the top side of the map. Look at the zoning that they do with these ultimates. This is actually insane. The Ornn long-range ult into the Maokai follow-up, zoning for Lost to be able to just poach them with the Jin ulti, and they just chase down the stragglers afterwards, getting the kill. Solo goes down. Sword Art does get tagged with the slow and gets killed by Wild Turtle ulting in again. Exhaust not enough to save him this time around, but they've got the inside track for TSM on the Dragon anyway. Spica has his smite. Griffin did not, so there was no hope for CLG. And then he's just going to die with the rest of the team for solidarity.
Yep, nice little play from PoE at the end of it all as well to get the Azir Sec happening to pick up the kill on Turtle, as my brain finally catches up with what I was watching earlier. TSM, though, going to check this brush. Griffin's in there. So is Smoothie, so is Pobelta, but TSM don't have to walk that way. They're going to assault the tier 2 with this Baron instead. Nice and simply. POB actually getting locked up by a nice long-range W out of Lost, who's looking real strong right now as 3 items. So Griffin charging in with the Gale Force, trying to make the big play happen. Almost takes Lost's life, but now Smoothie's going to get sniped once again. 2, 3, one more.
Almost.
Where's the go-go gadget extend on that bullet? Because that Gen 4 bullet was headed straight for Griffin. No way to extend it, though. That is going to be turrets for TSM as they push on in. Now, there was an early Executioners already on Solo, but they've also picked one up here on Griffin, so they're doing their best to try and deal with the situation that they're in versus the Ocean Soul. It's just that they're facing such a difficult scenario right now as TSM start to close in. Inhibitor turret number 1 down, and the pressure doesn't look like it's going to let up anytime soon.
Yep. Looks to take this inhib as well. POB trying to throw out some stuns, but everyone's got ultis except for the bottom lane here of TSM, so not really afraid. CLG do not contest that inhib. It will fall, so 5 minutes of super minions flooding the top side of the map. A minute and 5 seconds till Baron as well. Also 3:15 to the Elder Dragon is going to make an appearance pretty swiftly here in this game. And TSM now ahead in gold by a similar amount. The last time I checked for CLG of about 2,500, but even with the gold deficit that they were in before it, they've just had such a lock on these team fights with great play from Sword Art and Huni.
You know, the only thing I'm sad about, actually, is that Huni sold his tier before TSM were in such a secure position.
We never knew.
Because what if, yes, tier was turned into basically just another starting item, since it does give you that extra 5 bonus damage on hits for minions, in addition to all the mana that's going to give you for your combos for lane. But if he had kept it the entire time till this point, why not? He definitely would have turned it into something, I feel like. Hootie has the swag. Maybe we would have got to see it. And then that would last forever in the game logs for Ornn win rates with, like an Archangels or a Merman or something. Not going to be the case, though, obviously, as he sold it, as you were looking for. Let's see if they can end it out, though, Pastry. Baron is back on the menu.
Alrighty, TSM going to have a stab at the second Baron of the game. It didn't get the last one. It was just barely went over to CLG. Solo, oh goodness, it's just the trap has been sprung. Smoothie, see you later. Speaker going to take him out. Huni going to lock up Solo in the front side of the map. And again, Gordrin can be damned. Lost dominating is going to take down the Crocodile. And that's going to be an easy Baron take. If TSM even won it, they're going to chase Griffin down instead as Huni is out for blood today. TP's coming in. TSM looking to end the game right now.
Yes, they are.
Oh goodness, Power of Evil. That was ill-advised. Double TP not quite working out, but lost over the side. Barely going to miss that next bullet. Has one more left. Oh, Pobelta with a very nice looking flash. Does keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but TSM still streaming into the base alongside their supers. CLG going to have to hold on in a 3v4.
All right, that's going to be a tall task because there's plenty of regen with the Ocean Soul. TSM turned right back around to finish up the easier target here. Inhibitor Tower number 2 falling down. Inhibitor number 2. Looks like they want to wait for their man in the mid lane before they go for anything else here.
Yep, also think that at this point, given how much control they have of the map, they probably feel like Baron is maybe a bit easier to get than this mid inhib, so they'll take a stab at the mid lane first. Pee-wee back in 4 seconds. No TP, but TSM looking to stay out on the map and probably reset the situation once again. Huni's ult's almost back off cooldown as well. I would be awfully careful if I was CLG.
Yeah, the thing is, they've only got 40 seconds left here on the Elder Dragon, and this is your only hope now for CLG. At this point, when you're facing Soul, plus you're facing this sort of lead from TSM, their hope is having a miraculous fight at one of these epic objectives towards the end game. Maybe you get a steal in there, maybe you actually snowball and you get a bunch of kills as well. Griffin now trying to play a very difficult game hovering around the back of this Baron, looking for an entrance. It's up to Huni and Sword Art, see if they can zone him off. Just send your ultimates, snare in Graves, he shouldn't be able to get close.
Yep, that's exactly what happens. Just an ulti over the wall for Griffin to try and grab that lucky steal, but Snake Eyes this time as Elder Dragon is up and available. CLG know that this is basically the only thing they can do, trying to contest for this objective, but Griffin actually going to start the team fight off. Power of Evil in trouble, but here comes Huni with a big ulti, tying up the front side of the fight. Smoothie again, awfully low, not really all that tanky, especially with the ulti not on, but Lost is going to continue peppering bullets in. People getting out of range. Last bullet is not quite going to tag Pobelta, as the Scott Crab meets an untimely death. CLG still trying to get this Elder Dragon. They have to contest for this big objective.
And it might be doable. There's no Ornn ultimate, no Maokai ultimate, no Jhin ultimate now. That's what's really been destroying CLG. Their health bars are so low, though, already channeling some recalls. This could be teleport back in from Solo. He's got flash.
The base is in trouble, which is why this is going to be so tricky. Smoothie, though, with the angle. Solo not going to join this fight by the looks of things, because this Dragon is already so low. POB also around the side. Huni actually fighting the jungle, so that's going to be Elder Dragon at TSM. Nice and easy. Solo TPing in way too late as Griffin's about to get blasted by the Elder Dragon buff. Surely, there it is. Huni going to grab Griffin.
And it looks like TSM will silence CLG once again. So many objectives, Pastry. Elder Dragon even added on top of the Soul, on top of the Baron for themselves. They weathered the early storm. Huni with his tier start just for the extra combos, wave clear. You can see that theoretically, maybe he's trying to AoE the wave, don't get close to the... He still got beat a lot in CS and out-pressured heavily. Regardless, TSM, they play the weak side top, they play for the objectives, and that's going to be a dub.
Yep. Nice and controlled here, and oh my goodness, look at these ultis just streaming into victory for TSM. A knocker from Huni, who just continues to find the angles. Lost going to go godlike, and everyone's going to explode. See you later, Solo is the last-ditch effort. Diving into the back of TSM will not merit anything but another death in the KDA column, and Turtle is back towards the Nexus. Dragon buffs are just blowing people up left, right, and center, and Turtle, you better dodge these. Supercharger, last one. They're going to wait for it here, try and line it up as the Sapling's also going to zone Turtle out of there, and TSM maybe looking to dive that next, but they'll finish it off instead, in style as well. TSM will pick up the win against CLG.
And that is going to be quite a recovery here over the tournament from TSM. From opening with the loss to the struggle comeback win yesterday to now a very secure win in day number 3 versus CLG. TSM improving now in their group to 2-1. That makes you feel so much more confident, because all the teams are really worried about right now in the group stage of Lock-In Tournament is not getting last. If you don't get last, you at least still get to move on. You at least still get to play more games, and that's what people are looking for.
I will say, even though obviously CLG picked up a loss here, the question we asked at the start of this game was, can we have cleaner looking early games for both of these teams? Because that has been an area they've seemed to struggle so far in this tournament. And I think, honestly, for both sides, through the first 20 minutes of play, you could see the ideas were much more cleaner. Both teams felt like they were way more on the same page. And CLG did have moments to potentially snowball that game that they could have arrested better control of. But I think overall, if you're looking at step one, which is like, hey, can you play your early games a little bit cleaner, please? I think both teams actually succeeded here.
Yeah, my first inkling that this was looking better and more decisive from TSM was when they don't fight that first Rift Herald versus the Renekton that's got a 25 CS lead, and they actually go bottom instead and trade for it. So well done.
I also say, like, Huni for... he's had some struggles in lane, I feel like. People just want to take difficult matchups and beat him up, but he's been hugely impactful in the games in more of a support role, which, if you look at the start of Huni's career, is not where we thought he would end.
Definitely true. I mean, he had a lot of good collapses. Playing weak side, coming in with the Ornn, with a lot of teleports, with flanks. He always was able to get somebody with the ultimate, use his Ornn ultimate in conjunction with Maokai Jin range to be able to find so many of these kills, so many of these pickoffs for TSM in the early and mid stages where they are weaker and they're just looking for trading objectives while snagging some extra little gold here and there with some of those long range plays. And he did that job perfectly. You don't expect him to win versus Renekton, regardless of what he starts.
Right, and with all that, we are going to be stepping away. But during the break, why don't you give youtube.com/LCS a follow so that you can keep up to date on all your favorite content. Do that, and we'll catch you here for an interview with Lost.
Don't let the comfort fool you. Don't let the attention to detail lead you to believe that a Honda is a delicate machine. You'd be wrong. Underneath every surface that carries a Honda badge, there has always been the capacity to amaze. From the core of everything we have ever built, all the way to the top of where you want to go. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS. We are here after our game that we just witnessed where TSM came out on top, but I do have some news to share with you all. Mark, Alorm, Crumbs, are you ready?
Yes.
Hit me.
Let's hear it.
So CLG, after that game, have unfortunately been eliminated from play-ins. Letting that sink in for a moment, we have another divisive, thing to digest here, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best showing for CLG. They did have to play with subs, and there were a number of these games where they had advantages, which I'm sure we'll cover in a little bit here, but they need to level up a little bit. That's what lock-in tournament is for. Find out where you're strong, find out where you're weak, and make improvements from there. And they will be playing next week still. It's just they won't be able to be in the knockout portion.
Well, and that's ultimately a lot of what we're trying to drive from this lock-in tournament, right? What do you take away, especially when you're working with subs? And I think if we're looking at part of the early game of this Alorm, there were some things that maybe CLG can try and walk away with.
Right. So when we have seen Ornn versus Renekton a lot, and usually when you pick that matchup, even in the counter pick, you're going to be down, 20 CS, maybe a level, maybe some plates. And that's normal. And I don't know why. I think a lot of people have questions about it, but Huni built tier this game, and I cannot tell you why he did it other than just to have some more mana, or he's crying that TSM banned the Gnar away from him, although maybe some people are a little happy about that, as we've seen in the past, but no flame at all. Anyway, so
sure.
The Ornn this time had minus 40 CS, and he was, I believe, 1.1k gold down, which is an insane amount. Solo had a really good laning phase, or Huni had a really poor laning phase, depending on the way you look at it.
Little column A, little column B, maybe,
So I think, but while the end of the game, he had some great roams. He used his timers really well, and he had good ults that impacted team fights really well. His lane phase was not great, and really, Solo should have done a lot more off his gigantic lead. I would have liked to see him push waves a little faster and be the first one to the team fight, rather than letting Huni just go whenever he wanted.
Taking a bit more of the control in his hands, right? But I think as far as what we got doing down right now, we do have Dash standing on by with Lost for an interview.
I have swung into Dash's seat, and I have found Lost here from TSM after their victory. What's up, man? How you been?
We've been okay. Our first two games were pretty rough, and our early games were pretty terrible. So good to have at least a little more of a stable game this game.
It did look pretty strong, even with the Baron kind of take steal coming in that they were able to sneak out. Did it feel pressured at that point? You were still pretty ahead.
No, for the most part, I think we had pretty good control of the game in mid-game, just with our comp and what we drafted for. So I wouldn't say we were stressed out. We were pretty calm about it, and we knew what we were doing in mid-game. So I'm glad we got to pull out the win in the end.
Awesome. Enough about the game. Let's talk about you. How was off season? How is now? How you been feeling during lock-in here as the team starts to come online?
Mm-hmm. I mean, off-season it's just you don't do anything for so long, and then you go on season, and everything's full on, 13-hour days, you're practicing, and you're having a lot of fun, just for the most part, playing League. So that transition's sometimes a little stressful at the start, but now I'm just having fun with it, and, playing the game more is just, practicing with the team as well. Just so much fun,
Yeah, more fun, some new people around you. What's it been like playing with Sordar? That has to be awesome.
Yeah, he's a world finalist. He's pretty good at the game, and he's just a great person overall outside of the game as well. I'm having a really good time both practicing and playing with him in these matches, and hopefully we grow to become a better bot duo in the future, and you guys can look out for that.
That's really awesome. On that topic, there's so many new faces around. I got to ask you, with you and Spica kind of being TSM veterans here and the team, new members coming in around you, what's that feel like now? Do you have expectations of yourself to kind of align those members and get them ready to be on the TSM squad?
It's always a new experience playing with, your team, because with your old teams, you play 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and you're living in the same place for the whole year, So it's always a new experience to, get more familiarized with your new team. And we're kind of in the stage where you just get to know each other outside of the game, both inside and out.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's more comfortable because me and Spica have been on TSM for remaining from last year, and just like inviting the rest of the guys into our culture, and just TSM as an org. It's been a good time. Everyone's like, there's no stubborn personality on our team. It's just been good vibes all around.
That's really, really awesome, Lost. Thank you so much for joining me here, man. It's been so great to talk to you again.
Thank you very much.
All right, another win for TSM there. Fans can be happy as they move on here from week 1 of the lock-in tournament. But don't go anywhere. We still have games on the day. It is going to be Team Liquid versus Golden Guardians coming up next.
Decorative towel.
There was a mess. I wiped up a mess.
Yeah, you...
When game day is a go, there's a Bud Light there.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for the final game of the weekend as we are going to finish off week 1 of the LCS lock-in tournament. I'm still Pastry, that's still Kobe, and it's Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid. And honestly, for the Golden Guardians, Kobe, despite, being 1-1 and picking up a loss, they should feel very good and very optimistic after the games they've played already.
They really should, because originally when we're writing this intro at the beginning of the week, we're like, all right, it's the richest team versus the poorest team.
Yep.
Good luck. But honestly, Golden Guardians should be so proud of their players, of their rebuild. I'm a really big fan of the coaching staff, not just Inero, but also Choo Choos and Spooks, Aaron and Sam. All these guys very proud of their players, as they brought up academy players along with collegiate players, and yet they are already seeing success in this lock-in tournament. People are already getting excited, for the performance of some of these players. It is multiple things. It's individual performances, like Iconic, he's been smashing, but also team strategies. Their drafts coming in and executing on some of these early game plans has really, really paid off for them. Looking at Iconic, as we mentioned him, he has smashed it. Highest KDA in the entire league right now for the beginning of the lock-in tournament, and going against the one sub on Team Liquid, as Santorin has made it, as I saw by his tweets, but he can't he can't start this week. He has to wait until next week due to the legality. So it's still going to be Armeo as the one sub here for Team Liquid. That being said, Armeo performed quite well for Team Liquid thus far in the tournament as well. And this is going to be a very important matchup, as Golden Guardians have been really relying on Iconic to do a lot of the early game playmaking, but in addition, carrying a big burden of a lot of the damage for the team too. So, things like the Talia, like the Graves, like the Nidalee, these are going to be highly prized here. And jungle pool pinches are very likely for this champ select.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be a player that's very comfortable in these sort of positions and this sort of meta. So it's really cool to see such a otherwise unknown face, certainly to the LCS, perform so well. It's funny, like, this was the player, at least I knew the least about of every starting player in the LCS, and he's playing, maybe the best on Golden Guardians so far, a team that a lot of people didn't have particularly high expectations of stuff coming into the tournament, but I believe that has changed. It certainly should have changed at this point here, as they will be up against Team Liquid, who did also pick up a loss today, so not looking for any more of those. In fact, it's the battle to be 2-1 in this particular game, as Team Liquid are going to be on the blue side, drafting up against Golden Guardians on the red. Talia going to get banned. I think that's a smart one, given Iconic's performance on that.
Yeah. And the team's performance around it, too. This is one of the teams, like I said, Talia has high variance in playstyle relating to player skill, but also team skill in utilizing the champion. She's a champion that really relies on synergies with solo laners, set up CC to make you really get the most out of it. And currently, Golden Guardians had been doing that. There's only one death on Iconic. 25 KDA for himself coming into today. We'll see if he can keep it. The Olaf joins the Talia. So then this leaves up the hinge picks here for Graves versus the double AP of the Nidalee and Lilia options, depending on what type of solo laners that you actually want to go for.
Well, answer number one is Nidalee on the Team Liquid side, because Galio, Akali, Samira, Olaf, and Pantheon rounded out the other bands alongside Talia. Lilia up, of course. Renekton up, of course, if Golden Guardians want to go that route. Quite a lot of options here, depending on how the teams do want to approach this game. Don't think we'll be seeing that one, Niles. Thanks, though. But you never know. Could be getting spicy.
There's a couple of different directions you can try and go for. Renekton, Kai'Sa have become notorious, especially a lot of AD carry players. In addition to Kai'Sa being in a very strong state right now, I know that just talking to them, they have so much more fun and are passionate about playing Kai'Sa, because you truly do get to embody the ult name, the killer instinct now with Gale Force, you also having the execute. It really does put you in a position to make those highlight plays. And Stixxay has done a very good job with all these young players around him thus far in Golden Guardians. I think he's been performing extremely well, which has gone kind of under the radar considering the surprise that everyone else has with all the other players' performances. But this is a pretty good core here. You get your safe Syndra for mid lane and paired with the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I almost feel like Stixxay feels a bit more revitalized, at some point. He's changed teams. He was on CLG for so long. He won a title and then did well at MSI and then kind of stagnated a little, never really got back to similar heights. And on this team, again, he is the veteran alongside Newbie, actually, who's got experience from the LLA, to kind of carry these rookies on the top side through and develop this team, this developmental team that Golden Guardians have. Kirby's cheering for something. He's cheering for Graves.
Is Ivern Hover?
Oh, it's Ivern.
Because I've been abusing Ivern in my ranked climb at the beginning of ranked season. I think he's insane right now, partially because he's one of the champions that does rush Moonstone Renewer, one of the mythics that's been getting a lot of attention lately. It is going to be the Graves, though, locked in. And again, we see another one of these Nidalee Graves matchups where it's not an overwhelming advantage in the Nidalee's favor, but it is the slight edge because Graves doesn't have magic resist anymore on True Grit, taken out quite a long time ago. And I do like the setup from Nidalee with a little bit better for the brush control. Considering the overall comp here too, they do have quite a few options. And you can see Golden Guardians don't want to let Alphari have one of these hard carry smash lane champions. I think it's wise to be wary of Alphari right now. This guy has been smashing, picked up right where he left off as soon as he came over here into NA. And Niles also likes to play carries, so you don't want to have to be facing a Renekton if you're a carry player as well. If you want to get your hands on something like the GP again. I know Niles has been known in the past as a GP one trick and has said himself that it's one of his favorite champions, and he is the best at it. So we shall see if that also finds its way up here.
It's a very measured way of putting Niles' opinion of his own Gangplank out there, but I agree.
Yeah, he's like, he thinks it's the best. So
Yeah, he is very confident in his Gangplank skills. Let's put it that way, as Yone and Renekton going to be the two bans on the GG side. Two supports, Leon and Alistar, two of the bigger ones being taken off the board by Team Liquid here. CoreJJ has a very deep pocket still when it comes to champions, so he'll be happy. And of course, he already has Thresh, so he doesn't even need to worry about it. Curious if maybe Newbie wants to play something like Rel, which we have seen get banned in a number of games, but not every team seems to play her. Nautilus instead, which has also been pretty effective the few times we've seen it as well. Most notably, Joey actually looking really good on that one.
Yeah, and Kaisa Nautilus is one of the oldest combos here, so good at setting up CC for it. I will say, though, playing that into the Thresh, into CoreJJ's Thresh, every game that Team Liquid have played, Tactical and CoreJJ have 2v2 first blood killed the opponent bottom lane. And they have done it, I'm pretty sure, before like 3.5 minutes even in both games. So be very ready. This is actually the Aphelios Thresh though, so it doesn't have the same, all-in kill pressure like, of course, the Samira lane that they ran. But that being said, CoreJJ is playing extremely well. His synergy with Tactical has built up so much that you still have to definitely be worried about that. With the Orianna lock-in for Jensen, definitely not a surprise here. Very, very common matchup into the Syndra. You need a couple of extra points in your W for Orianna to really take control of the minion wave. Early on, Syndra does have the range advantage because your spheres with 800 range plus the extra little AoE of it gets to do a little bit of harassment.
Well, if you're wondering, definitely not laughing Kobe. His points are excellent as always. I just love that Alphari's taking Gangplank here. He's like, hey, Niles, you think you're the best GP in NA? Let's see. Let's see what you got as a counter pick, actually. Oh, on. Really reaching deep for the carries there as Niles
got him, countered.
Tank instead.
Honestly, yeah, I do like this look, though. Golden Guardians taking the route of the team fight rather than the 1v1. Niles showing some humility right here versus Alphari. This is going to be interesting, though, to see how far Alphari can actually push, because I do like this top side look for them. I do expect Armeo to establish control towards the top quadrant of the map. That being said, of course, playing off CoreJJ's playmaking ability is always an option for them too, so it's not super one-dimensional. It just does lend itself towards that area of the map because GP can basically grind out gold versus an Ornn.
I think the other thing is, like, we've talked a lot about Graves, I think, today and just in general throughout the weekend. And you like Graves, and I think I agree. Like, Graves is very powerful. Gale Force is extremely good as an item. So fitting it into as many champions as you can feels like a pretty good strategy given the current state of the game. But you do need to make sure Graves has enough friends, enough people to set him up, because he doesn't bring anything other than damage really out of the jungle. And I think as far as setup goes for Golden Guardians, lots of different ways in every lane to kind of give Iconic the help he needs to try and carry through the early game. And if Golden Guardians are going to take this game up against Team Liquid, Iconic's going to need to continue to play at the level he's shown already in the first few days.
Gonna need another 25 KDA out of you. Keep it up. Great work so far. far, but now you have to go against Team Liquid. Definitely a tall task as they have spent big. Exciting to see how this turns out too, because as of right now, and with Team Liquid dropping their game earlier, it's just EG at the top of the ranks here as the only undefeated team still left standing. Again, this is just the group stages though, so it's only going to matter for your positioning moving towards that knockout stage.
I think 100 Thieves, though, with their win over TL earlier today, did show, like, the blueprint for TL is kind of the same it's always been. If you can get ahead early and just keep snowballing, you can beat a team like TL, even though the individual skill and how they convert around objectives, especially mid to late, is so powerful. For Golden Guardians, though, I think a great test about how, how this roster is looking. We've seen the individual talent. We've seen that they are very good at early games and do seem to have some of the older Golden Guardians identity where they want to get ahead early and then convert from there. The old Guardians roster that did that turned into 100 Thieves, who look very good already. And I think, like, the fact that you've already gotten to this point where you can show the skills of your players, you show you can get leads, and maybe you're still working on the things like team synergy and mid to late game and macroing a lot cleaner, already a great sign here. But again, you have a big test here as Newbie is going to meet Jensen here. Does get the hook down. Iconic looking to maybe move forward, but Jensen's going to move out of the way to relative safety.
Interesting, he sacrifices basically 100, now even more HP to stop that recall there for Iconic and Newbie, who aren't really going to feel any sort of that. So Jensen's going to start a little bit down versus a Syndra, which definitely can be dangerous. Both of them chugging Corrupting Potions immediately to try and trade more. I think that does slightly favor Olive here, as he's going to be the aggressor early on. And neither of the junglers is, super frightening as far as bringing crowd control to that setup. So Orion and Nidalee isn't something he's going to have to, hold himself back against, and can continue to try and go for aggressive trades.
All right, I was holding my breath for a second because I remembered your first blood stat from TL
yeah. Oh, we see Tactical and Core JJ on screen. They might be looking to kill.
I mean, waiting in the bush, maybe seeing if 6A Newbie would do something silly early on. Trades here for Niles onto Alfari, looking not too bad, but Alfari, ooh, that first grass proc is real medius. Niles is going to look to maybe turn it back around. This is getting close. Alfari going to be the first to hit the flash key, though.
That is why you kite back to your minion wave. Range minions early on do so much damage because basically your 1Q as well as your auto attacks is the only calculation that these guys have to take into account. So it's very easy to see the damage coming. And the thing that most often actually swings those fights is the extra minion damage there. So Niles knows that he's got the upper hand, kiting back to those triple range minions, helping him out there. He holds on to his flash, and Alfari has to abort the aggressive play that... Ooh.
Nice hook. Newbie going to get plucked out from under the tower briefly by Core JJ, and Tactical is getting this wave shoved in behind LCS right now for 6A, but I imagine that will change as the minions move towards the
zoning in.
They can pick those up. Certainly are. And Blaze Olive and Jensen, definitely a matchup to keep watch of. But so far, so good for a Blaze Olive. Another big test. I mean, in general, this is, TL are always a terrifying opponent to try and play up against. So if you're looking to test, especially your individual ability early on in a season, Team Liquid's a pretty good team to go up against.
Definitely true. Early teleport does come back here for Alfari after the aggressive trading, just with the longsword refilling his corrupting potion so he can continue to try and play aggressively. I always love seeing Gangplanks try and abuse their passive early on in the lane phase. Should be something that you try and keep up as often as possible, going for that harassment, especially if you can track the enemy junglers. With Armeo spending his time towards the bottom Scuttle Crab, though, and giving up the top one to Iconic, Alfari is going to have to temper that aggression. No flash, no teleport for him.
Yep, there is that crab going down. Iconic collects 77 gold. Jensen also walking back to lane soon. Not there yet. The cannon wave, though, is always a nice time to go back, but he used all his mana to, looks like, to reset the wave here. So Blaze Olive will temporarily be ahead in CS, but right now he's just trying to deny off as many as he can because knows Jensen wants to TP back right away.
Yeah, I always love the Syndra side of the matchup early on for this, especially if you're facing something that doesn't bring crowd control from the jungle, like you're saying. So Blazov can go for these aggressive trades, trying to harass Jensen while finishing up the CS. But as you get more and more levels into your W4 Orianna, you get more and more wave control, and that's why the teleport is expended around your level 4, level 5 here for Jensen on his tier back, Corrupting Potion plus Biscuits. He's got lots of sustain for himself, and it's just up to Armeo to keep a little bit of vision on one side and continue tracking Graves to make sure that the Orianna can continue to scale here.
Really nice from Jensen there. Knowing it, looking for that recall, just such a nuisance to have it cancelled. So Jensen going to go ahead and do that because Blazov is out of mana. Does have the TP, so probably going to be committing that to come back to the wave, but Jensen's going to get a chance to deny a couple of the minions off as well, as Blazov does indeed commit the teleport to come back to lane. So
and right
early
there,
trading here for the mid laners.
Right there, you're creating a situation that doesn't look tense at all because there's no camera movement. You know, it's just them going right back to lane. But whenever, well, okay.
Ooh, good hook from Newbie. 6-day forced to cleanse off there. Tactical and Claude continuing to bring the beat down. Ooh, gravity gun after the flay. Means Newbie takes a lot more damage.
So just the cleanse down, definitely a low cooldown summoner spell, but keeping them under their tower with the extra minion wave here opens up Armeo, you know, to finish up this dragon. They know with Graves up on top side finishing Krugs, that should be the easy objective for them. Tactical Core JJ have just been so insanely reliable, and getting control over bottom side has such big rewards here. Because there is no Rift Herald this early on. So it's not like you're even giving anything up on the top side. Yes, Alphari does have to play a little bit more cautiously, knowing that he doesn't have Flash, but it's not going to cost him anything as he intelligently just levels his ult, immediately uses it on the wave, and goes for the safe recall. I love that play from Alphari. You know, we always talk about how aggressive he plays lane and his big laning stats, but it's also really impressive how you avoid possibilities of a strong side from your opponents up by you. Knowing that Graves is probably up there since you're overloading bottom side, not overextending, you know, letting Ornn have a few waves of the minions right at his tower, not as big a deal as possibly dying there for the gangplank. So intelligent use already, even though we haven't had a kill yet.
Yeah, we did see that pressure kind of move further down to the bottom side. Armeo was, I believe, down there looking to maybe chance a tower dive. So 16 Newbie did play respectfully. Also, Niles took the minions on like a little merry-go-round in the top lane. But I'm sure that's going to be broken relatively soon. I think already has actually, as Alphari is back to lane nice and happily with the Sheen finished. Feeling just fine here as the GP. Big wave here in mid lane here for Jensen. He's going to have to reverse that, but shouldn't be too tricky as we have a look at the total gold right now. Unsurprisingly, it is Tactical at the top of the leaderboard. Blazov actually right behind him, which is a good look for him, but Tactical again alongside Cordo Day has just been such a consistent force. Even in the game they lost versus 100 Thieves against one of, if not the best current bottom lanes in the LCS, they still got first blood at level 1.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad that we're seeing the Aphelios come back. I know people memed on this champion for many, many years, but at the start of this tournament, I was talking to Primo a lot, and he's really been missing out on not seeing the Aphelios in the first couple days. Since then, we have had quite a decent amount of it. I really feel like the champion did well in the off season. After the little buffs to his ultimate they just got and the changes to the items, it feels so nice. Oh, here we go.
Good snipe from Cordo Day.
No damage.
Here, well.
Here we go.
Right,
Aphelios is in the river.
Blazov did get Jensen. But Niles also looking kind of low here. He's going to run into Alphari. Ooh, one ulti. This is actually going to be a 1v1 attempt here for Niles because there's no one here to help him, but the damage is good. Alphari getting low. He does have the flash. It doesn't have to burn it just yet. Niles commits the ulti, but can't quite complete the kill.
Sent him a message, though. Nice little combo there. Is going to also free up this possible Rift Herald. Armeo's coming over, but they did lose track of positioning on Newbie. I think if he cancels this recall, they'll be fine. They can finish it up here because they've got the extra person advantage. You see bottom side Core JJ is working to pressure on the tower, and it just comes down to possible smite steal.
Yeah, back to the scries. Bloom there for Newbie just to get some vision onto Armeo. So Penguin does dab it out as Iconic indeed collects the Rift Herald. Unfortunately, Six has been zoned very far away from this tower thanks to this extended roam, I guess, extended by the cancel in some ways. And as always, some things about Aphelios have not changed, and certainly the spinning blades of Turret Death continue to exist as the first tower and a big chunk of gold are going to go over to Tactical.
Yeah, and it does look like, oh man, the Golden Guardians gave up so much for going for that Rift Herald, but they were already getting abused quite heavily under the tower. And so you're kind of in a tough situation anyway, and they make the call to say, okay, we're actually just going to give up the entire first turret bonus with the extra turret plates here and exchange it for the Rift Herald by sending Newbie up there. I still think they could have held out on the bottom side and kept them off, considering the last couple plates are the strongest. Top side, though, looking at a possible dive.
Yeah, didn't spot Jensen with this roam. Very well timed there, and there's a shockwave is good. Niles does get the knockup, but the GP ult is down, and first blood, 10 minutes in, is going to go to Jensen. Oh, Iconic, though, finds it, even with the flash. Collateral damage indeed as Jensen will fall. Now Alfari in trouble as Iconic continuing.
Man walking.
Kobe. Ooh, the alcove, though, does keep Alfari safe with Iconic not quite able to get the double.
All right, CoreJJ going to try and make some quick moves over to the mid. Doesn't get the Ganon minion for himself. Interesting pickup there as it was the flash still. Jensen flashed in a line. So you still get the explosion for Graves with your ultimate at the end, and the extended damage killed him anyway. You have to flash perpendicular versus the Graves ultimate if you want to try and live that scenario. So Jensen losing the summoner spell plus the gold over to Iconic. Definitely the big carry for Golden Guardians. Regardless, though, I think Team Liquid still shrugged that one off. They've got a ginormous gold lead, largely, obviously, in part to Tactical and CoreJJ's work on the bottom side and the sacrifice that Golden Guardians made in order to get that Rift Herald play for topside. Here's another look at it, though. Jensen starts it out as the range champion, knows that he can tank it, no problem. He's not in danger, tanks the extra shot. But here, even though seeing it, it was very close to even the end of the explosion range there, so maybe he thought he was going to fully outrange even the balloon at the end. Regardless, Dragon will be started up. Teleports only available here for Niles to join. Golden Guardians would have to sacrifice some top turret plates if they wanted to do that.
Oh, I really thought that was going to go the other way, but Iconic does secure it with the smite. Yeah, as you mentioned, Alfari had already used it earlier and TP'd up to lane, so wasn't able to join there, so Golden Guardians, by all accounts, should have gotten that Drake, and one Nidalee Spear aside, they do indeed get it.
All right, see if Team Liquid can continue to push this ahead, because when your bottom side is taken so early like that, it actually lends a lot of power to the threat with these Gangplank ultimates. So I expect the next one here for Alfari to be saved. You kind of use that cooldown as a threat to your opponents for the side wave control, because you have a lot of options with it. You can either turn around attempted picks on people in the long lane, or you can rush through a minion wave by just GP ulting the minion wave and trying to make the big objective play to gain basically 30 seconds of time where your Gangplank ultimate annihilates the minion wave, allowing you to make the early step, you know, setting up the vision for CoreJJ and Armeo to pull off a Thresh Nidalee possibility for one of those plays. So you see already Jensen pushing up the side wave and the full control here with the deep wards inside the blue quadrant of the jungle of Golden Guardians. Team Liquid really taking away any of the big threats here of those picks from the side of Golden Guardians.
All right, well, two things to notice here. As Iconic, actually, it was both of them that I was going to mention here. Number one is that the Rift Herald was running out, so Iconic did have to actually drop it in the base and is going to move down towards mid, but very slowly. The other is that he's actually gone Immortal Shield Bow, which is different from the Gale Forces we've seen on, I think, every other Grave so far on the LCS. Obviously, Shield Bow, still good on ADs. We've seen on a couple different AD champions already, probably most notably Samira, but definitely a different look here for Graves in this game.
Yeah, it gives you so much more tankiness, and it gives you the lifesteal super early on too. I think he's worried about, you know, possible mid-range damage with the Gangplank.
Newbie gonna get sniped perhaps there. The ulti is out from CoreJJ, but he's not taking enough damage to go down. It's Tactical that will get that kill, but Niles is here. They get one. The shockwave does hit, but Niles finds two with the ulti there as Tactical's forced to flash out of the way. They need to kill the Cephalios though, and they're not able to do so, so Tactical's just gonna rip through the rest of the Golden Guardians. Jensen, the one to secure the last hit, is Iconic battling Armeo here, but Jensen is in support, and even with the shield bow, I don't think Iconic is gonna be able to get out of this one, but still gonna maybe get the Nidalee. It's gonna be awfully close. Iconic, he wants it. He needs to keep the KDA alive. He's slides over the wall to safety. A Blaze Olive's in there. Flash R is enough for the kill. Nice and easily as Alfari going to move into the ring. Oh, great barrel chain there, tags the Blaze Olive. Stun not quite connecting. Alfari going to flash in instead to make sure he can finish off the Syndra. 1 Q needed. Barrel is out, and a Blaze Olive surely going to be left for dead here in the alcove, and that is it. Last Q there as Alfari is going to grab the last kill of that exchange.
And in scenarios like that, you got to look, as soon as they're chasing someone down, where can they push on quickly? Because there is a lot of standing gold for them to take. 2 outer towers on the top side of the map still standing, so Team Liquid immediately try and push in these waves to get their resets off for themselves, as we do have a Drake incoming in 1 minute and 45 seconds, as well as the arrival of Rift-Hailed number 2 ready. So Alfari just keeping pressure on bottom side. You get the minion wave all the way in, and already the extra control wards have been bought by Core JJ, moving up here on the Thresh to try and lay the stakes to pick up Rift-Hailed number 2.
Alrighty, Jensen swoops in towards the top side of the map. Niles is going to be met here. As Core JJ also roaming up. Early shockwave there for Jensen to keep him in place. Niles does have the flash, but it's 3v1 here on the top side of the map. Outer tower, not going to save you. Niles too far forward, gets picked up by Armeo.
And that's what these early resets off that fight actually gets you. You know, while they're picking up the extra straggler kill, the early recall, Core JJ comes back out, mobility boots and control wards in hand, immediately makes a play for the team. Nice job there by Jensen setting up with the shockwave, as Niles was getting pretty greedy at that tower, not respecting the recall timer there. Possibly because of the extra time spent on chasing down that kill, but it is going to be off of that. Multiple objectives. One greedy stay here by the Ornn turns into not just a kill, but 2 objectives. Tower plus Rift-Hailed number 2 going into their hands.
Well, good placement there by Blaze Olive to get the stun, but unless they can get the wave crashing in, Iconic not going to get much done here. Oh, I love this from Core JJ. Aware of this possible situation, just hanging out in Lantern Rage. It's going to be a 3v1, but Core JJ is here to maybe save the day, and he knows he needs to get in there for Jensen and Golden Guardians, actually. The wave's cleared out, so don't even go for it. Core JJ actually on the offense now. Shockwave is back and ready to go, but Jensen not quite in range to snag Iconic.
And this is such a great example in tracking your opponents. Core JJ utilizing his mobility boots and resetting immediately after the topside play to go hover bottom. He's 1 step ahead of them. Alfari, though, a couple steps.
Base tanking the Graves ult, which Iconic I think mostly used to get away from the impending situation. Niles is ready with his own ulti, but it's only rank 1. Rift-Hailed going to get popped in mid for the ultimate distraction in both the team fight and the attempted Drake take that may be coming up. As Team Liquid playing behind their vision here. Jensen ready with the shockwave as always. TL is going to push forward. The Rift-Hailed not going to get too much done, unfortunately, for her. The Golden Guardians clear it out, and they are going to have some room to move in and try and contest, perhaps, for this objective. Niles does have the ulti, going to let it rip. The Nautilus isn't going to quite kit anyone else, but Armeo does get moved up. Niles is in there. They're going to try and assassinate the enemy. Jungler Niles indeed is able to get it. Going to be a 4v5, but Niles now going to be killed off as Jensen with another great shockwave picks off the Ornn.
I love that confidence, though. I mean, no ward in the brush here on the side of Golden Guardians, but they know they got the hit on the follow-up CC. A Blaze Olive follows that knock-up with the long-range Syndra stun, and now says, we got him, he's going in. Finishes off the kill. It's now 4v4 at the Drake.
Low gravity gun, Core JJ gets the follow-up hook, and Tactical slays another. And Golden Guardians are going to try and get the Dragon and get out of there. Only 1 smite in the pit, and it belongs to Iconic, and indeed the Drake will as well. Iconic also making his great escape. Blast comes out to safety, but Newbie and Stixay, perhaps not so lucky. Stixay, though, with a big outplay, finds the kill onto Core JJ, and then flashes out to safety, and Newbie going to run out of there as well as Jensen trying to chase him down. Jensen, no shockwave, but does have his flash, and the slow should be enough here, but Newbie, off to the wall he goes. Can he live? The answer is no, as Jensen is able to seal yet another kill.
And the Dragon is nice for Golden Guardians, but it's not going to mean a whole lot because you look at the game state and they're not going to be in a position to force Dragon stacking themselves. They do have the strong team fight with Ornn and Nautilus, but they're starting to hemorrhage so much gold, so much power to Team Liquid that Team Liquid will have full setup of these side lanes and should be able to control the map, which leads into your vision. Here's another look at it, though. I just still like, seeing the fact right on your screen how there is just no hesitation. It's full killer instinct from this Ornn. Niles goes right in, follows up the CC combo for the headbutt. Unfortunately for him, Ornn is not an assassin, is not have that much mobility. So if you flash in like that, then all the ranged carries here on Team Liquid do take him down. Then, though, the start here, this is where Olive gets locked up. It is tactical with the gravity snare that's able to make this play for Team Liquid. And just that one snare on the key carry means everything. You lose your mid laner there, it allows Team Liquid to flood in and pick up the extra kills on the back here. Despite Stixxay making that great play and getting the extra kill, which I love, and the escape flashing out, Newbie won't be so lucky. So it's just Iconic and Stixxay that live after the fact. In addition to getting that dragon for themselves, regardless of how well they were able to try and play the aftermath, the fact that a Blaze Olive got picked off here on the Syndra to start it out was critical and allowed Team Liquid to push right up. Now they've got the 4-1 and they're not going to stop.
Yeah, 5,000 gold ahead for Team Liquid. Mid outer tower down, mid tier 2 under fire. Probably not going to last too much longer either here as Iconic. At least keeping the KDA nice and steady. 1-0-2 right now. Oh, I spoke so too soon. I've cursed him. Iconic will be slain by Core JJ.
Core JJ with the timing on there. As soon as Jensen Scott, I hit him. Core JJ's hook is already in the air. Right out of your shockwave displacement into the death sentence of Core JJ.
Ooh, good interrupt. Killer Instinct in, and that's a great shutdown for Stixxay. Golden Guardians still have life in them yet, but Armeo's starting to hurt with these spears.
Yeah, I was about to compliment Team Liquid on doubling Iconic's deaths for the tournament, and yet, really good rebuttal. This Golden Guardians team always looking for the counterplay, always looking for a kill for themselves, landing a hook of his own there. Newbie was able to follow up on that one.
All right, well, Niles clears this wave out. Jensen's actually been the one side landing for most of this game, but does want to stay respectful with players dropping off of the map. He's got 11 stacks in the book right now as well. Majai's very much gold efficient and has the extra speed as well, on top of the Leandries, which of course is the mythic of choice here for Jensen this game. So Team Liquid continuing to snowball further and further ahead. Golden Guardians with some good looks, but they'll need to have, again, putting the team fight to good use here around a major objective. It's not enough to get 1 or 2 picks, even though they do look very nice. And I was this one, by the way.
Just quickly on the Leandries, when you're facing the Ornn team, Ornn and Nautilus, I love that too. There's that, what I was talking about though, shockwave displacement into death sentence while Iconic is in the animation of firing off his ult. He can't do anything because that CC chain is just so clean. And yet, W lands here for Stixxay. The Lantern goes out, but as soon as he starts to take the Lantern, a Blaze Olive, perfect timing. If you hit him right as he takes it, he starts the move block here with the Lantern. It gets overridden by the Syndra stun, allowing Newbie to follow that one up. And that's some really clean play there from a Blaze Olive to get a counter kill for themselves. Too bad that it doesn't actually amount to much because they still lose out on the mid pressure as Team Liquid barrels through. Teleport comes in. He wants to make another big play.
Yeah, it's a Blaze Olive hit. Niles also ready with the ulti. There it goes. The on-horn is blown. Who's the pick? It's going to be tactical for the look, but Armeo, the only one to get CC'd up. Core JJ again ready with the clutch lights as the Lantern out to pluck tactical back to safety.
And now they've got priority on mid. Should be able to answer that tower. Regardless of missing and whiffing the Syndra stun this time around, they still get some gold for themselves, still are able to push Team Liquid off of retreating back from secondary turret taken. And this is in setup for a decently big Ocean Dragon. Number 3 doesn't give you the big bonus, but it does come with the added pressure that can sometimes afford you better positioning, which means a lot.
Oh, good hook again from Core JJ. Now it's going to be forced to flash out. Charges off to safety as well. But Alfari busy split pushing in the top side of the map with the Hydra and the Divine Sundera. Someone going to have to go and answer this, and Golden Guardians going to make a real iffy trade here for this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I like the macro here from Team Liquid. They're going to say, okay, you want to go and set up your Ocean Soul? Well, we're going to give you 2 decision points. Baron or top inhibitor turrets.
There's no jungler here. They have to go. Core JJ, they're going to almost get the hook. Dragon's going to go down. That's the green light for Armeo to smite this Baron at his leisure. And indeed, Team Liquid will collect both the top part and the Baron here as they have full control of this side of the map. Alfari even slowing down Newbie, looking to get the parlays moving in. That barrel almost going off there as Newbie's going to be forced to fight, but a fight he can't win here as Niles is ready to go, but he doesn't have the ulti. 3-man shockwave from Jensen is tactical, lets it rip in the front side, and a Blaze Olive is doing what he can. Ameo is low, but Niles is slain. A Blaze Olive will die as well, and it's going to be the ace as tactical. He's popping off in the team fight. Iconic, the Gladiators keep dropping as Team Liquid going to grab the Bud Light ace.
Oh my goodness, Team Liquid style on him with the macro first and the team fight right after. Everybody from Golden Guardians finds a quick path back to the fountain, and Team Liquid will find a quick path to their second win.
Looking a lot cleaner here as Golden Guardians outmatched, I think maybe as we expected, but still had some good moments. But it's Team Liquid all day here for this game at least, as they'll take down the Nexus Towers. Newbie just going to Hex Flash around the world just for some funsies. Not nearly as KDA-minded as Iconic perhaps there, as Niles is ready with the ulti. Never sees a fight he doesn't like, but you have to love from any team. As Golden Guardians, they'll keep them out of the Nexus for now. That's a good stunt onto Tactical. They need to finish off the job, but can't quite do it just yet. An actual 3v5 with super minions, and the Baron as Core JJ can do no wrong. Plucks a Blaze Olive out of the sky and gives Ameo yet another kill as Iconic. Going to try and defend the Nexus this time, but I don't think it's possible. Golden Guardians doing what they can. They're pulling minions away. They're trying to taunt Team Liquid away from this Nexus. Dixie going to make a big play, but the shockwave onto himself from Jensen lets him live with a sliver of HP, and Iconic continues to rack up death as Team Liquid are playing with their food. Newbie in the fountain is going to get pot shots fired in, but ultimately Team Liquid will do what we expected and pick up their second win of the tournament.
25-23. It's still ticking. Keep going. I was trying to get a good end game clock there. Regardless, that is going to be an end to our weekend, our first weekend of the LCS lock-in tournament. Ton of fun here. We've seen so many stories evolving. You know, some of the big stars coming over, even struggling early on. A lot of the rookies having breakout performances. So I'm definitely excited for week number 2 here to try and follow up. Golden Guardians do drop this one. Regardless, though, I think they've had a really good showing as everybody placed them hard 10th. And they had really competitive games in the first couple that they had the first couple days. This one, though, Team Liquid just took care of business.
Yeah, like you said, you know, the money mountain versus the, you know, I guess just the wallet you find on the street that maybe has a couple bucks in it. Like, it was going to be an uphill battle regardless for Golden Guardians, but I think they did show some promise here in this weekend and even in this game. But Team Liquid continuing to show that they are one of the best, a super classy team, and looking scarier than ever. And I just have to keep saying it every time we watch Team Liquid play, Kobe. Like, what can't Core JJ do?
True. We're going to have to put him to some tests here. I feel like this could be a spin-off series.
League of Legends.